Chapter 28 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 28, The Last of the Vigilantes, 1870. As I have somewhere related, I began buying hides as far back as 1855, but it was not until 1870 that this branch of our business assumed such importance as to require more convenient quarters. Then we bought a place on the southeast corner of Alameda and Commercial Streets, facing 60 feet on Alameda and having a depth of 165 feet, where we constructed a hide house and erected a press for baling. We paid P. Beaudry $1,100 for the lot. The relatively high price shows what the Los Angeles and San Pedro Railroad Depot had done for that section. In the days when hides were sent by sailing vessels to the East, a different method of preparing them for shipment was in vogue. The wet hides having been stretched, small stakes were driven into the ground along the edge of and through the skins, thus holding them in place until they had dried and expanding them by about 1/3. In this condition they were forwarded loose. Now that transportation is more rapid and there are tanneries in California, all hides are handled wet. In 1870, business life was centered on Los Angeles Street between Commercial and Arcadia, and all the hotels were north of First Street. Fort Street ended in a little bluff at a spot now between Franklin and First Streets. Spring Street was beginning to take on new life, and yet there was but one gas lamp along the entire roadway, though there were many appeals to add another lamp, say as far as First Street. Sometime in January, a number of ladies of this city met, and through the exertions of Mrs. Rosa Newmark, wife of Joseph Newmark, formed the Ladies' Hebrew Benevolent Society. Mrs. Newmark, as was once pointed out in a notable open-air meeting of women's clubs, to which I elsewhere refer, never accepted any office in the society, but for years she was untiring in her efforts in the cause of charity. The first officers were President Mrs. W. Calisher, Vice President Mrs. Harris Newmark, Treasurer Mrs. John Jones, Secretary Mrs. B. Katz, and Collector Mrs. A. Baer. 3 counselors, Henry Wartenberg, I. M. Hellman, and myself, occasionally met with the ladies to advise them. Aside from the fact of its importance as the pioneer ladies' benevolent organization instituted in Los Angeles, the society found a much-needed work to do. It was then almost impossible to obtain nurses, and the duty devolved on members to act in that capacity, where such assistance was required, whether the afflicted were rich or poor. It was also their function to prepare the dead for interment, and to keep proper vigil over the remains until the time of burial. During the year 1869 or 1870, as a result of occasional gatherings in the office of Dr. Joseph Kurtz, the Los Angeles Turnverein was organized with 11 members. Emil Harris leading in the movement, assisted by Dr. Kurtz, Ed Pruss, Lorenzo Leck, Philip and Henry Stoll, Jake Kurtz, Fred Morsch, C.C. Lips, and Isaac Cohn. Dr. Kurtz was elected president. They fraternized for a while at Frau Wiebeck's garden on the west side of Alameda near First Street, about where the Union Hardware and Metal Company now stands. And there, while beer and wine were served in the open air, the Teutons gratified their love of music and song. Needing for their gymnastics more enclosed quarters, the Turnverein rented of Calisher and Fortenberg the barn on Alameda Street between Dew Common and First, used as a hide house, and in that rough boarded shack, whose none too aromatic odors are still a souvenir to many a pioneer resident, the Turners swung and vaulted to their heart's content. Classes were soon arranged for boys, and the envy of all was the lad, who, after numerous risks to limb and neck, proudly topped the human pyramid. Another garden of this period, often patronized by the Turnverein, was Kiln Messers, on First Street between Alameda and the river. The post office was moved this year from the corner of North Main and Market Streets to the middle of Temple Block, but even there the facilities were so inadequate that Wells, Fargo and Company in June put up a letter box at the corner of Main and Commercial Streets, which was emptied but once a day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, save on steamer days when letters were taken out at 9:30. The other box was at the Seoul Railroad Depot, then at the corner of Alameda and Commercial Streets. The post office at that time was also so miserably illuminated that citizens fumbled about to find their letter boxes, and ladies were timid about entering the building at night. Postmasters were allowed small reserves, and for some time in 1870 the Los Angeles post office was entirely out of 1 and 2-cent stamps. In February, the way was prepared for the first city directory when the houses of Los Angeles were ordered to be numbered, a public discussion of the need for a directory having taken place the previous December. When collaborators began to collect names and other data, there were many refusals to answer questions, but the little volume of 70 pages was finally published in 1871. Until 1870, Los Angeles had no book binder, all binding having had to be sent to San Francisco, and a call was then sent out to induce a journeyman to settle here. On the 14th of February, Phineas Banning was married to Miss Mary, daughter of Colonel J. H. Hollister, the affair being the consummation of a series of courtly addresses in which, as I have related, it was my pleasurable privilege to play an intermediary part. As might be expected of one who was himself an experienced and generous entertainer, the wedding was a social event to be long and pleasantly remembered by the friends of the bride and groom. Mrs. Banning, who for years maintained an attractive home on Fort Hill, is now living on Commonwealth Avenue. About this time, Colonel Isaac R. Dunkelberger came to Los Angeles to live, having just finished his 5th year in the army in Arizona, following a long service under Northern banners during the Civil War. While here, the colonel met and courted Miss Mary Mallard, daughter of Judge Mallard, and on February 26, 1867, they were married. For 8 years, from March, 1877, Dunkelberger was postmaster. He died on December 5, 1904, survived by his widow and 6 children. While writing about this estimable family, it occurs to me that Mary, then a little girl, was one of the guests at my wedding. Frank Lecorvair, who was surveyor of Los Angeles County from 1870 until 1873, was a native of East Prussia, and like his predecessor, George Hansen, came to California by way of the Horn. For a while, as I have related, he was my bookkeeper. In 1877 he married Miss Josephine Rosanna Smith, who had renounced her vows as a nun. 10 years later he suffered a paralytic stroke and was an invalid until his death on January 17, 1901. Once introduced, the telegraph gradually grew in popularity, but even in 1870, when the Western Union Company had come into the field and was operating as far as the coast, service was anything but satisfactory. The poles between Los Angeles and San Francisco had become rotten and often fell, dragging the wires with them and interrupting communication with the north. There were no wires up to that time to Santa Barbara or San Bernardino, and only in the spring of that year was it decided to put a telegraph line through to San Diego. When the Santa Barbara line was proposed, the citizens there speedily subscribed $2,245, it having been the company's plan always to get some local stockholders. As a result of real estate purchases and exchanges in the late 60s and early 70s between Dr. J. S. Griffin, Phineas Banning, B. D. Wilson, P. Beaudry, and others, a fruit-growing colony was planned in April, when it was proposed to take in some 1,750 acres of the best part of the San Pasqual Rancho, including a $10,000 ditch. A company with a capital stock of $200,000, divided into 4,000 shares of $50 each, was formed to grow oranges, lemons, grapes, olives, nuts, and raisins. John Archibald being president, R. M. Wideney vice president, W. J. Taylor secretary, and the London and San Francisco Bank treasurer. But although subscription books were opened and the scheme was advertised, nothing was done with the land until D. M. Barry and others came from Indiana and started the Indiana colony. A rather uncommon personality for about 30 years was Fred Does, who came from Germany when he was 23 and engaged in trading horses. By 1870 he was managing a barber shop near the Downey Block, and soon after was conducting a string band. For many years the barber musician furnished the music for most of the local dances and entertainments, at the same time, or until prices began to be cut, maintaining his shop, where he charged 2 bits for a shave and 4 bits for a haircut. During his prosperity, Does acquired property, principally on East First Street. The first footbridge having finally succumbed to the turbulent waters of the erratic Los Angeles River, the great flood of 1867-68 again called the attention of our citizens to the necessity of establishing permanent and safe communication between the two sides of the stream, and this agitation resulted in the construction by Perry and Woodworth of the first fairly substantial bridge at the foot of the old Aliso Road, now Macy Street, at an outlay of some $20,000. Yet, notwithstanding the great necessity that had always existed for this improvement, it is my recollection that it was not consummated until about 1870. Like its poor little predecessor carried away by the uncontrolled waters, the more dignified structure was broken up by a still later flood, and the pieces of timber once so carefully put together by a confident and satisfied people were strewn for a mile or two along the river banks. Way back in the formative years of Los Angeles, there were suddenly added to the constellation of noteworthy local characters two jovial, witty, good-for-nothing Irishmen who from the first were pals. The two were known as Dan Kelly and Mickey Free. Mickey's right name was Dan Harrington, but I never knew Kelly to go under any other appellation. When sober, which was not very frequent, Dan and Mickey were good-natured, jocular, and free from care, and it mattered not to either of them whether the morrow might find them well fed and at liberty, or in the jail then known as the Hotel de Burns. Sufficient until the day is the evil thereof was the only philosophy they knew. They were boon companions when free from drink, but when saturated they immediately fought like demons. They were both in the toils quite 10 months of the year, while during the other 2 months they carried a hod. Of the two, Mickey was the most irredeemable, and in time he became such a nuisance that the authorities finally decided to ship him out of the country and bought him a ticket to Oregon. Mickey got as far as San Pedro, where he traded his ticket for a case of delirium tremens, but he did something more. He broke his leg and was bundled back to Los Angeles, renewing here the acquaintance of both the bartender and the jailer. Some years later he astonished the town by giving up drink and entering the Veterans' Home. When he died they gave him a soldier's honors and a soldier's grave. In 1870 F. Bonchard imported into Los Angeles County some 500 or 600 blooded cashmere goats, and about the same time, or perhaps even earlier, J. E. Pleasance conducted at Los Nietos a similar enterprise, at one time having 400 or 500 of a superior breed, the wool of which brought from 25 to 35 cents a pound. The goat fancying Pleasance also had some 1,200 Angoras. On June 1st, Henry Hamilton, who 2 years before had resumed the editorship of the Los Angeles Star, then a weekly, issued the first number of the Daily Star. He had taken into partnership George W. Barter, who 3 months later started the Anaheim Gazette. In 1872 Barter was cowhided by a woman, and a committee formally requested the editor to vamoose the town. Barter next bought the Daily Star from Hamilton on credit, but he was unable to carry out his contract, and within a year Hamilton was again in charge. At the beginning of this decade times in Arizona were really very bad. H. Newmark and Company, who had large amounts due them from merchants in that territory, were not entirely easy about their outstanding accounts, and this prompted Caspar Cone to visit our customers there. I urged him to consider the dangers of the road and to abandon his project, but he was determined to go. The story of the trip, in the light of present methods and the comparative safety of travel, is an interesting one, and I shall relate his experience as he described them to me. He started on a Saturday, going by stage, in preference to buckboard, from Los Angeles to San Bernardino, and from there rode, as the only passenger, with a stage driver named Brown, passing through Frink's Ranch, Gilman's, White River, Agua Caliente, Indian Wells, Toros, Dos Palmas, Chucawalla, Mule Springs, and Willow Springs. H. Newmark and Company had forwarded, on a prairie schooner driven by Jesse Allen of Los Angeles, a considerable amount of merchandise which it was their intention should be sold in Arizona, and the freighting charge upon which was to be 12½ cents per pound. In Chuckwalla, familiarly called Chucky Valley, the travelers overtook Allen and the stocks of goods, and this meeting in that lonesome region was the cause of such mutual rejoicing that Caspar provided as abundant an entertainment as his limited stores would permit. Resuming their journey from Chuckwalla, the driver and his companion soon left Allen and his cumbersome load in the rear. It was near Granite Wash, as they were jogging along in the evening, that they noticed some Indian fire signals. These were produced by digging a hole in the ground, filling it with combustible material, such as dry leaves, and setting fire to it. From the smoldering that resulted, smoke was emitted and sparks burst forth. Observing these ticklish warnings, the wayfarers sped away and escaped. Perhaps a tragic fate. Arriving at Ehrenberg on a Tuesday morning, Caspar remained there all night. Still the only passenger, he left the next day, and it may be imagined how cheering, after the previous experience, was the driver's remark that on account of the lonesome character of the trip, and especially the danger from scalping Apaches, he would never have departed without some company. Somewhere between Granite Wash and Wickenburg, a peculiar rattling revealed a nearby snake, whereupon Caspar jumped out and shot the reptile, securing the tail and rattles. Changing horses or resting at Tyson's Wells, McMullen's, and Cullen's station, they arrived the next night at Wickenburg, the location of the Vulture mines, where Caspar called upon the superintendent, a man named Peoples, to collect a large amount they owed us. Half of the sum was paid in gold bars at the rate of $16 per ounce, while the other half we lost. A niece of M. Kramer lived in Wickenburg, where her husband was in business. She suffered a great deal from headaches, and a friend had recommended, as a talisman, the possession of snake rattles. Caspar, with his accustomed gallantry, produced the specimen which he had obtained, and gave it to the lady, and it is to be hoped that she was permanently relieved of her pain, as so many nowadays are cured of imaginary troubles by no more substantial superstitions. Making short stops at Wilson's Station, Antelope Station, Kirkland Valley, Skull Valley, and Mint Valley, Caspar reached Prescott, some 430 miles from San Bernardino, and inquired after Dan Hazard, the ex-mayor's brother and one of our customers, who died about the middle of the 80s, and learned that he was then on his way to St. Louis with teams to haul back freight for Levi Bashford, who, in addition to being an important trader, was government receiver of public moneys. Caspar decided to remain in Prescott until Hazard returned, and as Jesse Allen soon arrived with the merchandise, Caspar had ample time to sell it. Bashford, as a government official, was not permitted to handle such goods as matches and cigars, which bore revenue stamps, but Caspar sold him quantities of lard, beans, coffee, sugar, and other supplies. He sold the revenue-stamped articles to Buffum and Campbell, the former of whom had once been a well-known resident of Los Angeles. He also disposed of some goods to the Henderson brothers, afterward prominent bankers of Tucson and Globe, Arizona. In the meantime Dan Hazard returned and settled his account in full. Caspar remained in Prescott nearly 4 weeks. Between the collections that he made and the money which he received for the consigned merchandise, he had about $13,000 in currency to bring back with him. With this amount of money on his person, the return trip was more than ever fraught with danger. Mindful of this added peril, Caspar kept the time of his departure from Prescott secret, no one, with the exception of Bashford, being in his confidence. He prepared very quietly, and at the last moment, one Saturday afternoon, he slipped into the stage and started for California. Brown was again his companion as far as Ehrenberg. There he met Frank Ganahall and Charles Strong, both soon to become Southern Californians, and knowing them very well, their companionship contributed during the rest of the trip not only pleasure, but an agreeable feeling of security. His arrival in Los Angeles afforded me much relief, and the story of his adventures and success added more than a touch of interest. The first street sprinklers in Los Angeles were owned and operated about the middle of July by T.W. McCracken, who was allowed by the council to call upon residents along the route for weekly contributions to keep the water wagon going. I have told of the establishing of Hellman, Temple & Company as bankers. In September, the first named bought out his partners and continued, until 1871, as Hellman & Company. With the commencement of autumn, when the belief prevailed that little or nothing could be done toward persuading the Common Council to beautify the plaza, a movement to lay out and embellish the 5-acre tract bounded by Hill and Olive, and 5th and 6th Streets, met with such favor that by the first week in October some $800 had been subscribed for the purpose. On November 19th a public meeting was held, presided over by Prudent Beaudry, Major H.M. Mitchell serving as secretary, and it was suggested to call the proposed square the Los Angeles Park, and to enclose it at a cost of about $500 with a fence. Another $200 was soon made up, and the services of L. Carpenter, who offered to plow the land prior to sowing grass seed, were accepted in lieu of a subscription. Both George Lehman and Elijah Workman showed their public spirit by planting what have since become the largest trees there. Some time later, the name was changed to Central Park, by which it is still known. The first hackney coach ever built in Los Angeles was turned out in September by John Goler for J.J. Reynolds, about the same time that the Oriental Stage Company bought a dozen new Concord coaches from the East, and cost $1,000. Goler was then famous for elaborate vehicles and patented spring buggies, which he shipped even to pretentious and bustling San Francisco. By the end of November, however, friends of the clever and enterprising carriage maker were startled to hear that he had failed for the then not insignificant sum of about $40,000. Up to the fall of the year no connection existed between Temple and First Streets west of Spring, but on the first day of September a cut through the hill, effected by means of chain gang labor and continuing Fort Street North was completed, to the satisfaction of the entire community. About the middle of October, a petition was presented to the Common Council calling attention to the fact that the Los Angeles Water Company 2 years before had agreed to erect a fountain on the plaza, and declaring that the open place was little short of a scarecrow for visitors. The company immediately replied that it was ready to put up the fountain, and in November the council ordered the brick tank taken away. At the beginning of August 1871, the fountain began playing. During the second marshalship of William C. Warren, when Joe Dye was one of his deputy officers, there was a great traffic in Chinese women, one of whom was kidnapped and carried off to San Diego. A reward of $100 was offered for her return, and she was brought back on a charge of theft and tried in the court of Justice Trafford, on Temple Street near Spring. During the trial, on October 31st, 1870, Warren and Dye fell into a dispute as to the reward, and the quarrel was renewed outside the courtroom. At a spot near the corner of Spring and Temple Streets, Dye shot and killed Warren, and in the scrimmage several other persons standing near were wounded. Dye was tried but acquitted. Later, however, he himself was killed by a nephew, Mason Bradfield, whose life he had frequently threatened, and who fired the deadly bullet from a window of the New Arlington Hotel, formerly the White House, at the southeast corner of Commercial and Los Angeles streets. Mrs. C.P. Bradfield, Bradfield's mother and a teacher, who came in 1875, was the author of certain textbooks for drawing, published by A.S. Barnes and Company of New York. Failures in raising and using camels in the Southwest were due, at least partially, to ignorance of the animals' wants, a couple of Mexicans in the early 60s overloading some and treating them so badly that nearly all died. Later, Frenchmen who had had more experience secured the 2 camels left, and by 1870 there was a herd of no less than 25 on a ranch near the Carson River in Nevada, where they were used in packing salt for 60 miles or more to the mills. On October 31st, the first Teachers' Institute held in Los Angeles County was opened, with an attendance of 35, in the old Bath Street Schoolhouse, that center being selected because the school building at Spring and Second Streets, though much better adapted to the purpose, was considered to be too far out of town. County Superintendent W. M. McFadden was president, J. M. Gwynn was vice president, and P. C. Tonner was secretary, while a leader in discussions was Dr. Truman H. Rose, who there gave a strong impetus to the founding of the first high school. Soon after this institute was held, the state legislature authorized bonds to the amount of $20,000 for the purpose of erecting another schoolhouse, and the building was soon to be known as the Los Angeles High School. W. H. Workman, M. Kramer, and H. D. Barrows were the building committee. Mentioning educators, I may introduce the once well-known name of Professor Adams, an instructor in French who lived here in the early 70s. He was so very urbane that on one occasion, while overdoing his polite attention to a lady, he fell off the sidewalk and badly broke his leg. In a previous chapter I have spoken of a Frenchman named Lechanis, who killed a fellow countryman at a wake, the murder being one of a succession of crimes for which he finally paid the penalty at the hands of a vigilance committee in the last lynching witnessed here. Lechanis lived near where the Westminster Hotel now stands, on the northeast corner of Main and 4th Streets, but he also had a farm south of the city, adjoining that of Jacob Bell, who was once a partner in sheep raising with John Schumacher. The old man was respectable and quiet, but Lechanis quarreled with him over water taken from the Zanja. Without warning he rode up to Bell as he was working in his field and shot him dead, but there being no witnesses to the act, this murder remained, temporarily, a mystery. One evening, as Lechanis, to whom suspicion had been gradually directed, was lounging about in a drunken condition, and he let slip a remark as to the folly of anyone looking for Bell's murderer, and this indiscretion led to his arrest and incarceration. No sooner had the news of Lechanis's apprehension been passed along than the whole town was in a turmoil. A meeting at Stearns' Hall was largely attended, a vigilance committee was formed, Lechanis's record was reviewed, and his death at the hands of an outraged community was decided upon. Everything being arranged, 300 or more armed men, under the leadership of Felix Signoret, the barber, councilman in 1863 and proprietor of the Signoret building opposite the Pico House, assembled on the morning of December 17th, marched to the jail, overcame Sheriff Burns and his assistants, took Lechanis out, dragged him along to the corral of Tomlinson and Griffith, at the corner of Temple and New High Streets, and there summarily hanged him. Then the mob, without further demonstration, broke up, the participants going their several ways. The reader may have already observed that this was not the first time that the old Tomlinson and Griffith Gate had served this same gruesome purpose. The following January, County Judge Y. Sepulveda charged the grand jury to do its duty toward ferreting out the leaders of the mob, and so wipe out this reproach to the city. But the grand jury expressed the conviction that if the law had hitherto been faithfully executed in Los Angeles, such scenes in broad daylight would never have taken place. The editor of the News, however, ventured to assert that this report was but another disgrace. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 29, The Chinese Massacre, 1871. H. Newmark and Company enjoyed associations with nearly all of the most important wool men and rancheros in Southern California, our office for many years being headquarters for these stalwarts, as many as a dozen or more of whom would oft-times congregate, giving the store the appearance of a social center. They came in from their ranches and discussed with freedom the different phases of their affairs and other subjects of interest. Wheat, corn, barley, hay, cattle, sheep, irrigation, and kindred topics were passed upon. Although in 1871, the price of wool being out of all proportion to anything like its legitimate value, the uppermost topic of conversation was wool. These meetings were a welcome interruption to the monotony of our work. Some of the most important of these visitors were Jotham, John W., and Llewellyn Bixby, Isaac Lankershim, L. J. Rose, I. N. Van Wise, R. S. Baker, George Carson, Manuel Dominguez, Domingo Amestoy, Juan Matthias Sanchez, Dan Freeman, John Rowland, John Reed, Joe Bridger, Louis Phillips, the brothers Garnier, Remy Nadeau, E. J. Baldwin, P. Banning, and Alessandro Repetto. There was also not a weather prophet, near or far, who did not manage to appear at these weighty discussions and offer his oracular opinions about the pranks of the elements, on which occasions one after another of these wise men would step to the door, look at the sky and broad landscape, solemnly shake his head, and then render his verdict to the speculating circle within. According as the moon emerged, so that one could hang something upon it, or in such a manner that water would run off, as they pictured it, we were to have dry or rainy weather, nor would volumes of talk shake their confidence. Occasionally I added a word, merely to draw out these weather-beaten and interesting old chaps, but usually I listened quietly and was entertained by all that was said. Hours would be spent by these friends in chatting and smoking the time away, and if they enjoyed the situation half as much as I did, pleasant remembrances of these occasions must have endured with them. Many of those to whom I have referred have ended their earthly careers, while others, living in different parts of the country, are still hale and hearty. A curious character was then here, in the person of the reputed son of a former, and brother of the then, Lord Clanmorris, an English nobleman. Once a student at Dr. Arnold's famous Rugby, he had knocked about the world until, shabbily treated by Dame Fortune, he had become a sheepherder in the employ of the Bixbys. M. J. Newmark, who now came to visit us from New York, was admitted to partnership with H. Newmark and Company, and this determined his future residence. As was natural in a town of Pueblo origin, plays were often advertised in Spanish, one of the placards still preserved thus announcing the attraction for January 30th at the Merced Theatre. Teatro Merced, Los Angeles, Lunes enero 30 de 1871. Primero función de la gran compañía dramática de Don Tomás Maguire, el empresario veterano de San Francisco, 24 artistas de ambos sexos, todos conocidos como estrellas de primera clase. In certain quarters of the city, the bill was printed in English. Credits for the first move toward the formation of a county medical society here should probably be given to Dr. H. S. Orme, at whose office early in 1871 a preliminary meeting was held. But it was in the office of Doctors Griffin and Whitney, on January 31st, that the organization was effected, my friend Griffin being elected president, Dr. R. T. Hayes vice president, Dr. Orme treasurer, and Dr. E. L. Dow secretary. Thus began a society which, in the intervening years, has accomplished much good work. Late in January, Luther H. Titus, one of several breeders of fast horses, brought from San Francisco by steamer a fine thoroughbred stallion named Echo, a half brother of the celebrated trotter Dexter, which had been shipped from the East in a Central Pacific car especially constructed for the purpose, in itself something of a wonder then. Sporting men came from a distance to see the horse, but interest was divided between the stallion and a mammoth turkey of a peculiar breed, also brought west by Titus, who prophesied that the bird, when full grown, would tip the beam at from 45 to 50 pounds. Early in February the first steps were taken to reorganize and consolidate the two banking houses in which Downey and Hellman were interested, when it was proposed to start the Bank of Los Angeles, with a capital of $500,000. Some $380,000 of this sum were soon subscribed, and by the first week in April, 25% of the capital had been called in. John G. Downey was president, and I. W. Hellman was cashier. Their office was in the former rooms of Hellman, Temple and Company. On the 10th of April, the institution was opened as the Farmers and Merchants Bank, and on July 10th, J. G. Downey, Charles Ducommun, O. W. Childs, I. M. Hellman, George Hansen, A. Glassell, J. S. Griffin, Jose Mascarell, and I. W. Hellman were chosen trustees. From the first, the bank prospered, so that when the crisis of 1875 tested the substantiability of the financial institutions here, the farmers and merchants rode the storm. In April 1871, Hellman inaugurated a popular policy when he offered to pay interest on time deposits, for it brought many clients who had previously been accustomed to do their banking in San Francisco, and before long the bank advertised $100,000 to lend on good security. On February 14th, Stephen Samsbury, known as Buckskin Bill, and a man named Carter murdered the twin brothers Bilderback, who had taken up some land very close to Verdugo, now incorporated in Glendale, and were engaged in chopping wood, the murderers coveting the land and planning to sell the fuel. Deputy Sheriff Dunlap went in pursuit of the desperadoes, and noticing some loose earth in the roadbed nearby, he thrust a stick into the ground and so uncovered the blood-stained end of a blanket which led to the finding of the bodies. J. F. Burns, who at 83 years of age still manifests his old-time spirit, being then sheriff, pursued Buckskin Bill until the 24th of June. A young soldier on the way to Fort Yuma met Burns at San Pedro, and having agreed to sell him certain information about the fugitive, revealed the fact that Bill had been seen near Tecate, mounted on a horse, with his squaw and infant riding a mule. The chase had previously taken the sheriff from Verdugo Canyon to White Pine, Nevada, and back to Los Angeles. And acting on this new clue, Burns obtained a requisition on the Mexican governor from Judge Ignacio Sepulveda, and went to Lower California, where, with Felipe Zarate, a Mexican officer, he located the man after 2 or 3 days' search. About 20 miles north of Real Castillo, the sheriff found the fugitive, and in the ensuing fight Samsbury accidentally shot himself, and so terribly did the wounded man suffer that he begged Burns to finish him at once. The sheriff, refusing, improved the opportunity to secure a full confession of Bill's numerous crimes, among which figured the killing of 5 other men, besides the Bilderback brothers, in different parts of California. After Samsbury died, Burns cut off his foot, known to have 6 toes, and placed it in a mezcal, a popular and strongly intoxicating beverage of the Mexicans, and when later the sheriff presented this trophy to the good citizens of California, it was accepted as abundant proof that the man he had gone after had been captured and disposed of. The legislature promptly paid Burns nearly $5,000, but Los Angeles County, which had pledged $200 reward, refused to recompense the doughty sheriff and has never since made good its promise. In 1889 Burns was chief of police with Emil Harris as his captain. The earliest move toward the formation of a Los Angeles Board of Trade was made, not in 1883 or even in 1873, when the first Chamber of Commerce began, but in 1781, a fact that seems to be generally forgotten. Late in February of that year, a number of leading shippers came together to discuss trade coast and other interests, and B. L. Peel moved that a Board of Trade be organized. The motion was carried and the organization was effected, but with the waning of enthusiasm for the improvements proposed, or perhaps through the failure of its members to agree, the embryonic Board of Trade soon died. In February, B. L. Peel and Company installed the telegraph in their commission office, probably the first instance of a private wire in local business history. At the outset of the somewhat momentous decade of the 70s, Hellman Haas and Company was established, with H.W. Hellman, Jacob Haas, and B. Cohn partners, their first store being on the east side of Los Angeles Street, opposite H. Newmark and Company's. Abraham Haas, who came in December 1873, had a share in his brother's venture from the start, but it was not until 1875, when he bought out Cohn's interest, that he became a partner. 10 years after the firm commenced business, that is, in 1881, Jacob Baruch, who had come to California with J. Lowe, and with him had made his start at Gallatin, was admitted to partnership, and in 1889, a year after Jacob Haas's death, Haas and Baruch bought out H.W. Hellman. Then it was that Haas, Baruch and Company, a name so agreeably known throughout Southern California, first entered the field, their activity, immediately felt, permitting very little of the proverbial grass to grow under one's feet. On January 7, 1909, Jacob Baruch died. Haas, since December 12, 1900, has been a resident of San Francisco. This year, the United States government began the great work of improving Wilmington, or San Pedro Harbor. The gap between Rattlesnake and Dead Man's Islands was closed by means of a breakwater, creating a regular current in the channel, and dredging to a depth of 17 or 18 feet first made it possible for vessels of size to cross the bar at low tide. Among those active in preparing documents for Congress and securing the survey was Judge R. M. Whitney, of whose public services mention has been made, while Phineas Banning, at his own expense, made trips to Washington in behalf of the project. A genuine novelty was introduced in 1871, when Downs and Bent, late in February, opened a roller skating rink at Teutonia Hall. 25 cents was charged for admission, and an additional quarter demanded for the use of skates. Ladies and gentlemen flocked to enjoy the new sensation. A second rink was soon opened in Los Angeles, and another in El Monte, and among those who became proficient skaters was Pancho Coronel, one of the social lions of his day. In time, however, the craze waned, and what had been hailed as fashionable, because of its popularity in the great cities of the East, lost in favor, particularly among those of social pretensions. In March, a call for a meeting to organize an agricultural society for the counties of Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, San Bernardino, Kern, and San Diego brought together a large number of our citizens. L.J. Rose and his neighbor, L.H. Titus, Dr. J.S. Griffin, Colonel J.J. Warner, Judge H.K.S. O'Melveny, Judge A.J. King, John G. Downey, F.N. Slaughter, and many others, including myself, became actively interested, and then and there started the Southern District Agricultural Society, which, for years, contributed so much to advance the agricultural interests of Southern California. Annual trotting races, lasting a week, lent impetus to the breeding of fine stock, for which this part of the state became famous. L.J. Rose was the moving spirit in this enterprise, and he it was who induced me and other friends to participate. Even the first ice machine, in March, did not freeze the price below 4 cents per pound. Edited by Henry C. Austin, the Evening Express made its first appearance on March 27th. It was started by the printers George and Jesse Yarnell, George A. Tiffany, J.W. Painter, and Miguel Varelo. But James J. Ayers, in 1882 state printer, who was one of the founders of the San Francisco Morning Call, succeeded Austin in 1875, and then the Yarnells and Varelo retired. Al. V. Prudhomme, better known as Victor Prudhomme, a name sometimes, but probably incorrectly spelled, Prudhon, who is said to have come from France about the middle of the 30s, died here on May 8th. His wife was a Spanish woman, and for a while they resided on the east side of Main Street, between Rakina and First, not far from my brother's store. As a rather active member of the French colony, he was a man in good standing, and was engaged, it seems to me, in the wine industry. He also owned some land near San Bernardino, and was continually visiting at that place. On May 27th, S.J. Millington, announced as the pioneer dancing master of California, opened a dancing academy at Stearns's Hall, and at once it sprang into social favor. He had morning classes for children and evening classes for adults. I happen to recall the circumstances more clearly, for I was one of his committee of patrons. Dances, by the way, were given frequently, and were often attended in costume and even in disguise. I remember such an occasion in the early 70s, when elaborate toilets and variety of dress marked an advance in these harmless diversions. Conspicuous among the guests was John Jones, elderly and seldom given to frivolity, who appeared in the character of the father of his country. In early June, a Chinese junk, cruising in search of abalones, attracted no little attention at San Pedro as a primitive and clumsy specimen of marine architecture. The sudden and abnormal demand for the abalone shell offered such large returns as to tempt men to take desperate chances in hunting for them among the rocks. Sometime in the 70s, a Chinaman searching near San Diego thrust his hand into an open shell, and the abalone closed upon his wrist with such an irresistible grip that the unfortunate shell hunter was held fast until overtaken by the rising tide and drowned. For many years, Los Angeles book lovers were supplied by merchants who sold other things, or who conducted a limited loan library in conjunction with their business. Such a circulating collection Samuel Hellman displayed in February 1871. The first exclusively book and periodical store was opened in the same year by Broderick and Riley, adjoining the post office on Spring Street. Albert Fenner Kercheval, who took up his residence in 1871 on the west side of Pearl Street near the end of Sixth, on what was formerly known as the Gelchich Place, first came to California, Hangtown, in 1849, and experienced much the same kind of mining adventure as inspired Bret Harte. On a second visit to the coast, Kercheval raised strawberries and early tomatoes, for which he found a ready sale in San Francisco, and in his spare moments he wrote poems, collected and published in 1883 under the title of Dolores, some of which rather cleverly reflect California life. On June 19th, the Teutonia Concordia Society merged with the Los Angeles Turnverein, forming the Turnverein Germania, and about the same time the original home of the Verein, a frame building on South Spring Street, was erected. In that year also the first German school was founded, the sessions being conducted at the old Round House. Having had no fitting celebration of the 4th of July for years, a number of citizens in 1871 called a meeting to consider the matter, and A.J. Johnston, L. Lichtenberger, W.H. Perry, J.M. Griffith, John Wilson, O.W. Childs, and myself were appointed to make arrangements. A list of 40 or 50 leading merchants willing to close their places of business on Independence Day was drawn up, a program was easily prepared, and the music, display of flags and bunting, and the patriotic addresses awakened, after such a neglect of the occasion, new and edifying emotions. Slight regard was formerly paid by officers to the safety or life of the Indian who had a persistent weakness for alcohol, and when citizens did attend to the removal of these inebriates, they frequently looked to the municipality for compensation. For instance, at a meeting of the Common Council in July, Pete Wilson presented a bill of $2.50 for the removal of a nuisance, which nuisance, upon investigation, was shown to have been a drunken squaw whom he had retired from the street. The council, after debating the momentous question of reimbursement, finally reached a compromise by which the city saved just 25 cents. Alexander Bell died on July 24th after a residence of 29 years in Los Angeles. Beginning with the 70s, attention was directed to Santa Monica as a possible summer resort, but it was some years before many people saw in the bay and its immediate environment the opportunities upon which thousands have since seized. In the summer of 1871, less than 20 families, the majority in tents, sojourned there among the sycamore groves in the canyon, where J.M. Harned had a bar and refreshment parlor. The attractions of beach and surf, however, were beginning to be appreciated, and so were the opportunities for shooting, at Tell's and elsewhere, and on Sundays 200 or 300 excursionists frequently visited that neighborhood, Reynolds, the liveryman, doing a thriving business carrying people to the beach. Speaking of this gradual awakening to the attractions of Santa Monica, I recall that school children of the late 60s held their picnics at the canyon, going down on crowded stages where the choicest seats were on the box, and that one of the most popular drivers of that period was Tommy Ocampo. He handled the reins with the dexterity of a Hank Monk, and before sunrise young America would go over to the corral, there to wait long and patiently in order to get an especially desirable seat on Tommy's stage. With the completion of the Los Angeles and San Pedro Railroad, excursions to Catalina began to be in vogue, but as the local population was small, considerable effort was needed sometimes to secure enough patrons to make the trips pay. Thus, an excursion for Sunday, August 13th, was advertised by the skipper of the steamer Vaquero, a couple of dollars for the round trip being charged, with half price for children, but by Saturday morning the requisite number of subscribers had not been obtained, and the excursion was called off. Otto J. and Oswald F. Zahn, sons of Dr. Johann Karl Zahn, who came here about 1871, were carrier pigeon fanciers and established a service between Avalon and Los Angeles, fastening their messages, written on tissue paper, by delicate wire to the birds' legs. For some time the Catalina pigeon messengers, as they were called, left Avalon late in the afternoon, after the last steamer, bringing news that appeared in the Los Angeles newspapers of the following morning. Usually the birds took a good hour in crossing the channel, but on one occasion Blue Jim, the champion, covered the distance of 48 miles in 50 minutes. On the evening of August 23rd, the announcement came over the wires of Don Abel Stearns' death in San Francisco at 5 o'clock that afternoon at the Grand Hotel. Late in October his body was brought to Los Angeles for final interment, the tombstone having arrived from San Francisco a week or two previously. Awesome indeed was the scene that I witnessed when the ropes sustaining the 800-pound metallic casket snapped, pitching the coffin and its grim contents into the grave. I shall never forget the unearthly shriek of Dona Arcadia, as well as the accident itself. With the wane of summer we received the startling news of the death through Indians of Frederick Loring, the young journalist and author well known in Los Angeles, who was with the United States Exploring Expedition to Arizona as a correspondent of Appleton's Journal. Bootless, coatless, and everything but lifeless, as he put it, he had just escaped perishing in Death Valley, when the stage party was attacked by Apaches, and Lory and 4 other passengers were killed. In September, during Captain George J. Clark's administration as postmaster, foreign money orders began to be issued here for the first time, payable only in Great Britain and Ireland, 25 cents being charged for sending $10 or less. And shortly afterward, international money orders were issued for Germany and some other continental countries. Then 500 or 600 letters for Los Angeles County were looked upon as a rather large dispatch by one steamer from San Francisco and the North, and the canceling of from $12 to $15 worth of stamps a day was regarded as big business. Vincent Collier, the peace commissioner sent out with General O. Howard by the government in 1868, who eventually made himself most unpopular in Arizona by pleading the case of the scalping Apaches in the fall of 1871, put up at the Pico House, when public feeling led one newspaper to suggest that if the citizens wished to see a monster, they had only to stand before the hotel and watch Collier pass to and fro. In the fall, tidings of Chicago's awful calamity by fire reached Los Angeles, but strange to say no public action was taken until the editor of the Los Angeles News, on October 12th, gave vent to his feelings in the following editorial. 3 days ago, the press of this city called upon the public generally to meet at a stated hour last evening at the county courtroom to do something towards alleviating the sufferings of the destitute thousands in Chicago. The calamity which has overtaken that unfortunate city has aroused the sympathy of the world, and the heart and pulse of civilized humanity voluntarily respond, extending assistance in deeds as well as in words. From all parts of the globe, where the name of Chicago is known, liberal donations flow into a common treasury. We had hoped to be able to add the name of Los Angeles among the list as having done its duty. But in whatever else she may excel, her charity is a dishonorable exception. Her bowels are absolute strangers to sympathy when called upon to practically demonstrate it. At the place of meeting, instead of seeing a multitude, we were astonished to find but 3 persons, viz., Governor Downey, John Jones, and a gentleman from Riverside who is on a visit here. Anything more disgraceful than this apathy on the part of her inhabitants she could not have been guilty of. For her selfishness, she justly deserves the fearful fate that has befallen the helpless one that now lies stricken in the dust. Let her bow down her head in shame. Chicago, our response to your appeal is, starve! What do we care? This candid rebuke was not without effect. A committee was immediately formed to solicit contributions from the general public, and within an hour a tidy sum had been raised. By October 18th the fund had reached over $2,000, exclusive of $250 given by the Hebrew Benevolent Society and still another $100 raised by the Jewish ladies. About the 21st of October a war broke out near Nigger Alley between 2 rival factions of the Chinese on account of the forcible carrying off of one of the company's female members, and the steamer California soon brought a batch of Chinamen from San Francisco, sent down, it was claimed, to help wreak vengeance on the abductors. On Monday, October 23rd, some of the contestants were arrested, brought before Justice Gray, and released on bail. It was expected that this would end the trouble, but at 5 o'clock the next day the factional strife broke loose again, and officers, accompanied by citizens, rushed to the place to attempt an arrest. The Chinese resisted, and Officer Jesus Bilderrain was shot in the right shoulder and wrist, while his 15-year-old brother received a ball in the right leg. Robert Thompson, a citizen who sprang to Balderrain's assistance, was met by a Chinaman with two revolvers and shot to death. Other shots from Chinese barricaded behind some iron shutters wounded a number of bystanders. News of the attacks and counterattacks spread like wildfire, and a mob of 1,000 or more frenzied beyond control, armed with pistols, guns, knives, and ropes, and determined to avenge Thompson's murder, assembled in the neighborhood of the disturbance. While this solid phalanx was being formed around Nigger Alley, a Chinaman, waving a hatchet, was seen trying to escape across Los Angeles Street, and Romo Sortarell, at the expense of some ugly cuts on the hand, captured him. Emile Harris then rescued the Mongolian, but a detachment of the crowd, yelling "Hang him! Shoot him!" overpowered Harris at Temple and Spring Streets, and dragged the trembling wretch up Temple to New High Street, where the familiar framework of the corral gates suggested its use as a gallows. With the first suspension the rope broke, but the second attempt to hang the prisoner was successful. Other Chinamen, whose roofs had been smashed in, were rushed down Los Angeles Street to the south side of Commercial, and there, near Gawler's wagon shop, between wagons stood on end, were hung. Alarmed for the safety of their cook, Sing Tai, the Juan Lanfrancos hid the Mongolian for a week until the excitement had subsided. Henry T. Hazard was lolling comfortably in a shaving saloon under the luxurious lather of the barber when he heard of the riot, and arriving on the scene he mounted a barrel and attempted to remonstrate with the crowd. Some friends soon pulled him down, warning him that he might be shot. A.J. King was at supper when word was brought to him that Chinese were slaughtering white people, and he responded by seizing his rifle and two revolvers. In trying one of the latter, however, it was prematurely discharged, taking the tip off a finger and putting him hors de combat. Sheriff Burns could not reach the scene until an hour after the row started, and many Chinamen had already taken their celestial flight. When he arrived he called for a posse comitatus to assist him in handling the situation, but no one responded. He also demanded from the leader of the mob and others that they disperse, but with the same negative result. About that time a party of rioters started with a Chinaman up Commercial Street to Main, evidently bent on hanging him to the Tomlinson and Griffith gate, and when Burns promised to attempt a rescue if he had but 2 volunteers, Judge R.M. Whitney and James Goldsworthy responded, and the Chinaman was taken from his tormentors and lodged in jail. Besides Judge Whitney, Cameron E. Tom and H.C. Austin displayed great courage in facing the mob, which was made up of the scum and dregs of the city, and Sheriff Burns is also entitled to much credit for his part in preventing the burning of the Chinese quarters. All the efforts of the better element, however, did not prevent one of the most disgraceful of all disturbances which had occurred since my arrival in Los Angeles. On October 25th, when Coroner Joseph Kurtz impaneled his jury, 19 bodies of Chinamen alone were in evidence, and the verdict was death through strangulation by persons unknown to the jury. Emile Harris's testimony at the inquest that but one of the 22 or more victims deserved his fate about hits the mark and confirms the opinion that the slight punishment to half a dozen of the conspirators was very inadequate. At the time of the massacre I heard a shot just as I was about to leave my office, and learned that it had been fired from that part of Chinatown facing Los Angeles Street, and I soon ascertained that it had ended Thompson's life. Anticipating no further trouble, however, I went home to dinner. When I returned to town, news of the riot had spread, and with my neighbors, Cameron E. Tom and John G. Downey, I hurried to the scene. It was then that I became eyewitness to the heroic if somewhat comical parts played by Tom and Burns. The former, having climbed up to the top of a box, harangued the crowd, while the sheriff, who had succeeded in mounting a barrel, was also addressing the tumultuous rabble in an effort to restore order. Unfortunately, this receptacle had been coopered to serve as a container, not as a rostrum, and the head of the cask, under the pressure of 200 pounds or more of official avoirdupois, suddenly collapsed, and our worthy guardian of the peace dropped, with accelerated speed, clear through to the ground, and quite unintentionally, for the moment at least, turned a grim tragedy into a grotesque comedy. Following this massacre, the Chinese government made such vigorous protest to the United States that the Washington authorities finally paid a large indemnity. During these negotiations, Chinese throughout the country held lamentation services for the Los Angeles victims, and on August 2, 1872, 4 Chinese priests came from San Francisco to conduct the ceremonies. In 1870, F. P. F. Temple, who had seen constructed 2 sections of the building now known as Temple block, made the fatal blunder of accepting the friendly advice that led him to erect the third section at the junction of Spring and Main streets, and to establish therein a bank under the name of Temple and Workman. The building, costing in the neighborhood of $150,000, was all that could have been desired, proving by long odds the most ornamental edifice in the city; and when, on November 23, 1871, the bank was opened in its comfortable quarters on the Spring Street side of the block, nothing seemed wanting to success. The furnishings were elaborate, one feature of the office outfit being a very handsome counter of native cedar, a decided advance in decoration over the primitive bare or painted wood then common here. Neither Temple, who had sold his fine ranch near Fort Tejon to embark in the enterprise, nor Workman had had any practical experience in either finance or commerce, and to make matters worse, Workman, being at that time a very old man, left the entire management to his son-in-law Temple, in whom he had full confidence. It soon became evident that anybody could borrow money with or without proper security, and unscrupulous people hastened to take advantage of the situation. In due season I shall tell what happened to this bank. In the preceding spring, when the coast-line stage companies were still the only rivals to the steamers, a moment favoring an opposition boat was started, and by June leading shippers were discussing the advisability of even purchasing a competitive steamer, all the vessels up to that time having been owned by companies or individuals with headquarters in the northern metropolis. Matthew Keller was then in San Francisco, and having been led to believe that a company could be financed, books were opened for subscriptions in Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and elsewhere. For lack of the necessary support, this plan was abandoned, but late in July a meeting was held in the Bella Union to further consider the matter. Among those present was George Wright, long engaged in coast shipping, and he proposed to sell the control of the Olympia. Newmark and Company, being considerably interested in the movement, declared themselves ready to cooperate in improving the situation, for which reason great surprise was expressed when, in December, 1871, B.L. Peel, the commission merchant, made an attack upon us, openly charging that although the largest shippers in the city, we had revoked our pledge to sustain the opposition to high freight rates, and so had contributed towards defeating the enterprise. It is true that we finally discouraged the movement, but for a good and sufficient reason. Wright was in the steamship business for anything but his health. His method was to put on a tramp steamer and then cut passenger and freight rates ridiculously low until the regular line would buy him out, a project which on former occasions had caused serious disturbances to business. When therefore Wright made this offer, in 1871, Newmark and Company forthwith refused to participate. I shall show that when greater necessity required it, we took the lead in a movement against the Southern Pacific, which, for lack of loyalty on the part of many of the other shippers, met not only with disastrous failure, but considerable pecuniary loss to ourselves. On December 18, 1871, Judge Murray Morrison died. 3 days later his wife, Jenny, whom we knew as the attractive daughter of Dr. Thomas J. White, also breathed her last. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 30, The Wool Craze, 1872 to 1873. As already stated, the price of wool in 1871 was exceedingly high and continued advancing until in 1872, when, as a result, great prosperity in Southern California was predicted. Enough wool had been bought by us to make what at that time was considered a very handsome fortune. We commenced purchasing on the sheep's back in November, and continued buying everything that was offered until April, 1872, when we made the first shipment, the product being sold at 45 cents per pound. As far as I am aware, the price of wool had never reached 50 cents anywhere in the world, it being ordinarily worth from 10 to 12 cents. And without going into technicalities, which would be of no interest to the average reader, I will merely say that 45 cents was a tremendously high figure for dirty, burry California wool in the grease. When the information arrived that this sale had been effected, I became wool crazy, the more so since I knew that the particular shipment referred to was of very poor quality. Colonel R.S. Baker, who was living on his ranch in Kern County, came to Los Angeles about that time, and we offered him 50 cents a pound for Beal and Baker's clip, amounting to 175,000 pounds. His reply was that it would be impossible to sell without consulting Beal, but Beal proved as wool crazy as I and would not sell. It developed that Beal and Baker did not succeed in effecting a sale in San Francisco, where they soon offered their product, and that they concluded to ship it to Boston, the New England metropolis then, as now, being the most important wool center in the United States. Upon its arrival the wool was stored, and there it remained until, as fate would have it, the entire shipment was later destroyed in the great Boston fire of 1872. As a result of this tremendous conflagration, the insurance company which carried their policy failed, and Beal and Baker met with a great loss. The brothers Philippe, Eugene, and Camille Garnier of the Encino Ranch, who, while generally operating separately, clubbed together at that time in disposing of their product, had a clip of wool somewhat exceeding 150,000 pounds. The spokesman for the three was Eugene, and on the same day that I made Colonel Baker the offer of 50 cents, I told Eugene that I would allow him 48½ cents for the Garnier product. This offer he disdainfully refused, returning immediately to his ranch. And now, as I look back upon the matter, I do not believe that in my entire commercial experience I ever witnessed anything demonstrating so thoroughly, as did these wool transactions, the monstrous greed of man. The sequel, however, points the moral. My offer to the Garnier brothers was made on a Friday. During that day and the next, we received several telegrams indicating that the crest of the craze had been reached, and that buyers refused to take hold. On Monday following the first visit of Eugene Garnier, he again came to town and wanted me to buy their wool at the price which I had quoted him on Friday, but by that time we had withdrawn from the market. My brother wired that San Francisco buyers would not touch it. Hence the Garnier brothers also shipped their product east, and, after holding it practically a full year, finally sold it for 16½ cents a pound in currency, which was then worth 85 cents on the dollar. The year 1872 is on record as the most disastrous wool season in our history, when millions were lost, and H. Newmark and Company suffered their share in the disaster. It was in March that we purchased from Louis Wolfskill, through the instrumentality of L. J. Rose, the Santa Anita Rancho, consisting of something over 8,000 acres, paying him $85,000 for this beautiful domain. The terms agreed upon were $20,000 down, and 4 equal quarterly payments for the balance. In the light of the aftermath, the statement that our expectations of prospective wool profits inspired this purchase seems ludicrous, but it was far from laughable at the time, for it took less than 60 days for H. Newmark and Company to discover that buying ranches on any such basis was not a very safe policy to follow, and would, if continued, result in disaster. Indeed, the outcome was so different from our calculations that it pinched us somewhat to meet our obligations to Wolfskill. This purchase, as I shall soon show, proved a lucky one, and compensated for the earlier nervous and financial strain. John Simmons, who drove H. Newmark and Company's truck and slept in a barn in my backyard on Main Street, was so reliable a man that we made him overseer of the ranch. When we sold the property, Simmons was engaged by Lazard Ferrers, the San Francisco bankers, to do special service that involved the carrying of large sums of money. When we bought the Santa Anita, there were 5 eucalyptus or blue gum trees growing near the house. I understood at the time that these had been planted by William Wolfskill from seed sent to him by a friend in Australia, and that they were the first eucalyptus trees cultivated in Southern California. Sometime early in 1875, the Forest Grove Association started the first extensive tract of eucalyptus trees seen in Los Angeles, and in a decade or two the eucalyptus had become a familiar object. One tree belonging to Howard and Smith, florists at the corner of Olive and 9th Streets, attaining blown down in a windstorm on the night of April 13, 1915, after a growth of 19 years, a height of 134 feet. On the morning of March 26th, Los Angeles was visited by an earthquake of sufficient force to throw people out of bed, many men, women, and children seeking safety by running out in their night clothes. A day or two afterward, excited writers came in from the Owens River Valley, bringing reports which showed the quake to have been the worst, so far as loss of life was concerned, that had afflicted California since the memorable catastrophe of 1812. Intending thereby to encourage the building of railroads, the legislature, on April 4, 1870, authorized the various boards of supervisors to grant aid whenever the qualified voters so elected. This seemed a great step forward, but anti-railroad sentiment, as in the case of Banning's line, again manifested itself here. The Southern Pacific, just incorporated as a subsidiary of the Central Pacific, was laying its tracks down the San Joaquin Valley, yet there was grave doubt whether it would include Los Angeles or not. It contemplated a line through Tehachapi Pass, but from that point two separate surveys had been made, one by way of Soledad Pass via Los Angeles, through costly tunnels and over heavy grades; the other straight to the Needles, over an almost level plain along the 35th parallel, as anticipated by William H. Seward in his Los Angeles speech. At the very time when every obstacle should have been removed, the opposition so crystallized in the legislature that a successful effort was made to repeal the subsidy law. But thanks to our representatives, the measure was made ineffective in Los Angeles County, should the voters specifically endorse the project of a railroad. In April, 1872, Tom Mott and B.D. Wilson wrote Leland Stanford that a meeting of the taxpayers, soon to be called, would name a committee to confer with the railroad officials, and Stanford replied that he would send down E.W. Hyde to speak for the company. About the 1st of May, however, a few citizens gathered for consultation at the Board of Trade Room, and at that meeting it was decided unanimously to send to San Francisco a committee of two, consisting of Governor Downey and myself, there to convey to the Southern Pacific Company the overtures of the city. We accordingly visited Collis P. Huntington, whose headquarters were at the Grand Hotel, and during our interview we canvassed the entire situation. In the course of this interesting discussion, Huntington displayed some engineers' maps and showed us how, in his judgment, the railroad, if constructed to Los Angeles at all, would have to enter the city. When the time for action arrived, the Southern Pacific built into Los Angeles along the lines indicated in our interview with Huntington. On Saturday afternoon, May 18, 1872, a public meeting was held in the Los Angeles courthouse. Governor Downey called the assembly to order, whereupon H.K.S. O'Melveny was elected president, and Major Ben C. Truman secretary. Speeches were made by Downey, Phineas Banning, B.D. Wilson, E.J.C. Kenwin, and C.H. Larrabee, and resolutions were adopted pledging financial assistance from the county, provided the road was constructed within a given time. A committee was then appointed to seek general information concerning railroads likely to extend their lines to Los Angeles, and on that committee I had the honor of serving with F.P.F. Temple, A.F. Coronel, H.K.S. O'Malvaney, J.G. Downey, S.B. Caswell, J.M. Griffith, Henry Dalton, Andres Pico, L.J. Rose, General George Stoneman, and D.W. Alexander. A few days later, Wilson Rose and W.R. Olden of Anaheim were sent to San Francisco to discuss terms with the Southern Pacific, and when they returned they brought with them Stanford's representative, Hyde. Temple, O'Melvaney, and I were made a special committee to confer with Hyde in drawing up ordinances for the county, and these statutes were immediately passed by the supervisors. The Southern Pacific agreed to build 50 miles of its main trunk line through the county, with a branch line to Anaheim, and the county, among other conditions, was to dispose of its stock in the Los Angeles and San Pedro Railroad to the Southern Pacific Company. When all this matter was presented to the people, the opposition was even greater than in the campaign of 1868. One newspaper, the Evening Express, while declaring that "railway companies are soulless corporations, invariably selfish with a love for money," even maintained that "because they are rich they have no more right to build to us than has Governor Downey to build our schoolhouses." Public addresses were made to excited, demonstrative audiences by Henry T. Hazard, R.M. Whitney, and others who favored the Southern Pacific. On the evening of November 4th, or the night before the election, the Southern Pacific adherents held a torchlight procession and a mass meeting, at the same time illuminating the pueblo with the customary bonfires. When the vote was finally counted, it was found that the Southern Pacific had won by a big majority, and thus was made the first concession to the railroad which has been of such paramount importance in the development of this section of the state. In 1872, Nathaniel C. Carter, who boasted that he made for the government the first American flag woven by machinery, purchased and settled upon a part of the Flores rancho near San Gabriel. Through wide advertising, Carter attracted his Massachusetts friends to this section, and in 1874 he started the Carter Excursions and brought trainloads of people to Los Angeles. Terminating a series of wanderings by sea and by land, during which he had visited California in 1849, John Lang, father of Gustav J., once a police commissioner, came to Los Angeles for permanent residence in 1872, bringing a neat little pile of gold. With part of his savings he purchased the 5 acres since known as the Laurel Tract on 16th Street, where he planted an orchard, and some of the balance he put into a loan for which, against his will, he had to take over the lot on Spring Street between 2nd and 3rd, where the Lang building now stands. Soon after his advent here, Lang found himself one of 4 persons of the same name, which brought about such confusion between him, the pioneer at Lang's station, and 2 others, that the bank always labeled him Lang No. 1, while it called the station master Lang No. 2. In 1866 Lang had married, in Victoria, Mrs. Rosine Everhart, a sister of Mrs. Kiln Messer, and his wife refusing to live at the Lonesome Ranch, Lang bought, for $400, the lot on Fort Street on which Tally's Theater now stands, and built there a modest home from which he went out daily to visit his orchard. Being of an exceedingly studious turn of mind, Lang devoted his spare time to profitable reading, and to such an extent had he excluded himself that when he died, on December 9th, 1900, he had passed full 30 years here without having seen Santa Monica or Pasadena. Nor had he entered the courtroom more than once, and then only when compelled to go there to release some property seized upon for taxes, remaining unpaid by one of the other John Langs. Regarded by his family as idealistic and kind-hearted, John Lang was really such a hermit that only with difficulties were friends enough to found who could properly serve as pallbearers. On June 2nd, B.F. Ramirez and others launched the Spanish newspaper La Crónica, from the control of which Ramirez soon retired to make way for E.F. de Celis. Under the latter's leadership the paper became notable as a coast organ for the Latin race. Almost simultaneously, A.J. King and A. Waite published their city directory. On the 17th of July, our family circle was gladdened by the wedding festivities of Caspar Cohn and Miss Hulda, a sister of M.A. Newmark. The bride had been living with us for some time as a member of our family. I have spoken of the attempt made in 1859 to found a public library. In 1872 there was another agitation that led to a mass meeting on December 7th in the old Merced Theater on Main Street, and among others present were Judge Ignacio Sepulveda, General George H. Stoneman, Governor John G. Downey, Henry Kirk White Bent, S.B. Caswell, W.J. Broderick, Colonel G.H. Smith, W.B. Lawler, and myself. The Los Angeles Library Association was formed, and Downey, Bent, Broderick, Caswell, and I were appointed to canvass for funds and donations of books. $50 was charged for a life membership, and $5 for yearly privileges, and besides these subscriptions, donations, and loans of books maintained the library. The institution was established in 4 small dark rooms of the old Downey block on Temple and Spring Streets, where the Federal Building now stands, and where the Times, then the youngest newspaper in Los Angeles, was later housed, and there J.C. Littlefield acted as the first librarian. In 1874 the state legislature passed an enabling act for a public library in Los Angeles, and from that time on public funds contributed to the support of the worthy undertaking. On January 1st, 1873, M.A. Newmark, who had come to Los Angeles 8 years before, was admitted into partnership with H. Newmark and Company, and 3 years later, on February 27th, he married Miss Harriet, daughter of J.P. Newmark. Samuel Cohn having died, the associates then were Caspar Cohn, M.J. Newmark, M.A. Newmark, and myself. On February 1st, 1873, 2 job printers, Yarnell and K-Style, who had opened a little shop at 14 Commercial Street, began to issue a diminutive paper called the Weekly Mirror, with 4 pages but 10 by 13 inches in size, and 3 columns to the page. And this miniature news sheet, falling wet from the press every Saturday, was distributed free. Sources greeted the advertising adventure, and the Journal was known as the smallest newspaper on the coast. A month later, William M. Brown joined the firm, thenceforth called Yarnell, K-Style and Brown. On March 19th, the publishers added a column to each page, announcing, rather prophetically perhaps, their intention of attaining greatness that should know no obstacle or limit. In November, the Mirror was transferred to a building on Temple Street near the Downey Block, erected for its special needs, and there it continued to be published until, in 1887, it was housed with the Times. Nels Williamson, to whom I have referred, married a native Californian, and their oldest daughter, Mariana, in 1873 became the wife of Antonio Franco Coronel, the gay couple settling in one of the old Pueblo adobes on the present site of Bishop and Company's factory, and there they were visited by Helen Hunt Jackson when she came here in the early 80s. In 1886 they moved opposite to the home that Coronel built on the southwest corner of 7th Street and Central Avenue. Educated here at the public and the sisters' schools, Mrs. Cornell was a recognized leader in local society, proving very serviceable in the preparation of Ramona, and receiving in return due acknowledgment from the distinguished authoress who presented her with the first copy of the book published. Daniel Freeman, a Canadian who came in 1873, was one of the many to be attracted to California through Nordhoff's famous book. After looking at many ranches, Freeman inspected the Centinela with Sir Robert Burnett, the Scotch owner then living there. Burnett insisted that the ranch was too dry for farming and cited his own necessity of buying hay at $30 a ton. But Freeman purchased the 25,000 acres, stocked them with sheep, and continued long in that business, facing many a difficulty attendant upon the dry seasons, notably in 1875 76, when he lost fully 22,000 head. L. H. Titus, who bought from J. D. Woodworth the land in his San Gabriel orchard and vineyard, early used iron water pipes for irrigation. A bold venture of the same year was the laying of iron water pipes throughout East Los Angeles, at great expense, by Dr. John S. Griffin and Governor John G. Downey. About the same time, the directors of the Orange Grove Association, which, as we shall later see, founded Pasadena, used iron pipe for conducting water, first to a good reservoir, and then to their lands for irrigating. In 1873 also, the Alhambra tract, then beginning to be settled as a fashionable suburb of Los Angeles, obtained its water supply through the efforts of B.D. Wilson and his son-in-law, J. DeBarth Shorb, who constructed large reservoirs near the San Gabriel Mission, piped water to Alhambra, and sold it to local customers. James R. Toberman, destined to be twice rechosen mayor of Los Angeles, was first elected in 1873, defeating Cristobal Aguilar, an honored citizen of early days, who had thrice been mayor and was again a candidate. Toberman made a record for fiscal reform by reducing the city's indebtedness over $30,000 and leaving a balance of about $25,000 in the treasury, while at the same time he caused the tax rate during his administration to dwindle from $1.60 per hundred to $1. Toberman Street bears this mayor's name. In 1873, President Grant appointed Henry Kirk White Bent, who had arrived in 1868, postmaster of Los Angeles. The several agitations for protection against fire had for a long time no tangible results, due most probably to the lack of water facilities, but after the incorporation of the Los Angeles Water Company and the introduction of 2 or 3 hydrants, 38 loyal citizens of the town in April organized themselves into the first volunteer fire company, popularly termed the 38s, imposing a fee of $1 a month. Some of the yeomen who thus set the ball a-rolling were Major Ben C. Truman, Tom Rowan, W.J. Broderick, Jake Kurtz, Charlie Miles, George Tiffany, Aaron Smith, Henry T. Hazard, Cameron E. Tom, Fred Eaton, Matthew Keller, Dr. J.S. Crawford, Sidney Lacey, John Cashin, and George P. McLean. And such was their devotion to the duty of both allaying and producing excitement, that it was a treat to stand by the side of the dusty street and watch the boys, bowling along, answer the fire bell, the fat as well as the lean hitched to their one-horse cart. This cart, pulled by men, was known as the jumper, a name widely used among early volunteer firemen, and so applied because, when the puffing and blowing enthusiasts drew the cart after them, by means of ropes, the 2-wheeled vehicle jumped from point to point along the uneven surface of the road. The first engine of the 38s, known as Fire Engine No. 1, was housed, I think, back of the Pico House, but was soon moved to a building on Spring Street near Franklin and close to City Hall. About 1873, or possibly 1874, shrimps first appeared in the local market. In 1873, the Los Angeles Daily News suspended publication. A.J. King had retired on the 1st of January, 1870, to be succeeded by Charles E. Bean. On October 10, 1872, Alonzo Waite had sold his interest, and Bean alone was at the helm when the ship foundered. To resume the narrative of the Daily Star. In July, Henry Hamilton sold both the paper and the job printing office for $6,000 to Major Ben C. Truman, and the latter conducted the Star for 3 or 4 years, filling it brimful of good things just as his more fiery predecessor had done. John Lang, number 2, the cultivator of fruit on what was afterward Washington Gardens, who established Lang's Station and managed the Sulphur Springs and the hotel there, in July killed a bear said to have been one of the grisliest grizzlies ever seen on the coast. Lang started after Mr. Bruin, and, during an encounter in the San Fernando range that nearly cost his life, finally shot him. The bear tipped the beam (forbid it that anyone should question the reading of the scales) at 2,350 pounds, and later, as gossip had it, the pelt was sold to a museum in Liverpool, England. This adventure, which will doubtless bear investigation, recalls another hunt by Colonel William Butts, later editor of the Southern Californian, in which the doughty colonel, while rolling over and over with the infuriated beast, plunged a sharp blade into the animal's vitals, but only after Butts' face, arm, and legs had been horribly lacerated. Butts' bear, 100 hunters in San Luis Obispo County might have told you, weighed 2,100 pounds or more. Dismissing these bear stories, some persons may yet be interested to learn of the presence here, in earlier days, of the ferocious wild boar. These were met with, for a long time, in the wooded districts of certain mountainous land tracts owned by the Avilas, and there wild swine were hunted as late as 1873. In this summer, D.M. Barry, General Nathan Kimball, Calvin Fletcher, and J.H. Baker came to Los Angeles from Indianapolis, representing the California Colony of Indiana, a cooperative association which proposed to secure land for Hoosiers who wished to found a settlement in Southern California. The scheme originated with Dr. Thomas Balch Eliot of Indianapolis, Barry's brother-in-law, and an army surgeon who had established the first grain elevator in Indiana, and whose wife, now ill, could no longer brave the severe winters of the Middle West. Soon after their arrival Wall Street's crash brought ruin to many subscribers, and the members of the committee found themselves stranded in Los Angeles. Barry opened a real estate office on Main Street near Arcadia for himself and the absent Eliot, and one day, at the suggestion of Judge B.S. Eaton, Baker visited the San Pasqual Rancho, then in almost primeval glory, and was so pleased with what he saw that he persuaded Fletcher to join Dr. Eliot, Thomas H. Croft of Indianapolis, and himself in incorporating the San Gabriel Orange Grove Association, with 100 shares at $250 each. The association then bought out Dr. J.S. Griffin's interest, or some 4,000 acres in the ranch, paying about $12.50 per acre, after which some 1,500 of the choicest acres were subdivided into tracts of from 15 to 60 acres each. The San Pasqual settlement was thus called for a while the Indiana Colony, though but a handful of Hoosiers had actually joined the movement. The Dr. and Mrs. Eliot, reaching Los Angeles on December 1, 1874, immediately took possession of their grant on the banks of the Arroyo Seco near the Fremont Trail. On April 22, 1875, the Indiana Colony was discontinued as the name of the settlement, it being seen that a more attractive title should be selected. Dr. Eliot wrote to a college mate in the East for an appropriate Indian name, and Pasadena was adopted as Chippewa for Crown of the Valley. Linguists, I am informed, do not endorse the word as Indian of any kind, but it is a musical name and now famous and satisfactory. Dr. Eliot threw all his energy into the cultivation of oranges, but it was not long before he saw, with a certain prophetic vision, that not the fruit itself, but the health-giving and charming qualities of the San Pasqual climate were likely to prove the real asset of the colonists and the foundation of their prosperity. Pasadena and South Pasadena, therefore, owe their existence largely to the longing of a frail Indiana woman for a less rigorous climate and her dream that in the sunny Southland along the Pacific she should find health and happiness. M.J. Newmark was really instrumental, more than anyone else, in first persuading D.M. Barry to come to California. He had met Barry in New York, and talked to him of the possibility of buying the Santa Anita Rancho, which we were then holding for sale. And on his return he traveled homeward by way of Indiana, stopping off at Indianapolis in order to bring Barry out here to see the property. Owing to the high price asked, however, Barry and his associates could not negotiate the purchase, and so the matter was dropped. Lawson D. Hollingsworth and his wife Lucinda, Quakers from Indiana, opened the first grocery at the crossroads in the new settlement, and for many years were popularly spoken of as Grandpa and Grandma Hollingsworth. Dr. H. T. Hollingsworth, their son, now of Los Angeles, kept the post office in the grocery, receiving from the government for his services the munificent sum of 25 cents a week. The summer of 1873 was marked by the organization of a corporation designed to advance the general business interests of Los Angeles and vicinity. This was the Chamber of Commerce, or, as it was at first called, the Board of Trade, and had its origin in a meeting held on August 1st in the old courthouse on the site of the present Bullard Block. Ex-Governor John G. Downey was called to the chair, and J. M. Griffith was made Secretary pro tem. Before the next meeting, over 100 representative merchants registered for membership, and on August 9th, a constitution and bylaws were adopted, a board of 11 directors elected, and an admission fee of $5 agreed upon. 2 days later, the organization was incorporated, with J. G. Downey, S. Lazard, M. J. Newmark, H. W. Hellman, P. Beaudry, S. B. Caswell, Dr. J. S. Griffin, R. M. Whitney, C. C. Lips, J. M. Griffith, and I. W. Lord as directors, and these officers chose Solomon Lazard as the first president and I. W. Lord as the first secretary. Judge Whitney's office in the Temple Block was the meeting place. The Chamber unitedly and enthusiastically set to work to push forward the commercial interests of Southern California, and the first appropriation by Congress for the survey and improvement of San Pedro Harbor was effected mainly through the new society's efforts. Descriptive pamphlets setting forth the advantages of our locality were distributed throughout the East, and steps were taken to build up the trade with Arizona and the surrounding territory. In this way, the Chamber of Commerce labored through 2 or 3 succeeding years, until bank failures, droughts, and other disasters, of which I shall speak, threw the cold blanket of discouragement over even so commendable an enterprise, and for the time being its activities ceased. On October 3rd, C. A. Stork founded the Daily and Weekly Herald, editing the paper until August 1874, when J. M. Bassett became its editor. In a few months he retired, and John M. Baldwin took up the quill. In the autumn of 1873, Barnard Brothers set in operation the first woolen mill here, built in 1868 or 1869 by George Hanson and his associates in the Canal and Reservoir Company. It was located on the ditch along the canyon of the Arroyo de los Reyes, now Figueroa Street, and for 15 years or more was operated by the Barnards and the Coulters, after which it was turned into an ice factory. In March of the preceding year I sent my son Maurice to New York, expecting him there to finish his education. It was thought best, however, to allow him, in 1873, to proceed across the ocean and on to Paris, where he might also learn the French language, at that time an especially valuable acquisition in Los Angeles. To this latter decision I was led when Zadok Khan, Grand Rabbi of Paris, and afterward Grand Rabbi of France, and brother-in-law of Eugene Meyer, signified his willingness to take charge of the lad, and for 3 years the Grand Rabbi and his excellent wife well fulfilled their every obligation as temporary guardians. How great an advantage indeed this was will be readily recognized by all familiar with the published life of Zadok Khan, and his reputation as a scholar and pulpit orator. He was a man of the highest ideals, as was proved in his unflinching activity with Émile Zola in the defense and liberation of the long persecuted Dreyfus. Sometime in December, Elsie Tibbets, one of the early colonists at Riverside, received a small package from a friend at Washington, D.C., after having driven 65 miles to Los Angeles to get it, and he took it out of the little express office without attracting any more attention than to call forth the observation of the clerk that someone must care a lot about farming to make so small fuss about 2 young trees. "'Tis nothing," says the fool. The package in question contained 2 small orange trees from Bahia, Brazil, brought to the United States by the Agricultural Department, and destined to bestow upon Tibbets the honor of having originated the navel orange industry of California. In 1873, drum barracks at Wilmington were offered by the government at public auction, and what had cost $1,000,000 or so to install was knocked down for less than $10,000 to B. D. Wilson, who donated it for educational purposes. During the winter of 1873 74, the Southern Pacific commenced the construction of its Anaheim branch, and the first train from Los Angeles to the thriving, expectant German settlement made the run in January, 1875. Max Cohn, a nephew, arrived in Los Angeles in 1873 and clerked for H. Newmark and Company for a number of years. In December 1885, when I retired from the wholesale grocery business, Max became a full partner. In 1888, failing health compelled him, although a young man, to seek European medical advice, and he entered a sanatorium at Falkenstein in the Taunus Mountains, where, in 1889, he died. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 31. The End of Vasquez, 1874. Although a high school had been proposed for Los Angeles as early as 1860, it was not until 1873, during Dr. W. T. Lucky's superintendency and under his teaching, that high school courses were inaugurated here. Then the more advanced students were accommodated in the schoolhouse on Pound Cake Hill, where the courthouse now stands. And from this humble beginning the present high school system of Los Angeles has been evolved. Later, under Dr. T. H. Rose's leadership, the grammar departments were removed to the other school buildings, and the high school was conducted as an independent institution. In 1874, S. Lazard and Company dissolved, Eugene and Constant Meyer succeeding, on June 15th, under the firm name of Eugene Meyer and Company, or, as the store was better known, the City of Paris. Charles H., or Charlie White, long prominent in the passenger department of the Southern Pacific, entered the service of the Los Angeles and San Pedro Railroad in 1874 as John Milner's assistant, and soon became the regular ticket agent here. After 40 years of invaluable service, he is still with the Southern Pacific, occupying the important position of chief clerk of the General Passenger Office. George H. Peck, county superintendent of schools between 1874 and 1876, was a Vermonter who came in 1869 and bought 500 acres of land near El Monte. On his first visit to the coast, Peck handled hay in San Francisco when it was worth $200 a ton. Then he mined a little, and subsequently he opened the first public school in Sacramento and the first industrial school in San Francisco. Andrew A. Weinshank, a veteran of the Battle of Vera Cruz, who came to Los Angeles in 1856, died on February 16, 1874. For a while he sold homemade sauerkraut, pickles, and condiments, and was one of a well-known family in the German pioneer group here. Carrie, one of Weinshank's daughters, married a circus man named Lee, who made periodical visits to Los Angeles, erecting a small tent, at first somewhere in the neighborhood of the present Times building, in which to conduct his show. Later, Polly Lee became a writer in the circus, and with her father electrified the youth of the town when Lee, in the character of Dick Turpin, and mounted on his charger Black Bess, carried off the weeping Polly to his den of freebooters. A son, Frank A. Weinshank, was a pioneer plumber. In the early 70s, while the Southern Pacific Railway was building from San Francisco to San Jose, some 12 or 15 bandits, carousing at a country dance in the Mexican settlement Panama, about 6 miles south of Bakersfield, planned to cross the mountains and hold up the pay car. They were unsuccessful, whereupon they turned their attention to the village of Tres Pinos, robbed several storekeepers, and killed 3 or 4 men. They were next heard of at Little Kingston in Tulare County, where they plundered practically the whole town. Then they once more disappeared. Presently various clues pointed to the identity of the chief bandito as one Tiburcio Vasquez, born in Monterey in the 30s, who had taken to the life of an outlaw, because, as he fantastically said, some gringos had insolently danced off with the prettiest girls at fandangos, among them being his sweetheart, whom an American had wronged. With the exception of his lieutenant, Chavez, he trusted no one, and when he moved from place to place, Chavez alone accompanied him. In each new field he recruited a new gang, and he never slept in camp with his followers. Although trailed by several sheriffs, Vasquez escaped to Southern California, leading off the wife of one of his associates, a bit of gallantry that contributed to his undoing, as the irate husband at once gave the officers much information concerning Vasquez's life and methods. One day in the spring of 1874, Vasquez and 3 of his companions appeared at the ranch of Alessandro Repetto, 9 miles from town, disguised as sheep shearers. The following morning, while the inmates of the ranch house were at breakfast, the highwaymen entered the room and held up the defenseless household. Vasquez informed Repetto that he was organizing a revolution in Lower California and merely desired to borrow the trifling sum of $800. Repetto replied that he had no money in the house, but Vasquez compelled the old man to sign a check for the sum demanded, and immediately dispatched to town a boy working for Repetto with the strict injunction that if he did not return with the money alone, and soon, his master would be shot. When the check was presented at the Temple and Workman Bank, Temple, who happened to be there, became suspicious but could elicit from the messenger no satisfactory response to his questions. The bank was but a block from the courthouse, and when Sheriff Rowland hurriedly came, in answer to a summons, he was inclined to detain the lad. The boy, however, pleaded so hard for Repetto's life that the sheriff agreed to the messenger's returning alone with the money. Soon after, Rowland and several deputies started out along the same trail, but a lookout sighted the approaching horsemen and gave the alarm. Vasquez and his associates took to flight and were pursued as far as Tehunga Pass, but, as the cutthroats were mounted on fresh horses, they escaped. Even while being pursued, Vasquez had the audacity to fleece a party of men in the employ of the Los Angeles Water Company who were doing some work near the Alhambra tract. The well-known Angeleno and engineer in charge, Charles E. Mills, was relieved of an expensive gold watch. In April, 1874, Sheriff Rowland heard that Vasquez had visited the home of Greek George, the Smyrnio camel driver to whom I have referred, and who was living about 10 miles from Los Angeles, near the present location of Hollywood. Rowland took into his confidence D.K. Smith and persuaded him to stroll that way, ostensibly as a farmer's hand seeking employment, and within 2 weeks Smith reported to Rowland that the information as to Vasquez's whereabouts was correct. Rowland then concluded to make up a posse, but inasmuch as a certain element kept Vasquez posted regarding the sheriff's movements, Rowland had to use great precaution. Anticipating this emergency, City Detective Emil Harris, 4 years later Chief of Police, had been quietly transferred to the sheriff's office, in addition to whom Rowland selected Albert Johnson, Under Sheriff, B.F. Hartley, a local policeman, J.S. Bryant, City Constable, Mayor Henry M. Mitchell, an attorney, D.K. Smith, Walter Rogers, proprietor of the Palace Saloon, and G.A. Beers, a correspondent of the San Francisco Chronicle. All these were ordered to report one by one with their horses, shortly after midnight, at Jones's Corral on Spring Street near 7th. Arms and ammunition, carefully packed, were likewise smuggled in. Whether true or not that Vasquez would speedily be informed of the sheriff's whereabouts, it is certain that, in resolving not to leave his office, Rowland sacrificed, for the public weal, such natural ambition that he cannot be too much applauded, not even the later reward of $8,000 really compensating him for his disappointment. By 1:30 in the morning the 8 members of the posse were all in the saddle and silently following a circuitous route. At about daybreak, in dense fog, they camped at the mouth of Nichols's Canyon, 2 miles away from the house of Greek George, where Charles Knowles, an American, was living. When the fog lifted, Johnston, Mitchell, Smith, and Bryant worked their way to a point whence they could observe Greek George's farm, and Bryant, returning to camp, reported that a couple of gray horses had been seen tied near the ranch house. Shortly thereafter a 4-horse empty wagon, driven by 2 Mexicans, went by the canyon and was immediately stopped and brought in. The Mexicans were put in charge of an officer, and about the same time Johnston came tearing down the ravine with the startling statement that Vasquez was undoubtedly at Greek George's. A quick consultation ensued, and it was decided by the posse to approach their goal in the captured vehicle, leaving their own horses in charge of Knowles, and having warned the Mexicans that they would be shot if they proved treacherous, the deputies climbed into the wagon and lay down out of sight. When 100 yards from the house, the officers stealthily scattered in various directions. Harris, Rogers, and Johnston ran to the north side, and Hartley and Beers to the west. Through an open door Vasquez was seen at the breakfast table, and Harris, followed by the others, made a quick dash for the house. A woman waiting on Vasquez attempted to shut the officers out, but Harris injected his rifle through the half-open door and prevented her. During their excitement Vasquez climbed through a little window, and Harris, yelling "There he goes," raised his Henry rifle and shot at him. By the time Harris had reached the other side of the house, Vasquez was 100 feet away and running like a deer toward his horse. In the meantime, first Hartley and then the other officers used their shotguns and slightly wounded him again. Vasquez then threw up his hands, saying, "Boys, you've done well, but I've been a damned fool and it's my own fault." The identity of the bandit thus far had not been established, and when Harris asked his name, he answered Alessandro Martinez. [Footnote: Not the Spanish Alejandro, a variation doubtless suggested by the Italian Repetto's forename.] In the meantime, captors and prisoner entered the house, and Vasquez, who was weakened from his wounds, sat down, while the young woman implored the officers not to kill him. At closer range a good view was obtained of the man who had so long terrorized the State. He was about 5 feet 6 or 7 inches in height, sparely built, with small feet and hands, in that respect by no means suggesting the desperado, with a low forehead, black, coarse hair and mustache, and furtive, cunning eyes. By this time the entire posse, excepting Mitchell and Smith, who had followed a man seen to leave Greek George's, proceeded to search the house. The first door, opened, revealed a young fellow holding a baby in his arms. He, the most youthful member of the organization, had been placed on guard. There were no other men in the house, although 4 rifles and 6 pistols, all loaded and ready for use, were found. Fearing no such raid, the other outlaws were afield in the neighborhood, and being warned by the firing, they escaped. One of Vasquez's guns, by the way, has been long preserved by the family of Francisco Ybarra, and now rests secure in the county museum. Underneath one of the beds was found Vasquez's vest containing Charlie Miles's gold watch, which Harris at once recognized. The prisoner was asked whether he was seriously hurt, and he said that he expected to die, at the same time admitting that he was Vasquez and asking Harris to write down some of his bequests. He said that he was a single man, although he had 2 children living at Elizabeth Lake, and he exhibited portraits of them. He protested that he had never killed a human being, and said that the murders at Tres Pinos were due to Chavez's disobedience of orders. The officers borrowed a wagon from Judge Thompson, who lived in the neighborhood, into which they loaded Vasquez, the boy, and the weapons, and so proceeded on their way. When they arrived near town, Smith and Mitchell caught up with them. Mitchell was then sent to give advance notice of Vasquez's capture and to have medical help on hand, and by the time the party arrived the excitement was intense. The city fathers, then in session, rushed out pell-mell, and crowds surrounded the jail. Dr. K.D. Wise, health officer, and Dr. J.P. Whitney, county physician, administered treatment to the captive. Vasquez, in irons, pleaded that he was dying, but Dr. Whitney, as soon as he had examined the captive, warned the sheriff that the prisoner, if he escaped, would still be game for a long day's ride. Everybody who could visited him, and I was no exception. I was disgusted, however, when I found Vasquez's cell filled with flowers, sent by some white women of Los Angeles who had been carried away by the picturesque career of the bandito, but Sheriff Rowland soon stopped all foolish exuberance. Vasquez admitted that he had frequently visited Mexicans in Los Angeles, doing this against the advice of his lieutenant Chavez, who had warned him that Sheriff Rowland also had good friends among the Mexicans. Among those said to have been in confidential touch with Vasquez was Mariano G. Santa Cruz, a prominent figure, in his way, in Sonora town. He kept a grocery about 300 feet from the old Plaza Church on the east side of Upper Main Street, and had a curiously assorted household. There, on many occasions, it is declared, Vasquez found a safe refuge. 5 days after the capture, Señor Repetto called upon the prisoner, who was in chains, and remarked, "I have come to say that so far as I am concerned, you can settle that little account with God Almighty." Vasquez, with characteristic flourishes, thanked the Italian and began to speak of repayment, when Repetto replied, "I do not expect that. But I beg of you, if ever you resume operations, never to visit me again." Whereupon Vasquez, placing his hand dramatically upon his breast, exclaimed, "Ah, señor, I am a cavalier, with a cavalier's heart. Señor Repetto, yo soy un caballero, con el corazón de un caballero." As soon as Vasquez's wounds were healed, he was taken by Sheriff Rowland to Tres Pinos and there indicted for murder. Miller and Lux, the great cattle owners, furnished the money, it was understood, for his defense, supposedly as a matter of policy. His attorneys asked for and obtained a change of venue, and Vasquez was removed to San Jose. There he was promptly tried, found guilty, and in March, 1875, hanged. Many good anecdotes were long told of Vasquez, one of which was that he could size up a man quickly as to whether he was a native son or not by the direction in which he would roll a cigarette, toward or away from himself. As soon as the long-feared bandit was in captivity, local wits began to joke at his expense. A burlesque on Vasquez was staged late in May at the Merced Theater, and the day the outlaw was captured a merchant began his advertisement. "Vasquez says that Mendel Meyer has the finest and most complete stock of dry goods and clothing, etc." In the spring of 1874, Charles Maclay, with whom were associated George Kay and F. P. Porter, purchased the San Fernando Rancho, which consisted of 56,000 acres, and embraced the old Spanish mission; and on April 20th Maclay invited 50 of his friends to a picnic on his newly acquired possession. During the day someone suggested founding a town there. The name of the new settlement was to be decided by a vote of the participants, and almost unanimously they selected the title of San Fernando. Within a couple of weeks hundreds of lots were sold, and the well-known colony was soon on the way to prosperity. Boring for petroleum commenced in the San Fernando Mountains about that time, and the new town became the terminus of the Southern Pacific until the long tunnel was completed. Maclay, who was a native of Massachusetts, came to California at about the same time I did. He was at first a tanner in Santa Cruz, but later came south, and entering into politics in addition to his other activities, became state senator, in which position he attained considerable local prominence. A charming home of the '70s was that of Dr. and Mrs. Shaw, pioneers, situated, as I recollect, on San Pedro Street, perhaps as far south as what is now Adams. They conducted a diversified nursery, including some orange trees, to obtain which Shaw had journeyed all the way to Nicaragua. Toward the end of April, 1874, General E. F. Beale and Colonel R. S. Baker, representing themselves and New York capitalists, sought support for a new railroad project, a single track line to run from this city to Shoofly Landing, located, I think, near the present Playa del Rey and considerably north of San Pedro, where a town, Truxton, doubtless named after the general's son, was to be founded. The proposed railway was to be known as the Los Angeles and Truxton Railroad, with a route from the western part of the city in the direction of Cienega and the Rincon de los Bueyes, along a corner of the Bayona. The estimated length of the line was 14 miles, and the projectors claimed that it would enable the Angeleno to reach San Francisco within 30 hours, with but one night at sea, and so add to the comfort, convenience, and cheapness of passenger travel. A new harbor and an additional pier stretching far into the ocean were to be features of the enterprise, but for some reason or other nothing grew out of the movement. As late as the following September the promoters were still interviewing councilmen and ranch owners, but the Los Angeles and Truxton Railroad remained a mere fancy of the financier and engineer. For a resort that never came to be settled by a community, Truxton acquired some fame in the early '70s, a rumor also being current in the summer of 1874 that a fine seashore hotel was to be built there. A clipping before me of the same date even says that "the roads to Santa Monica, Truxton, and Will Tell's are in splendid order, the former being the finest natural highway on the Pacific coast." F. X. Eberly and his wife Mercedes came here in 1874, bought 6 or 7 acres on the corner of San Pedro and the present 8th Streets, and fitted up the city gardens, with bowling alleys, swings, lawns, and bowers, erecting there also a picturesque windmill. I have expressed the surprise that I felt when, upon my return from New York in 1868, I observed that the approaches to the hills were dotted here and there with little homes. This extension of the residence area, together with the general lack of street and sidewalk improvements, making travel to and from the town somewhat inconvenient, suggested, I have no doubt, the need of the first street railroad here. In 1869 Judge R. M. Whitney, together with his associates, obtained a 50-year franchise, and by 1874 the Little Spring and Sixth Street line, in time bought by S. C. Hubbell and J. E. Hollenbeck, had been built and was in operation. It is my recollection that this line, partly paid for by subscriptions from property owners along the selected route, each of whom contributed 50 cents per running foot, began at the plaza and extended as far out as Pearl and Sixth Streets by way of Main, Spring, First, Fort, Fourth, Hill, Fifth, and Olive, and that it was at the Sixth and Pearl Street terminus that the almost miniature wooden barn was put up. For the convenience of the traveling public, 2 bobtailed one-horse cars with a small platform at each end were used over a single track approximately but 2½ miles in length, and to permit these cars to pass each other when they met halfway along the line, a turnout or side track was constructed. Many a time, at such a siding, have I wasted precious minutes awaiting the arrival of the other belated car, and the annoyance of these delays was accentuated when, in winter, the cars stuck in the mud and often required an hour or more to make the run from one end of the line to the other. Indeed, the ties having been laid almost on the surface of the streets, service in bad weather was sometimes suspended altogether. Each car was in charge of a driver who also acted as conductor and was permitted to stop as often as he pleased to take on or let off passengers, and while the single horse or mule jogged along slowly, the driver, having wound his reins around the handle of the brake, would pass through the never crowded vehicle and take up the fares. Single rides cost 10 cents, 4 tickets were sold for 2 bits, and 20 tickets were given for $1. So provincial was the whole enterprise that passengers were expected to purchase their tickets either at W.J. Broderick's bookstore or of Dr. Fred P. Howard, the druggist. At a later period, a metal box with a glass front was installed, into which the passenger was required to drop his coin or ticket. In those modest days, small compensation in public utility enterprises, if such they could be called, was quite acceptable, and since the Spring and Sixth Street line had proven rather profitable, it was not long before W.J. Broderick, Governor Downey, O.W. Childs, Dave Waldron, I.W. Hellman, and others inaugurated a second horse railway. This was popularly known as the Main Street line and extended straight down Main Street from Temple Block to Washington Gardens. Much of the same kind of equipment was used, one horse or mule poking along with a bobtailed car in tow, seating at most 8 or 10 passengers. But the fare for adults was 10 cents and for children 5. At night, the motor power and the couple of cars were housed in a barn at either Main or Washington Street. Soon after this line was in running order, it was extended from Washington south to Jefferson, out Jefferson to Wesley (now University) Avenue, and thence to the racetrack at Agricultural Park, and there the shed for this section was erected. Still later, a branch was built out Washington Street to Figueroa and down Figueroa to Jefferson, where it connected with the first extension. No formal transfers were made, transfer tickets first coming into vogue in Los Angeles about 1889. 2 routes for the cars were arranged, both running between Temple Block and the racetrack. The entire system was controlled by the Main Street and Agricultural Park Railroad Company, with which W.J. Broderick was associated as its first president, continuing in that office until his death in 1898. In 1877, Colonel John O. Wheeler, the quondam journalist, was manager. Later, E.M. Lorick was superintendent, the same Lorick who built the line between Oakland and Berkeley, and was finally killed by one of his own cars. James Gallagher, who went to work for the Main Street and Agricultural Park Railroad Company in October 1888, and who had charge also of one of the first electric cars run here, is still a streetcar conductor pleasantly known, with the longest record for service of any conductor in the city. As I have said, travel in winter was anything but expeditious and agreeable, and it was not uncommon for passengers, when a car left the track, to get out and assist in the operation of putting it back. Notwithstanding these drawbacks, however, the mule car novelty became popular with some, and one Spanish girl in particular, whose father amply supplied her with pocket money, was a frequent passenger, riding back and forth from hour to hour for months. As late as 1887 there were no cars before 6 o'clock in the morning or after 10 o'clock at night, and in that same year serious complaint was made that despite a city ordinance forbidding any street railway company to carry more than 40 persons in a car drawn by a single horse, the ordinance was shamefully disregarded. Another regulation then frequently disobeyed was supposed to limit smoking to the rear end of streetcars. The same year D.V. Waldron bought about 35 acres on the southwest corner of Main and Washington Streets, soon known as the Washington Gardens, later Schuetz Park. These gardens, among the most popular pleasure resorts here, were served by the Main Street cars which ran direct to the gate. In addition to a Sunday afternoon variety show that held forth in a small pavilion and secured most of its talent from Wood's Opera House, there was also dancing for those who wished to indulge. I may add that this so-called Opera House was nothing more than a typical Western song and dance resort, the gallery being cut up into boxes where the actresses, between the acts, mingled with the crowd. Patrons indulged in drinking and smoking, and the bar in front did a thriving business. An insignificant collection of animals, one of which, an escaping monkey, once badly bit Waldron, attracted not only the children but their elders as well, and charmingly arranged walks amid trees and bowers afforded innocent and healthful means of recreation. Waldron later went to Alaska, where a tragic death closed his career. Alone and in want, he was found in May 1911, dead in his hut. Waldron and Eberly's prosperity may have influenced George Layman's fortunes, but however that was, he always maintained his popularity. Many a joke was cracked at his expense, yet everybody had a good word for him. Here is a newspaper note of '74. Roundhouse George is making great improvements in his property at Fort and Sixth Streets. He has already at great expense set out a post and whitewashed a cactus plant. The popularity of the 38th Fire Company soon inspired a second group of the good men of Los Angeles, and in 1874 or 1875, George Furman, George E. Gard, Joe Manning, John R. Byerly, Bryce McClellan, and others started Confidence Engine Company No. 2, obtaining a steamer known as an Amoskiag, which they installed in a building on Main Street near First, on what was later the site of Child's Opera House. It soon developed, as in the days of the San Pedro stages, when the most important feature of the trip was the race to town, that a conflagration was a matter of secondary importance, the mad dash in rivalry by the two companies being the paramount object. This was carried to such an extent that day following a fire was largely given to discussing the race, and the first thing that everybody wished to know was, who got there first. Indeed, I believe that many an alarm was sounded to afford the boys around town a good chance to stake their bets. All this made the fire laddies the most popular groups in the pueblo, and in every public parade for years the volunteer fire companies were the chief attraction. In 1876, Walter S. Moore, an arrival of 1875, became the Confidence Engine Company's secretary, that being the commencement of his career as a builder of the department. In 1877 Moore was elected president, occupying that office till 1883, when he was made chief engineer of the Los Angeles Fire Department. On May 13, 1874, the Los Angeles Daily Star contained the following reference to Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Newmark, in an event of particular interest to me and my family. Mr. Newmark, père, and wife, were among the passengers for San Francisco by the Senator yesterday. This well-known and highly esteemed couple go to attend the marriage of their son, Judge M.J. Newmark, which occurs on the 7th Proximo, as announced in a SAR some time ago. Eugene Meyer and myself attended the wedding, leaving Los Angeles by stage and completely surprising the merry company a few moments before the groom's father performed the ceremony. The fair bride was Miss Sophie Cahen, and the occasion proved one of the very agreeable milestones in an interesting and successful career. The firstborn of this union, Henry M. Newmark, now of Morgan and Newmark, has attained civic distinction, being president of the library board. The reason we journeyed north by stage was to escape observation, for since the steamer service had been so considerably improved, most of our friends were accustomed to travel by water. The Pacific Mail Steamship Company at that time was running the Senator, the Pacific, the Orizaba, and the Monongo, the latter being the gunboat sold by the government at the end of the war, and which remained on the route until 1877, while the line controlled by Goodall, Nelson and Perkins, or Goodall, Nelson and Company, had on their list the Constantine, the Colorama, the Monterey, and the San Luis, sometimes also running the California, which made a specialty of carrying combustibles. A year later the Ancon commenced to run between San Francisco and San Diego, and excepting half a year when she plied between the Golden Gate and Portland, was a familiar object until 1884. The Farmers and Merchants Bank on June 15, 1874, moved to their new building on the west side of Main Street, opposite the Bella Union. On July 25, 1874, Conrad Jacobi commenced in the old Lanfranco building the weekly Sud Californische Post, and for 15 years or more it remained the only German newspaper issued in Southern California. Jacobi's brother Philo was the well-known sharpshooter. Henry T. Payne, the early photographer, was probably the first to go out of town to take views in suburbs then just beginning to attract attention. Santa Monica was his favorite field, and a newspaper clipping or two preserved the announcements by which the wet plate artist stimulated interest in his venture. One of these reads: "Mr. Payne will be at Santa Monica next Sunday and take photographic views of the camp, the ocean, the surrounding scenery, and such groups of campers and visitors as may see fit to arrange themselves for that purpose." While another and rather contradictory notice is as follows: "To make photographs of moving life, such as Mr. Payne's bathing scenes at Santa Monica next Saturday, it is absolutely necessary that everybody should keep perfectly still during the few seconds the plate is being exposed, for the least move might completely spoil an otherwise beautiful effect. Santa Monica, with its bathers in nice costume, sporting in the surf, with here and there an artistically posed group basking in the sunshine, ought to make a beautiful picture." As late as 1874, Fort Street, not yet called Broadway, was almost a plain, except for the presence of a few one-story adobe houses. J. M. Griffith, the lumberman, put up the first two-story frame dwelling house between 2nd and 3rd Streets, and Judge H. K. S. O. Mulvaney the second, shortly after which Eugene Meyer and myself built our homes in the same block. These were put upon the lots formerly owned by Burns and Buffum. Within the next 2 or 3 years the west side of Fort Street, between 2nd and 3rd, was the choicest residence neighborhood in the growing city, and there was certainly not the remotest idea at that time that this street would ever be used for business purposes. Some time later, however, as I was going home one day, I met Griffith, and we walked together from Spring Street down First, talking about the new county bank and its cashier, J. M. Elliott, whom Griffith had induced 4 years previously to come to Los Angeles and take charge of Griffith, Lynch and Company's lumberyard at Compton. We then spoke of the city's growth, and in the course of the conversation he said, "Newmark, Fort Street is destined to be the most important business thoroughfare in Los Angeles." I laughed at him, but time has shown the wisdom of Griffith's prophecy. The construction of this Fort Street home I commenced in the spring, contracting with E. F. Kaiser as the architect and with Skinner and Small as the builders. In September we moved in, and I shall never forget a happy compliment paid us the first evening. We had already retired when the sound of music and merriment made it unmistakable that we were being serenaded. Upon opening the door we saw a large group of friends, and having invited them into the house, the merry makers remained with us until the early morning hours. In July, 1874, the Los Angeles County Bank was started with a capital of $300,000, its first directors being R. S. Baker, Jotham Bixby, George S. Dodge, J. M. Griffith, Vincent A. Hoover, Jonathan S. Slauson, and H. B. Tishner, with J. M. Elliott as cashier. Its first location was the room just rented by the Farmers and Merchants Bank adjoining the Bella Union, the county bank's step in that direction being due, no doubt, to a benevolent desire to obtain some of its predecessor's business. And in July, 1878, it moved into the Temple and Workman banking room after the latter's failure. For a while the county bank did both a commercial and a savings business, but later it forfeited the savings clause of its charter, and its capital was reduced to $100,000. In time, John E. Plater, a well-known Angeleno, became a controlling factor. About the end of 1874, Edward F. Spence, who had come to California by way of the Nicaragua route a year earlier than myself, reached Los Angeles. In 1884, Spence was elected mayor on the Republican ticket. In the course of time he withdrew somewhat from activity in Los Angeles and became a heavy investor in property at Monrovia. In 1874 or 1875 there appeared on the local scene a man who, like his second cousin, United States Senator Mallory of Florida, was destined to become a character of national renown, a man who as such could and as a matter of fact did serve his constituents faithfully and well. That man was Stephen M. White. He was born in San Francisco a few weeks before I saw that harbor city, and was therefore a native son, his parents having come to the coast in 1849. While a youth he was sent to Santa Clara, where, in June, 1871, he graduated from the well-known college. He read law at Watsonville and later at Santa Cruz, and having been admitted to the bar in 1874, he shortly afterward came to the Southland. Arriving in Los Angeles, White studied law with John D. Bicknell, who afterward took him into partnership, and he soon proved to be a brilliant lawyer. He was also an orator of the first magnitude, and this combination of talent made him not only prominent here, but attracted great attention to him from beyond the confines of city and county. Standing as a Democrat in 1882, he was elected district attorney by a large majority, and in that capacity served with distinction, in the end declining renomination. In 1886 he was elected state senator and soon became president of the Senate and then acting lieutenant governor. After a phenomenal career both in his profession and in the public service, during which he was one of 3 counsel elected by the California legislature to maintain the Scott Exclusion Act before the United States Supreme Court and thus conclude the controversy in the Che Chan Ping case, he was elected to the United States Senate, and there, too, his integrity and ability shone resplendent. The zeal with which White so successfully entered the conflict against C. P. Huntington in the selection of a harbor for Los Angeles was indefatigable, and the tremendous expenditures of the Southern Pacific in that competition, commanding the best of legal and scientific service and the most powerful influence, are all well known. Huntington built a wharf, 4,600 feet long, at Port Los Angeles, northwest of Santa Monica, after having obtained control of the entire frontage, and it was to prevent a monopoly that White made so hard a fight in Congress on behalf of San Pedro. The virility of his repeated attacks, his freedom from all contaminating influence, and his honesty of purpose, these are some of the elements that contributed so effectively to the final selection of San Pedro harbor. On February 21, 1901, Senator White died. While at his funeral, I remarked to General H. G. Otis, his friend and admirer, that a suitable monument to White's memory ought to be erected, and on December 11, 1908, the statue in front of the county courthouse was unveiled. Footnote: Executive Committee of the Memorial Fund. M. P. Snyder, Chairman. Joseph Scott, Secretary. James C. Kays, treasurer; F. W. Braun, A. B. Cass, R. F. Deval, I. B. Dockweiler, W. J. Hunsaker, M. H. Newmark, and H. G. Otis. Hotel competition was lively in 1874. Charles Knowlton concluded his advertisement of the Pico House with a large index finger and the following assurance: "The unpleasant odor of gas has entirely disappeared since the building of the new sewer." Hamel and Denker announced for the United States, commonly known as the U.S., "We have all spring beds at this hotel." Fleur and Gerson, the latter long a popular chap about town, claimed for the Lafayette, "The eating department will be conducted with especial care." And this was some of the bait displayed by the Clarendon, formerly the Bella Union. Carriages are kept standing at the door for the use of guests, and every effort is being made by Colonel B. L. Beale, the present manager, to render the guests comfortable and happy. A couple of years later the name of the Clarendon was changed to the St. Charles, next to which, during the centennial year, the Grand Central, pretentious of name though small of dimension, opened with a splurge. Hamel and Denker continued to manage the United States Hotel. The Lafayette in time became first the Cosmopolitan and then the St. Elmo. Octavius Morgan, a native of the old cathedral town of Canterbury, England, came to Los Angeles in 1874 and associated himself with the architect E. F. Kaiser, the two forming the firm of Kaiser and Morgan. They were charter members of the Southern California Architects Association, and for many years Morgan and his associates have largely influenced the architectural styles of Los Angeles. A really picturesque old timer even now at the age of nearly 70, and one who, having withstood the lure of the modern automobile, is still daily driving a one-hoss buggy to the office of the Los Angeles Soap Company, is J. A. Forthman. In 1874 he brought a small stock of groceries from San Francisco and started a store at what is now 6th and Olive Streets. But at the end of 3 months, having sold out at a loss, he bought a quarter interest in a little soap plant conducted by C. W. Gibson. Soon thereafter vats and fat were moved to their present site on First Street. In 1875 W. B. Bergen and in 1879 Gideon Lesage joined Forthman and Gibson, and in 1887 the latter sold out to his associates. J. J., a brother of W. B. Bergen, was added to the force in 1895. For many years the concern dealt in hides, and this brought us into close business relations. I have referred to the death of 4 children. Edith, a child of 6, was taken from us on October 15, 1874. While William F. Turner, son of the miller, was busy in his little store near the Puente Mills about 3 miles from El Monte, on the 3rd of June, 1874, a Californian named Romo, who lived at Pio Pico's ranchito, entered and bought some goods, also asking to be shown a pair of boots. Turner stooped to reach the articles, when the stranger drew a pruning knife across his throat. In defense, the storekeeper caught hold of the sharp blade with both hands, and thereby crippled himself for the rest of his days. Turner had been in the habit of closing before dark on account of the rough element nearby, and when he did not return home at the accustomed hour, Mrs. Turner, taking with her a little 5-shooter, set out to find him and arrived in the midst of the murderous assault. Her pistol missed fire, but she succeeded in seizing the assassin and dragging him away from her husband, after which the Mexican shot her just as Turner, bleeding, fell in the road. The explosion aroused a neighbor who reached the scene after Romo had fled with some boots, mostly for one foot, and $70 in cash. When the news passed from mouth to mouth in El Monte, a posse started out to hunt for the Mexican, but after 2 days' unsuccessful search they gave up the job. Then Fred Lamborn, who had a share in Turner's business, rushed in on Jake Schlesinger, shouting excitingly, "By God, Jake, I know where the fellow is!" And Jake and the others responded by saddling their horses and hurrying to a rendezvous at Durfee's farm. The party of 19 included John Brodid and Bill Cooper, broke up into divisions of 1 or 2, and in time found themselves wading in and out of the San Gabriel River and the Puente Creek. Soon old Dodson spied their quarry floundering across stream, and when Schlesinger took a pop at him, the culprit cried out, "Don't shoot," and agreed to come ashore. Of the money stolen, all but a few dollars was found on the prisoner. Nevertheless, the captors told him that, as soon as Turner should identify him, he would be hung, and that there was not much time for foolishness. Romo said that he had assaulted the storekeeper in order to get money with which, on the following Sunday, to marry; that his immediate need was a cigar, and that if he must die he would like to have his friends notified, that they might bury him. Jake handed the doomed man his only weed, and soon after 5 or 6 masked men rode up and announced that they would care for the criminal. Then they drove under a tree on the bank of the river, and there, in short order, the cutthroat was hanged. Pio Pico soon heard of the lynching and sent Jake and the El Monte boys word that he would come over and kill the whole damned lot of them, in reply to which El Monte forwarded to the last of the Mexican governors a cordial invitation to come, at the same time pledging to receive him in true California style, with due hospitality and warmth. This was contemporaneous with the Vasquez excitement, and Roma was probably bent on imitating the outlaw. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 32, The Santa Anita Rancho, 1875. Until near the end of the 70s, there was very little done toward the laying of sewers, although the reader will remember that a private conveyor connected the Bella Union with the Zanja running through Mellis's Row. Los Angeles Street from First to Second, in 1873, had one of brick and wood, and in 1875 a brick sewer was built from the corner of Main and Arcadia Streets down to Winston, and thence to Los Angeles Street. It must have been in the early 70s that a wooden sewer was constructed on Commercial Street from Los Angeles to Alameda, and another on New High Street for about 1 block. In 1879, one of brick was laid from Los Angeles and Commercial as far north as Arcadia, and connecting with the Main Street sewer. At about this same time, vitrified clay was used on a portion of Temple Street. My impression is that there was no cloaca laid on Spring Street until after 1880, while it was still later that Fort Hill and Olive Streets were served. As late as 1887, Hope Street had no sewer, and very little conduit building, if any, had been undertaken south of 7th or west of Flower. In January 1875, the Commercial Bank, that was to change 5 years later into the First National, began business. Most of the incorporators were San Diego men, among them being Captain Henry Wilcox, although 4, L.J. Rhodes, S.H. Mott, R.M. Town, and Edward Bouton, were from Los Angeles. M.S. Patrick of Chicago was president, and Edward F. Spence was cashier. Their room was on Main Street between Commercial and Rakina. J.E. Hollenbeck, who was succeeded by Spence, was the first president of the National Bank. J.M. Elliott, made cashier in 1885, has for years well filled the office of president. A pillar of strength in this institution is Vice President Stoddard Jess. Captain Wilcox, owner of the Colorado Steam Navigation Company, who finally sold out to the Pacific Mail Steamship Company, brought to California, on his own vessel in 1848, the first lighthouses. He married Senorita Maria Antonia Arguello, the granddaughter of an early governor of California. One of his daughters became the wife of Lieutenant Randolph Huntington Minor, and another married Lieutenant J.C. Drake. Captain Wilcox had induced E.F. Spence to come from San Diego to Los Angeles, and thereby gave a decided impetus to the starting of the Commercial Bank. Milton Lindley, formerly an Indiana saddle maker and treasurer of Los Angeles County in 1879, arrived here in 1875, accompanied by Walter, the physician, Henry, the banker, who settled at Whittier, Albert, an attorney, and Miss Ida B., a teacher. In the 80s he was twice supervisor. Dr. Walter Lindley, once a Minnesota schoolmaster, so soon established himself that in 1878 he was elected health officer, and in 1880 a member of the Board of Education. The following year he was president of the County Medical Society. With Dr. Whitney he contributed to the literature setting forth California's natural attractions, and with his brother-in-law, Dr. John R. Haynes, he took a leading part in organizing the California Hospital. Both Lindley and Haynes have identified themselves with many other important local institutions and movements. Madame Caroline Severance, already distinguished as the founder in 1868 of the first women's club in America, the New England of Boston, took up her residence in Los Angeles in 1875 and soon made her home, El Nido, the center of many notable sociological and philanthropic activities. Especially active was she in promoting the free kindergarten, working in cooperation with Mrs. Grover Cleveland and Kate Douglas Wiggin, the California author who was her protégée and resided for some time at El Nido when she was first becoming famous as a story writer. On March 27th, the Weekly Mirror was again enlarged, and a subscription rate of $1 a year was charged. By the beginning of 1876, a bindery was established in connection with the printery, and a Potter cylinder press, one of the first operated west of the Rockies, was installed. E.J. Baldwin bought the Santa Anita Rancho in April from H. Newmark and Company, a transaction recalled 38 years later, when, in 1913, the box which had been sealed and placed in the cornerstone of the Trinity Methodist Episcopal Church at about the time of the sale was brought forth from its long burial. Baldwin had just sold his controlling interest in the Ophir mine of the Comstock district for $5,500,000. In the same year we purchased of the Vehar estate the splendid vineyard of 50 acres commencing at Washington Street, on the south and a little east of Main Street, and taking in many important sections of today, selling it in the early 80s to Caspar Cohn, who, in turn, disposed of it during the boom of that decade. George Compere, somewhat noted as a local entomologist, cared for this vineyard while we owned it. Baldwin died on March 1st, 1909. The sale of the Santa Anita is not without an incident or two, perhaps of exceptional interest. On Lucky Baldwin's first visit, he offered us $150,000 for the property, but learning that we wanted $200,000, he started off in a huff. Then Reuben Lloyd, the famous San Francisco attorney who accompanied him, said on reaching the sidewalk, "Lucky, go back and buy that ranch, or they'll raise the price on you." And Baldwin returned carrying under his arm a tin box containing several $1,000,000, from which he drew forth $12,500, tendering the same as a first payment. One can hardly refer to Baldwin without recalling H. A. Unruh, in the late 60s in the employ of the Central Pacific. It is my impression that I first met him at the Baldwin Hotel in San Francisco. This meeting may have occurred nearly 35 years ago, and after his removal to the Santa Anita Ranch, where he took charge of Baldwin's interests in the Southland, he transacted a large amount of business with H. Newmark and Company. In 1887 Unruh was also in partnership at La Puente with a man named Carroll, the firm advertising as agents for Baldwin's Grain Warehouse, Wells, Fargo and Company's Express and Postmaster. When Baldwin died, his will named Unruh executor, Bradner W. Lee being the attorney. Ravenna, on the Southern Pacific, was a town of the middle 70s, at whose start James O'Reilly, an Irishman of medium build, with reddish hair and a pug nose, decidedly indented at the bridge, turned up with a happy-go-lucky air. Always slovenly, he wore a big black slouch hat on the back of his head, as well as a good-natured expression, in days of prosperity, on his comical face. He had a grocery, famed for a conglomeration of merchandise not at all improved by age and hard usage, and this he sold to a none too fastidious clientele. He also cooked for himself, bragging that he was sufficiently adroit to throw a slapjack up the chimney and catch it in the pan, outside the shanty, on its flop or turn. When Jim took to working a couple of claims known as the New York and Parnell mines, his tribulations began. He spent more in the development of his property than he ever recovered, and claim jumpers bothered him to death. In truth, once ascribing debatable motives to a man prowling there, he took aim at the intruder and shot off an ear. Later he married, but his wife soon divorced him. In time his troubles affected his mind, and having lost everything and come to fancy himself an alchemist, he would sit for hours in the burning sun, his temples plastered with English mustard, industriously stirring a pestle and convinced that he could bring about a transmutation of the mortar full of mud. In the end, this good-natured son of Erin was one day found dead in his little shanty. J. A. Graves arrived in Los Angeles on June 5th and soon entered the office of Brunson and Eastman lawyers. The following January he was admitted to practice before the Supreme Court, and then became a member of the firm of Brunson, Eastman, and Graves, dissolved in 1878. Practicing alone for a couple of years, Graves, in 1880, formed a partnership with J. S. Chapman. On the dissolution of this firm in 1885, Graves joined first H. W. O'Melveny and then J. H. Shankland. Graves, O'Melveny, and Shankland continuing until January 1904. On June 1, 1903, Graves became vice president of the Farmers and Merchants National Bank. In the fall of 1879, the young attorney married Miss Alice H., daughter of J. M. Griffith, and for 9 years they lived at the corner of Fort and Third Streets. In 1888 they removed to Alhambra, where they still live. In 1912, Graves published some entertaining reminiscences entitled Out of Doors, California and Oregon. Colonel W. E. Morford, a native of New Jersey, and late in the 80s superintendent of streets, returned to Los Angeles in 1875, having previously been here. Morford had been assistant to Captain Sutter, and when he left San Francisco on March 14, 1849, to return east, he carried the first gold taken from the diggings in the exciting era of 1848. This gold was sent by Frank Lemon, a member of Stevenson's regiment, to his brother William, a partner of John Anderson, the New York tobacco merchant; and Morford liked to tell how, when the strange find was displayed on August 22nd, in a little window of the well-known jewelry store of Benedict at 7 Wall Street, near a high-hatted guard, the narrow thoroughfare was soon beyond hope of police control, thousands of curious, excited people struggling to get a glimpse of the California treasure. Moses Langley Wicks was a Mississippian who for some years had a law office at Anaheim until, in 1877 or 1878, he removed to Los Angeles and soon became an active operator in real estate. He secured from Jonathan S. Slauson, who organized the Azusa Land and Water Company and helped lay out the town, the Dalton section of the San Jose Ranch. Wicks was also active in locating the depot of the Santa Fe Railroad, carrying through at private expense the opening of Second Street from Main almost to the river. A brother, Moyer Wicks, long an attorney here, later removed to the state of Washington. Southern California was now prospering; in fact, the whole state was enjoying wonderful advantages. The great Comstock mines were at the height of their prosperity; the natural resources of this part of the country were being developed; land once hard to sell, at even $5 an acre, was being cut up into small tracts; new hamlets and towns were starting up; money was plentiful, and everybody was happy. About this time my brother, J. P. Newmark, and I made a little tour, visiting Lake Tahoe, an unusual trip in that day, as well as the mines of Nevada. Virginia City, Gold Hill, and other mining camps were the liveliest that I had ever seen. My friend, General Charles Foreman, was then superintendent of the Overman and Caledonia mines, and was engaged in constructing a beautiful home in Virginia City. After the collapse of the Nevada boom in the early '80s, he transported this house to Los Angeles at a freight expense of $1,135 and a total cost of over $6,000, and located it on 10 acres of land near the present site of Pico and Figueroa Streets, where Mr. and Mrs. Foreman, still residents of Los Angeles, for years have enjoyed their home. Miners were getting high wages and spending their money lavishly, owners of buildings in Virginia City receiving from 4 to 8% a month on their investments. W. C. Ralston, president of the Bank of California at San Francisco, was largely responsible for this remarkable excitement, for he not only lent money freely, but he lent it regardless of conservative banking principles. He engaged in indiscriminate speculation, for a time legitimizing illegitimacy, and people were so incited by his example that they plunged without heed. All of Nevada's treasure was shipped to San Francisco, whose prosperity was phenomenal. From San Francisco the excitement spread throughout the state, but these conditions, from the nature of things, could not endure. From bull to bear is but a short step when the public is concerned, and it happened accordingly, as it so frequently does, that the cry of "Save yourself if you can" involved California in a general demoralization. One day in October, 1875, when Ralston's speculation had indeed proven disastrous, the Bank of California closed its doors, and a few days after this, Ralston, going a swimming in the neighborhood of the North Beach at San Francisco, was drowned. Whether a suicide or not, no one knows. In the meantime the recessional frenzy extended all over the state, and every bank was obliged to close its doors. Those of Los Angeles were no exception to the rule, and it was then that Temple and Workman suspended. I. W. Hellman, who was on a European trip at that time, forthwith returned to Los Angeles, reopened the doors of the Farmers and Merchants Bank, and resumed business just as if nothing had happened. Following this panic, times became dreadfully bad. From greatest prosperity we dropped to the depths of despair. Specie disappeared from circulation, values suffered, and this was especially true of real estate in California. Temple and Workman's Bank, for reasons I have already specified, could not recover. Personally, these gentlemen stood well and had ample resources, but to realize on these was impossible under conditions then existing. They applied to E. J. Baldwin, a Monte Cristo of that period, for a loan. He was willing to advance them $210,000, but upon two conditions: first, that they would give him a blanket mortgage on their combined real estate; secondly, that their intimate friend Juan Matthias Sanchez would include in the mortgage his splendid tract consisting of 2,200 acres of the finest land around the old mission. Sanchez, who transacted a good deal of business with H. Newmark and Company, came to me for advice. I felt convinced that Temple and Workman's relief could be at best but temporary, although I am sure that they themselves believed it would be permanent, and so I strenuously urged Sanchez to refuse, which he finally promised me to do. So impressive was our interview that I still vividly recall the scene when he dramatically said, "No quiero morir de hambre." I do not wish to die of hunger. A few days later I learned, to my deep disappointment, that Sanchez had agreed after all to include his lands. In the course of time, Baldwin foreclosed and Sanchez died very poor. Temple also, his pride shattered, notwithstanding his election in 1875 to the county treasurership, died a ruined man, and Workman soon committed suicide. Thus ended in sorrow and despair the lives of three men who, in their day, had prospered to a degree not given to every man, and who had also been more or less distinguished. Baldwin bought in most of the land at sheriff's sale, and when he died in 1909, after an adventurous career in which he consummated many transactions, he left an estate of about 20 millions. A pathetic reminder of Sanchez and his one-time prosperity is an asador, or meat toaster, from the old Sanchez homestead, now exhibited at the County Museum. In 1874 Senator John P. Jones came South and engaged with William M. Stewart, his senatorial colleague, once an obscure lawyer in Downeyville and later a Nevada Croesus, in mining at Panamint, purchasing all their supplies in Los Angeles. About the same time, Colonel R.S. Baker, who had shortly before bought the San Vicente Rancho, sold a two-thirds interest in the property to Jones, and one of their first operations was the laying out of the town of Santa Monica. After the hotel and bathhouses had been built, an auction sale of lots took place on July 16, 1875, and was attended by a large number of people, including myself. Prospective buyers coming from as far as San Francisco to compete with bidders from the Southland. Tom Fitch, already known as the silver-tongued orator, was the auctioneer and started the ball rolling with one of his most pyrotechnical efforts. He described the place about to be founded as the Zenith City by the Sunset Sea, and painted a gorgeous vista of the day when the white sails of commerce would dot the placid waters of the harbor, and the products of the Orient would crowd those of the Occident at the great wharves that were to stretch far out into the Pacific. Then Tom turned his attention and eloquence to the sale of lots which lay along Ocean Avenue, each 60 by 150 feet in size. Calling for a bid, he announced the minimum price of $300 for sites along the ocean front. Several friends, I.M. Hellman, I.W. Hellman, Caspar Cohn, Eugene Meyer, and M.J. Newmark, had authorized me to act for them, and I put in the first bid of $300. Fitch accepted and stated that as many more of these lots as I wanted could be had at the same price, whereupon I took 5, located between Utah and Oregon avenues. These we divided among us, each taking 50 feet front, with the exception of building summer houses. But strange to say, none of us did so, and in the end we sold our unimproved ground. Some years later I bought a site in the next block and built a house which I still occupy each year in the summer season. 3 early characters of Santa Monica had much to do with the actual starting of the place. The one, L.G. Guiraud, a Canadian, walked out to Santa Monica one day in 1875 to get a glimpse of the surf, and came back to town the owner of a lot on which he soon built the second permanent house there, a small grocery and liquor shop. In the 80s, Guiraud did good public service as a supervisor. The second, Billy Rapp, also came in 1875 and built a small brick house on the west side of 2nd Street, somewhere between Utah and Arizona avenues. There, after marrying a German frau, he opened a saloon, and pleasure seekers visiting Santa Monica on Sundays long remembered Billy's welcome and how, on arrival of the morning train from Los Angeles, he always tapped a fresh keg of lager. After a while he closed his saloon and sold the little building for a town hall. Hard times in later years rapped at Billy's door, forcing him to work on the public streets until 1899, when he died. The third settler was George Boehm, who landed with the first steamer and, within an hour or two, invested in lots. His family is there today. Another pioneer Santa Monica family was that of William D. Vaughter, who, with his sons, W.S. and E.J., originally members of the Indiana colony at Pasadena, removed to the beach in 1875. My relations with these gentlemen were quite intimate when they conducted a general merchandise business, that being but one of their numerous enterprises. Of late years, W.S. Vaughter has twice been postmaster at Santa Monica. In 1875, Paul Kern, who had come to Los Angeles in 1854, and was for years a baker, set to work to improve a piece of property he owned at the junction of South Main and Spring Streets, between 8th and 9th. At the end of this property he erected a 2-story brick building, still to be seen, in the lower part of which he had a grocery and a saloon, and in the upper part of which he lived. Toward the middle of the 70s, A. Ulyard, the baker, embarked in the carrying of passengers and freight between Los Angeles and Santa Monica, sending a 4-horse stage from here at 7:30 every morning, and from Santa Monica at 3:30 in the afternoon, and calling at all 4 Los Angeles hotels, as well as at the private residences of prospective patrons. $1 was the fare charged. Ralph Leone had the only regular cigar store here in the late 60s, occupying a part of the United States Hotel, and he was very prosperous until, unable to tolerate a nearby competitor, George, a brother of William Pridham, he took up a new stand and lost much of his patronage. Pridham opened the second cigar store about 1872 or 1873 next to the hotel, and Leon moved to a shop near the Farmers and Merchants Bank. The names of these early dealers remind me of an interesting custom especially popular with Captain Tom, Billy Workman, and other lovers of the aromatic weed. Instead of buying cigars by the piece, each of these inveterate smokers purchased a box at a time, wrote his name on the lid, and left it on a shelf of the dealer, and from time to time they would slip in by a rear door and help themselves, generally from their own, or occasionally from their neighbor's supply. When Leon discovered that the patron's box was empty, he would have it refilled. In the autumn, Temple and Workman were obliged to suspend. After closing temporarily, they made an effort to resume, but a run on the bank deprived them of all reserves, and they finally had to close their doors. It was the worst of all bank failures here, the creditors losing everything. Some of the idea of the disaster may be gathered from the fact that the receiver finally sold worthless securities to the extent of about $300,000 for the paltry sum of $30. On the 6th of November, 1875, Mrs. Joseph Newmark, my wife's mother, died here, surrounded by her nearest of kin. During the construction of the Southern Pacific Railway, Sisson, Wallace and Company, who furnished both labor and supplies, brought M. Dodsworth to Los Angeles, and like many of their employees, he remained here after the railroad was completed. He engaged in the pork packing business, for a long period prospered, and built a residence on the southwest corner of 6th and Main Streets, opening it with a large reception. He was an honorable man and had a host of friends, but about 1887, when the Santa Fe had been built to Los Angeles, the large Eastern packers of hog products sent agents into Southern California and wiped Dodsworth out of business. S.J. Mathis came in 1875, helped enlarge the Mirror, and was identified with the Times, but failing health, forcing him to abandon office work, led him in the 80s to conduct Pullman excursions, in which undertaking he became a pioneer, bringing thousands of tourists to the Southland. He also toured the country with a railway car exhibit known as California on Wheels, pointing the way of exploitation to later chambers of commerce. Toward the end of the year, when attention was being centered on the coming exposition at Philadelphia, I was asked by the Chamber of Commerce to assist in editing a report on the resources, conditions, population, climatic advantages, and mercantile interests of the city and county of Los Angeles. The aim of the board was to make the report truthful and helpful, and to distribute it gratis, particularly at the Centennial. Ben C. Truman wrote about cities, towns, and climate. Judge R.M. Whitney reported on railroads. H. McClellan, the steamship agent, who preceded Willis Parris, the present representative and once a competent bill clerk in the employ of H. Newmark and Company, and brother of Bryce and George F. McClellan, told of ocean navigation. Dr. J. E. Fulton of Fulton Wells discussed farming. Dr. J. P. Whitney described our harbor. D. M. Barry argued for real estate. Governor Downey presented banks and banking. M. Keller and L. J. Rose treated of vine culture. J. W. Schwarb looked after semi-tropical fruits and nuts, and T. A. Gary, himself the owner of a charming place on San Pedro Street, where his spiritualistic tendencies kept him up at night awaiting the arrival of spooks, considered other fruits and nurseries. W. J. Broderick stated our advance in trades, professions, churches, and societies. E. C. French summed up about stock. Captain Gordon recounted our prospects for beet culture, while H. D. Barrows and I prepared data as to the commerce of Southern California. Thus compactly put together, this booklet certainly led many Easterners to migrate west and settle in Los Angeles and vicinity. In the early 70s, Grange stores, brought into existence by a craze for cooperation, were scattered throughout the state, and Milton H. Lafetre, in February 1875, helped to organize one here. In time, this establishment became known first as Seymour and Company, and then as Seymour Johnson and Company, their location being on Main Street near First. W. H. Northcraft's activity as an auctioneer began about the middle of the 70s. For a while he had an office in Temple Block, but about 1880 moved to the east side of Los Angeles Street near Rakina, later to the Signoret Building, and still later to the Baker Block. In 1879, Thomas B. Clark, still well known in the profession, came to Los Angeles, and, marrying Northcraft's daughter, joined his father-in-law in partnership. C. L. Northcraft, a son, was added to the firm. Alonzo B. Cass came to Los Angeles in 1888, accompanied by his brothers, and soon after, as Cass Brothers Stove Company, they started a hardware store on Third Street, purchasing some of the Northcraft and Clark's stock of merchandise. A.B. Cass, who served as president of the Chamber of Commerce in 1901, has freely given of his time to public movements. As president of the Home Telephone and Telegraph Company, he has had much to do with their local success. E.W. Noyes was also a popular old-time auctioneer, remaining in harness until he was 75 years old or more. The mention of these names recalls the auction of past decades, such a familiar feature of Los Angeles life. In few respects were the methods of early days at all like those of our own. There were no good catalogs, no neatly arranged storerooms, and but little expert service. Noise and bluff constituted a good, even important portion of the necessary auctioneering talent. Household effects were usually offered at homes. Horses, and these constituted the objects of most early auctioning activities, were trotted up and down Los Angeles Street for display and sale. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 33, Los Angeles and Independence Railroad, 1876. Once Santa Monica's boom had been launched, the town developed as had few other suburbs of Los Angeles. Within 9 or 10 months, 1,000 inhabitants pointed with satisfaction to 160 houses and perhaps half as many tents. Senator Jones built a wharf and pushed to completion the Los Angeles and Independence Railroad, and the road was opened to the public on Wednesday, December 1st, 1875, with a depot on San Pedro Street near Wolfskill Lane. 2 trains a day were run, one leaving Los Angeles for Santa Monica at 9:30 in the morning, and another at 4:15 in the afternoon. The trains from Santa Monica for Los Angeles departing at 7:30 in the morning and 2:30 in the afternoon. On January 5, 1867, the railroad company offered 60 single commutation tickets for $10, and a few days later the conductor and other train employees appeared in uniform, each wearing on his cap what was then considered an innovation, the badge of his office. Captain Joseph U. Crawford was superintendent and chief engineer. From the start, the road did a thriving freight business, although passenger traffic was often interfered with. Early in January 1876, for instance, the train from Santa Monica failed to make its appearance, the engineer having spied a bit of ground suspiciously soft in the Cienega, locally spelled Cienega, refused, despite the protest of passengers, to proceed. There were also inconveniences of travel by steamer such as arose from the uncertainty whether a vessel running between San Francisco and San Diego would put in at San Pedro or Santa Monica. According to conditions, or perhaps through the desire to throw a little trade one way or the other, the captain might insist on stopping at one port, while friends had assembled to greet the traveler at the other. A single car, with such objects of wonder as air brakes and Miller couplers, drew Sunday crowds. And when, about the middle of January, the company carried down the 10 car loads of people on a single day and brought them back safely, substantial progress, it was generally felt, had been made. In February, the Santa Monica Land Company was pushing its sales of real estate, and one of its announcements began with the headlines, "Santa Monica, the wonderful young city and seaport of Southern California, the future terminus of the Union and Texas Pacific Railroad." The advertisement winding up with the declaration that several hundred vessels, including the largest boats of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company, had already loaded and discharged at the wharf in all weathers. My memory is obscure as to just when Senator Jones built his splendid mansion at the corner of Ocean and Nevada Avenues, but I think it was about 1890. I certainly recollect that it was then considered the most extensive and elaborate home in the vicinity of Los Angeles. Rather late in January, H. Newmark and Company had their first experience with burglars who scaled the wall behind the store one Saturday night, cut away enough brick to enable them to throw back the bolt of the door, then barricaded the front doors by means of crowbars, and proceeded to open the safe, which was of the old Tilton and McFarland pattern. The face was forced off, but the $800 in the safe remained intact and undisturbed, the burglars making a total haul of only $5. Other merchants also suffered at this time from the depredation of cracksmen. Following this futile attack, we sent for a new safe of the Hall type. Scarcely had a month elapsed, however, when a second attempt was made in much the same way. Then the burglars went to work in real earnest and soon effected an entrance into the money drawers. But alas, the entire contents secured would not have provided a half dozen tamales. This fact probably aroused the ire of the rascals, for they mutilated the front of the prettily decorated safe before leaving, and tried to destroy the combination. The best excuse, and perhaps not such a bad one, that the police had to offer for not furnishing Los Angeles street better protection was that the night was dark, the streets and sidewalks flooded, and that a policeman who had tried the beat had been nearly drowned. In February, trains on the Los Angeles and Independence Railroad began to leave Los Angeles at 10 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Santa Monica at 8 and 4 o'clock, the company deeming it a sufficient inducement to allow excursionists 5 or 6 hours to bathe, fish, or picnic. Round-trip tickets, good for the day and the date only, were sold at $1 each, and the management reserved the right, on steamer days, to change the schedule to fit the sailings. When a fourth passenger coach was added to the equipment, the company declared that the accommodations between this city and Santa Monica were equal to those on any road along the entire coast. But the high water mark of effort was reached when it was announced that the splendid palace car dubbed Santa Monica, which had carried Senator Jones to Washington, was then being sent south from San Francisco for the convenience of the company's patrons. In March, while the San Pedro Street Railway was being built, another official announcement said that in the course of a few days the people of this city will have the honor and delight of seeing a palace car standing on a railroad track near the Pico House. And about the end of March, printer's ink displayed this appeal to the expectant public: Go by all means to the grand seaside excursion to Santa Monica on Friday, for among the objects of interest will be Senator Jones's magnificent new palace car, now being completed by the tailors, which will have 3 salons, supplied with tables and all the usual comforts, and 2 private compartments, the whole sumptuously furnished and partly upholstered with crimson velvet. On February 14th, General Andres Pico died at his residence, 203 Main Street, and was buried from his home on the following day. On March 1st, work was commenced on the San Pedro Street Railway, which in time was extended from the Santa Monica Station to the plaza via San Pedro, Los Angeles, Arcadia, and Sanchez Streets. The gauge was that of the Los Angeles and Independence Railway, thus permitting freight cars to be hauled to the center of the city, on which account businessmen looked upon the new road as a boon. Passenger cars soon ran from the depot to the Pico House, and as the fare was but 5 cents, or 30 tickets for $1, this line was rewarded with a fair patronage. At the end of 1876, 4 street railways were in operation here. In March, also, 200 pleasure seekers, then considered a generous outpouring, went down to Santa Monica on a single Sunday, and within the first 3 months of the year the land company there gathered in about $73,000, selling a lot almost every day. South Santa Monica was then looked upon as the finer part of the growing town, and many of my friends, including Andrew Glassell, Cameron E. Tom, General George Stoneman, E. M. Ross, H. M. Mitchell, J. D. and Dr. Frederick T. Bicknell, and Frank Ganal, bought sites there for summer villas. Micah D. Johnson, twice city treasurer, was a Quaker who came here in 1876. He built at Santa Monica a hotel which was soon burned, and later he became interested in the colony at Whittier, suggesting the name of that community. In 1876 the city purchased a village hook and ladder truck in San Francisco, which, drawn by hand in the vigorous old-fashioned way, supplied all our needs until 1881. In 1876 the Archer Freight and Fare Bill, which sought to regulate railroad transportation, engrossed the attention of commercial leaders, and on March 9th President S. Lazard called together the directors of the Chamber of Commerce at the office of Judge Ignacio Sepulveda. Besides President Lazard, there were present R. M. Whitney, W. J. Broderick, M. J. Newmark, E. E. Hewitt, and I. W. Lord. Little time was lost in the framing of a despatch which indicated to our representatives how they would be expected to vote on the matter. Several speeches were made, that of M. J. Newmark focusing on the sentiment of the opposition and contributing much to defeat the measure. Newmark expressed surprise that a bill of such interest to the entire state should have passed the lower house apparently without discussion, and declared that Southern Californians could never afford to interfere with the further building of railroads here. Our prosperity had commenced with their construction, and it would be suicidal to force them to suspend. In a previous chapter I have spoken of the rate, $10 per thousand, first charged for gas, and the public satisfaction at the further reduction to $7 and a half. This price was again reduced to $6.75, but lower rates prevailing elsewhere, Los Angeles consumers about the middle of March held a public meeting to combat the gas monopoly. After speeches more lurid, it is feared, than any gas flame of that period, a resolution was passed binding those who signed to refrain from using gas for a whole year if necessary, beginning with the 1st of April. Charles H. Simpkins, president for the Los Angeles Gas Company, retorted by insisting that at the price of coal, the company could not possibly sell gas any cheaper, but a single week's reflection, together with the specter of an oil lamp city, led the gas company on March 21st to grant a reduction to $6 a thousand. Will Tell was a painter in 1869 and had his shop in Temple Block opposite the courthouse. Early in 1876 he opened a lunch and refreshment house at the corner of 4th Street and Utah Avenue in Santa Monica, where he catered to excursionists, selling hunting paraphernalia and fishing tackle, and providing everything including fluids. Down at what is now Playa del Rey, Tell had conducted, about 1870, a resort on a lagoon covered with flocks of ducks, and there he kept 8 or 10 boats for the many hunters attracted to the spot, becoming more and more popular and prosperous. In 1884, however, raging tides destroyed Tell's happy hunting grounds, and for 15 or 20 years the King's Beach was more desert than resort. Tell continued for a while at Santa Monica and was an authority on much that had to do with local sport. On Sunday, April 9th, the Cathedral of Sancta Vibiana, whose cornerstone had been laid in 1871 on the east side of Main Street south of 2nd, was opened for public service, its architecture, similar to that of the Puerto de San Miguel in Barcelona, Spain, at once attracting wide attention. As a matter of fact, the first cornerstone had been placed on October 3, 1869, on the west side of Main Street between 5th and 6th, when it was expected that the cathedral was to extend to Spring Street. The site, however, and oddly enough, was soon pronounced too far out of town, and a move was undertaken to a point farther north. In more recent years efforts have been made to relocate the Bishop's Church in the West End. A feature of the original edifice was a front railing along the line of the street, composed of blocks of artificial stone made by Busbird and Hamilton, who in 1875 started a stone factory, the first of its kind here in East Los Angeles. Victor Dole, who arrived here in the centennial year and became the Delmonico of his day, kept a high-grade restaurant, known as the Commercial, in the old Downey Block, about 150 feet north of the corner of Spring and Temple Streets. The restaurant was reached through a narrow passageway that first led into an open court paved with brick, in the center of which a fountain played. Crossing this court, the interested patron entered the main dining room, where an excellent French dinner was served daily at a cost of but 50 cents, and where the popular chef furnished many of the notable banquets of his time. Dole also had a number of private dining rooms where the epicures of the period were wont to meet, and for the privilege of dining in which there was an additional charge. Dole's Commercial was a popular institution for more than a quarter of a century. Dole then had in his employ an uncle who was a rather mysterious individual, and who proved to be a French anarchist. It was said that his pet scheme for regulating the government of Louis Philippe met with such scant approval that one fine day he found himself in jail. Escaping in the course of time from the anxious and watchful authorities, he made his way to the outside world and finally located here. After the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71, he was supposed to have returned to his native land, where he once more satisfied his peculiar propensity for patriotic activity by tearing down and burning, in company with other so-called communists, some of the most beautiful buildings in all Paris. In the spring of 1876, Los Angeles boasted of another French restaurant, a dining place called the Oriental, and conducted by a Frenchman, C. Casson, and a German, H. Schmidt. It was on Main Street opposite the Pico House, and much ado was made of the claim that everything was in European style, and that it was the largest and most commodious restaurant south of San Francisco. Human nature, at least of the feminine type, was much the same 35 or 40 years ago as it was today. Such a conclusion at least the reader may reach after scanning an Easter advertisement of Miss Hammond, an 1876 milliner who had a little shop at 7 North Spring Street, and who then made the following announcement to those of her fashion-loving sex: Miss Hammond, who has just received a splendid lot of new styles of hats, bonnets, silks, ribbons, etc., invites the ladies of Los Angeles to call at her place of business before purchasing elsewhere. One glance into her show window will be enough to project any modern heart into a state of palpitation. Elsewhere I have mentioned the salt works near Redondo's site. Dr. H. Nadeau, who came here in 1876, had an office in the Grand Central Hotel, and was soon elected coroner, was once called there and started with a constable and an undertaker, the latter carrying with him a rough board coffin for the prospective subject. Losing their way, the party had to camp for the night on the plains, whereupon the coroner, opening the coffin, crawled in and slept like a brick. John Edward Hollenbeck, who in 1888 built the Hollenbeck Hotel, returned to Los Angeles in the spring of 1876. Having been here in 1874, when he made certain realty investments, secured land on the east side of the Los Angeles River, spent a large sum of money for improvements, and soon built a residence exceptionally fine for that time. And in this beautiful home, in close proximity to Boyle Avenue, he lived until his death on September 2, 1885, at the age of 56 years. Succeeding A. C. Billicky in 1903, John S. Mitchell, long a prominent Angeleno, is still controlling this busy hostelry. I have spoken of an adobe on 10 acres of land I once purchased to secure water for my flock of sheep. After Hollenbeck had built his home on Boyle Heights, he was so disturbed by a company of Mexicans who congregated in this adobe that, in sheer desperation, he asked me in 1882 to sell him the land. I did so, and we agreed upon $625 as a price for the entire piece. Hollenbeck then made another noteworthy investment. H. C. Wiley owned a lot 120 feet by 165 on the southeast corner of Fort and Second Streets, where he lived in a small cottage. He had mortgaged this property for $6,000, but since, under his contract, Wiley was not required to pay interest, the mortgagee tired of the loan. Hollenbeck bought the mortgage and made a further advance of $4,000 on the property. He finally foreclosed, but at the same time did the handsome thing when he gave Mrs. Wiley, a daughter of Andres Pico, a deed for the 40 feet on Fort Street upon which the cottage stood. These 40 feet are almost directly opposite Coulter's dry goods store. So many ranchers had again and again unsuccessfully experimented with wheat in this vicinity that when I.N. Van Wise, in 1876, joined Isaac Lankershim in renting lands from the company in which they were interested, and in planting nearly every acre to that staple grain, failure and even ruin were predicted by the old settlers. Van Wise, however, selected and prepared his seed with care, and the first season rewarded them with a great harvest, which they shipped to Liverpool. Thus was inaugurated the successful cultivation of wheat in Southern California on a large scale. In 1878, the depot of the Southern Pacific at the corner of Alameda and Commercial Streets had become too small for the company's growing business, compelling them to buy on San Fernando Street, and Lankershim and his associates purchased the old structure from the company for the sum of $17,500, and there erected a flour mill which they conducted until the ranch was sold a few years ago. One of the very interesting cases in the Los Angeles courts was that which came before Judge H. K. S. O. Mulvaney on May 15th, when Mrs. Eulalia Perez Guillen, 130 years old according to the records of the church at San Gabriel, claimed the right to exhibit herself at the Centennial Exposition in Philadelphia as a California curiosity. She was accompanied to court by a daughter, Mariana, and their counsel, F. P. Ramirez. But there was also present another daughter, Mrs. De White, who brought attorney Stephen M. White to assist in opposing the visionary scheme. Mariana admitted that she had not the means to humor the old lady in her hobby, while Mrs. De White objected that her mother was in her dotage and could not travel as far as Philadelphia. The judge granted the old lady liberty to live with either daughter, but required of Mariana a bond of $500 as a guarantee that she would not take her mother out of the county. On May 17th, William Workman was gathered to his fathers, later being buried near the little chapel at La Puente, side by side with John Rowland, his early comrade and lifelong friend. An early and popular educator here was Mrs. E. Bengough, who, about 1870, had started her Select School for Young Ladies and Children, and who on June 5th had one of her commencements in the Spring Street Schoolhouse. At the beginning of the 80s, the Bengow School was at No. 3 3rd Street. Miss Bengow died a number of years ago, after having been for some years at the Hollenbeck home. Glowing descriptions of the Centennial Exposition first attracted the attention of Madame Helena Modjeska, the Polish lady eventually so famous, and the presence here of a small Polish colony finally induced her and her husband, Charles Bozenta Chlapowski, to make the dubious experiment of abandoning the stimulation of Old World culture and committing themselves to rustic life near the bee ranch of J.E. Pleasance in Santiago Canyon. Heaps of cigarettes, books, and musical instruments were laid in to help pass the hours pleasantly, but disaster of one kind or another soon overtook the idealists, who found that roughing it in primeval California suggested a nightmare rather than a pleasant dream. Forced to take up some more lucrative profession, Madame Modjeska, in July 1877, made her debut in San Francisco as Adrienne Lecorvair, and was soon starring with Booth. This radical departure, however, did not take the gifted lady away for good. Her love for California led her to build, near the site of their first encampment and in what they called the Forest of Arden, a charming country home to which she repaired when not before the footlights. Still later she lived near Newport. More than one public ovation was tendered Madame Modjeska in Los Angeles, the community looking upon her as their own. And I remember a reception to her at O.W. Childs's home when I had a better opportunity for noting her unostentatious and agreeable personality. Modjeska Avenue is a reminder of this artist's sojourn here. In June, W. W. Creighton started the Evening Republican, but during the winter of 1878 79, the paper, for lack of support, ceased to be published. Andrew W. Ryan, a Kilkenny Irishman commonly called Andy, after footing it from Virginia City to Visalia, reached Los Angeles on horseback and found employment with Banning as one of his drivers. From 1876 to 1879 he was county assessor, later associating himself with the Los Angeles Water Company, until in 1902 the city came into control of the system. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 34, The Southern Pacific, 1876. Before the completion of the San Fernando Tunnel, a journey east from Los Angeles by way of Sacramento was beset with inconveniences. The traveler was lucky if he obtained passage to San Fernando on other than a construction train, and 20 to 24 hours, often at night, was required for the trip of the telegraph stage line's creaking, swaying coach over the rough road leading to Caliente, the northern terminal, where the long stretch of the railroad north was reached. The stage lines and the Southern Pacific Railroad were operated quite independently, and it was therefore not possible to buy a through ticket. For a time previously, passengers took the stage at San Fernando and bounced over the mountains to Bakersfield, the point farthest south on the railroad line. When the Southern Pacific was subsequently built to Lang's Station, the stages stopped there, and for quite a while a stage started from each side of the mountain, the two conveyances meeting at the top and exchanging passengers. Once I made the journey north by stage to Tipton in Tulare County, and from Tipton by rail to San Francisco. The Coast Line and the Telegraph Line stage companies carried passengers part of the way. The Coast Line Stage Company coaches left Los Angeles every morning at 5 o'clock and proceeded via Pleasant Valley, San Buenaventura, Santa Barbara, Guadalupe, San Luis Obispo, and Paso de Robles Hot Springs, and connected at Soledad with the Southern Pacific Railroad bound for San Francisco by way of Salinas City, Gilroy, and San Jose. And this line made a specialty of daylight travel, thus offering unusual inducements to tourists. There was no limit as to time, and passengers were enabled to stop over at any point and to reserve seats in the stage coaches by giving some little notice in advance. In 1876 I visited New York City for medical attention and for the purpose of meeting my son Maurice upon his return from Paris. I left Los Angeles on the 29th of April by the Telegraph stage line, traveling to San Francisco and thence east by the Central Pacific Railroad, and I arrived in New York on the 8th of May. My son returned June 29th on the steamer Abyssinia, and a few days later we started for home. While in Brooklyn on June 4th, I attended Plymouth Church and heard Henry Ward Beecher preach on "Serve Thy Master with a Will." His rapid transition from the pathetic to the humorous and back to the pathetic was most effective. Our itinerary brought us to the Centennial Exhibition in Philadelphia on the 4th of July, and aside from the peculiar satisfaction at being present on historic ground upon that anniversary, I recall with pleasure many experiences and impressions new and interesting, notwithstanding the inconvenience caused by the great crowds. At the exhibition, which had a circumference of only 3½ miles, I saw California's small but very creditable display, and I remember my astonishment at seeing a man seated before an apparatus apparently in the act of printing letters. He was demonstrating an early typewriter, and I dictated to my wife half a dozen lines which he rapidly typed upon paper. Of the various nations, the Japanese and the Chinese attracted me the most. Machinery Hall, with its 1,200 machines all run by one huge Corliss engine, was as noisy as it was interesting. The New York Herald and the Times were printed there daily. In the art gallery there was one marble figure so beautifully draped that a young lady, passing by, said, "Father, why don't they remove that lace shawl from the statue?" During the evening, on the balconies of the Union League Club, we enjoyed a torchlight parade never to be forgotten. On our way west we stopped at Salt Lake City, and as we had been informed that Brigham Young would be at the Opera House that evening, we attended the performance. I have forgotten the name of the play, but Rose Eitinge was the star. Brigham sat in his private box with two of his wives, and as it was a very hot night in July, and the building was packed with people, his wives were both fanning him assiduously and otherwise contributing to his comfort. The following day we called at his residence to see him, expecting to renew an acquaintanceship established years before, but to our regret he was ill and could not receive us. A few months later he died. Leaving Salt Lake City early in August, we traveled by the Central Pacific to San Francisco, where several days were very pleasantly spent with my brother and his family, and from there we left for Los Angeles, taking the Southern Pacific to its terminus at Lang's Station. Proceeding over the mountain by stage, we arrived at what is now the south end of the long tunnel, and there boarded the train for this city. Among others who went from Los Angeles to the Philadelphia Centennial was Ben C. Truman. He took with him specimens of choice California plants, and wrote letters from various stations on the way to his paper, The Star. Governor and Mrs. Downey, whom I met in New York in June, were also at the exhibition. Ben Truman's visit recalls the enterprise of preparing a booklet for circulation at the exposition, setting forth the advantages of Los Angeles, and the fact that the Star was the first to propose sending copies of the local newspapers to Philadelphia, at the same time agreeing to contribute its share. In that connection it also referred to a previous similar experiment endorsed by Truman in these words: "This city has never been so prosperous as when the Chamber of Commerce sent 50 papers each week for 1 year of the Herald, Express, and Star to the leading hotels and libraries throughout the country, a movement inaugurated and carried out by Mr. M.J. Newmark. Those few papers, distributed where they would do the most good, filled our hotels and boarding houses, and sent joy to the hearts of the real estate dealers. It's a most trifling thing to do, and there's millions in it." Another interesting experiment in early advertising by means of the stereopticon was made in 1876 when the Los Angeles photographer Henry T. Payne exhibited at Philadelphia a fine selection of views designed to inform the spectator about Southern California and to attract him hither. Toward the end of May, Payne left for the East, taking with him a first-class stereopticon and nearly 1,000 lantern slides of the old wet plate process, the views being the product of Payne's own skill and labor. For some time prior to 1876 the suitable observance here of the anniversary of the nation's independence had been frequently discussed, and when James J. Ayers called a meeting of citizens in the county courthouse on the evening of April 29th, and another on May 6th, it was decided to celebrate the 4th of July in a manner worthy of the occasion. Committees were appointed to arrange the details, and when the eventful day arrived, the largest throngs in the city's history assembled to give vent to their patriotism. The procession, led by Grand Marshal H. M. Mitchell, assisted by Marshals Eugene Meyer, Francisco Guiardo, John F. Godfrey and Otto von Polenys, mounted on the best groomed steeds of the fashion stables, formed towards 10 o'clock, and was half an hour in passing the corner of Temple, Spring, and Main streets. The Woods Opera House Band, the Los Angeles Guard, and the Los Angeles Rifleros assisted. The parade wended its tortuous way from the Aliso Mills in the northeast to the Roundhouse in the south. An interesting feature of the march was the division of Mexican War veterans. 42 of these battle-scarred soldiers, a number of whom had become prominent in civic life, lined up, among them General George Stoneman, Captain William Turner, Dr. J.S. Griffin, Major Henry Hancock, S.C. Foster, John Schumacher, L.C. Goodwin, D.W. Alexander, and A.W. Timms. Another feature worthy of note was the triumphal chariot of the French Benevolent Society, in which 3 young ladies represented respectively the goddesses of Liberty, France, and America. Fire Engine Company No. 38, Confidence Engine Company No. 2, and the Hook and Ladder Company formed another division, followed by several societies and secret orders. In one float, 13 young ladies represented the 13 original colonies, and in another, 25 damsels portrayed the rest of the states. There were also the 49ers, the butchers, and the other tradesmen, while George and Martha Washington accompanied the Philadelphia Brewery. For this local celebration of the centennial, streets, public buildings, stores, and private residences were beautifully decorated, portraits of Washington being everywhere. Hellman Haas and Company, S.C. Foy, the Los Angeles Social Club, and H. Newmark and Company were among those who especially observed the day. There was a triple arch on Main Street with a center span 30 feet wide and 30 feet high, and statues of Washington, Grant, and others. The railroad depots and trains were also fittingly adorned, and at the residence and grounds of Consular Agent Mohrenhout, the Stars and Stripes, with the French tricolor, were displayed under the legend, "Friends since 100 years." The Pico House was perhaps the most elegantly adorned, having a column, a flagstaff, and a liberty cap, with the enthusiastic legends, 1776, 1876, now for 1976. To the patrons of the Pico House, may you live 100 years. No North, no South, no East, no West. The Roundhouse Gardens having been reached, the literary and musical program began. The band played Hail Columbia, and General Phineas Banning, the presiding officer, introduced the Reverend T.T. Packard, who delivered the opening prayer. Banning then made a short patriotic address. America was sung by several church choirs of the city. Professor Thomas A. Saxon read the Declaration of Independence. The choir sang the Red, White, and Blue, and J.J. Ayers, as poet of the occasion, read an original poem. Yankee Doodle came after that, and then James G. Eastman, as orator of the day, delivered the address, reviewing the civilization and wonders of every age, and tickling the hearer's vanity with perorations such as this: "When the mournful zephyrs, passing the plain where Marathon once stood, shall find no mound to kiss; when the arch of Titus shall have been obliterated, the Colosseum crumbled into antique dust, the greatness of Athens degenerated into dim tradition, Alexander, Caesar, and Napoleon forgotten, the memories of Independence Hall shall still bloom in imperishable freshness." At the conclusion of the oration, Jacob A. Mohrenhout, the venerable French representative, spoke very appropriately of the relation of France to America in our great revolutionary struggle, after which the Reverend A. W. Edelman concluded the exercises by pronouncing the benediction. The celebration had a soul in it, and no doubt compensated in patriotic sincerity for what it may have lacked in classical elegance. Incidental to this commemoration, the literary committee having in charge the exercises had named Don J.J. Warner, Judge Benjamin Hayes, and Dr. J.P. Whitney a subcommittee to compile the most interesting data about the old town from the Spanish occupancy by the founding of the mission at San Gabriel, and on the 4th of July, or within less than 2 months after their appointment, the historians produced their report, to which I have already referred, a document known as An Historical Sketch of Los Angeles County, California, which, in spite of the errors due to the short period allotted the editors, is still interesting and valuable, portraying as it does various characteristics of early life in the Southland and preserving to posterity many names and minor facts. In the summer of 1875, 1,500 men began to dig their way into the San Fernando Mountains, and about the end of the first week in September 1876 the long tunnel was completed, a bore 6,940 feet in length, beginning 27 miles from Los Angeles. During the course of construction, vast quantities of candles, generally the best, were employed to furnish light for the workmen, H. Newmark and Company supplying most of the illuminants. Some of the facts concerning the planning, building, and attendant celebration of this now famous tunnel should be peculiarly interesting to the Angeleno of today, as also to his descendants, for not only do they possess intrinsic historical importance, but they exemplify as well both the comparative insignificance of Los Angeles at the time when this great engineering feat was so successfully undertaken, and the occasional futility of human prophecies, even when such prophecies are voiced by those most fitted at the time to deliver them. I have already mentioned the interview which Governor Downey and I had with Collis P. Huntington in San Francisco when we presented the arguments of Los Angeles for the extension of the Southern Pacific Railroad to this point. The greatest difficulty, from an engineering standpoint, was the boring and finishing of the San Fernando Tunnel, and then the small town of Los Angeles was compelled to pass through much discouragement before she became the southern terminus of the road, a selection of the most vital importance to her future prosperity and growth. In the first place, a Mr. Rice, whose office was in Temple Block, represented the railroad company in telling the citizens of Los Angeles that if they did not appropriate toward the undertaking $250,000, then an enormous sum of money, Los Angeles would be left out of the line of travel, and the railroad would be built so as to pass several miles inland, compelling our city to make a choice between putting in a branch to connect with the main line, or resigning any claim she might have to become a railroad center. In fact, this is precisely what occurred in the case of Visalia and a number of other towns. That is to say, they are today the termini of railroad feeders, instead of a part of the main line as they perhaps might have been. When this threat or warning was delivered, an agitation immediately set in, both to collect the money that the company demanded and to influence its management to include Los Angeles on the main line. Judge R. M. Whitney was one of the prominent figures in the local campaign. The Chamber of Commerce, through its president, Solomon Lazard, also buckled on its armor in behalf of Los Angeles and entered the lists. Notably, it sent a telegram to the United States Senate, the railroad, as is well known, having received land grants of inestimable value from Congress and being considered, therefore, susceptible to influence. And this telegram was penned with such classical eloquence that it poured $75 into the coffers of the telegraph company. The net result of the campaign was the decision of the railroad company to include Los Angeles among the favored stations. The politics of the situation having thus been satisfactorily settled, the engineering problems began to cast their shadows. General Stoneman stated that the tunnel bore could not be effected, an opinion which was by no means uncommon at the time. Others again said that people would never be induced to travel through so long a tunnel. Still another set of pessimists stated that the winter rains would cause it to cave in, to which Senator Stanford laconically replied that it was too damned dry in Southern California for any such catastrophe. This railroad and the tunnel, however, were fortunately to become one of those happy instances in which the proposals of man and the disposals of the Lord are identical, for in course of time both found their completion under the able direction of railroad genius, assisted in no small way by the gangs of thousands of Orientals who did the hard road work. As in the case with practically every Southern Californian enterprise, the finishing of this great undertaking was accompanied by a rather elaborate celebration. A delegation of San Francisco citizens, one of whom was my brother, met at Newhall a delegation from Los Angeles, including S. Lazard, died January 13, 1915, in the 90th year of his age. And I thus have the pleasant recollection of having been among the very first who went through the tunnel on that initial trip. Having arrived at Newhall, the citizens of the northern and southern cities symbolized, by fraternal handshaking, the completion of this new and strongest bond between them. Amidst general rejoicing, and with thousands of Chinamen lined up on either side of the track, each at full attention and all presenting their shovels, General D.D. Colton drove the golden spike which bound the rails from the north with the rails from the south. After considerable speech-making and celebrating, most of the company boarded the train for Los Angeles, where the jollification was concluded with a banquet, a ball, illuminations, and other festivities. Possibly due to the great increase in Chinese brought to Southern California through railroad work, repeated demonstrations against the Mongolians were made here at meetings during the summer. Shortly after the completion of the Southern Pacific Railroad, the people of Los Angeles became very much dissatisfied with the company's method of handling their business, and especially with the arbitrary rulings of J.C. Stubbs in making freight rates. On one occasion, for example, a shipper approached Stubbs and asked for a rate on a carload of potatoes from San Francisco to Tucson. Stubbs asked him how much he expected to pay for the potatoes and what he would get for them, and having obtained this information, he allowed the shipper a small profit and took the balance for freight. This dissatisfaction on the part of an enterprising community accustomed to some liberality found in time such an open expression that Charles F. Crocker, one of the original promoters of the Central, and one of the owners of the Southern Pacific, who had occasionally visited Los Angeles, came down to confer with the city council at a public meeting. Crocker, as president of the Central Pacific Railroad Company, was a very important man, and I felt at the time that he was most discourteously received by those with whom he had come to discuss the situation. The meeting, which I attended, was held in the small council room, and I well remember the oppressive closeness. The place was indeed packed, people were smoking and chewing tobacco, and the reader may perhaps imagine the extreme condition of both the atmosphere and the floor. This, however, was not all. When one of the councilmen, out of regard, I suppose, for the railroad president's other engagements, asked that Mr. Crocker be permitted to address the city fathers, J.S. Thompson, a Revolutionary councilman, stood up and declared that the San Francisco magnate would be heard when his time came, and not before. How this lack of consideration impressed the visitor may be seen from the conclusion of my story. After a while Crocker was allowed to speak, and in the course of his remarks he stated that the Southern Pacific Railroad Company had invested a great amount of money, and that it was necessary to realize proper interest on their expenditure. Thereupon Isaac W. Lord, one of the spectators, after whom Lordsburg was named, arose and begged to tell a little story. An ambitious individual, he said, who had once built a hotel on the desert at a cost of $150,000, was without guest until, one day, a lone traveler rode across the burning sands and put up for the night at the hostelry. Next morning the stranger was handed a bill for $75, and upon inquiring why so much had been charged, the proprietor explained that he had spent $150,000 in building the hotel, that the stranger was, thus far, the first and only guest, and that therefore he must pay his part of the interest on the investment. The story, to Mr. Crocker's discomfiture, brought a loud laugh, and it was then, before the laughter had died out, that the famous railroad man, resuming the debate, made his memorable threat. If this be the spirit in which Los Angeles proposes to deal with the railroad upon which the town's very vitality must depend, I will make grass to grow in the streets of your city. And, considering the fate that has been falling on more than one community which coldly regarded the proposals of these same California railroads, Crocker's warning was not without significance. The Crocker incident having left matters in a worse state than before, Colonel Eldridge E. Hewitt, agent for the Southern Pacific, brought Governor Stanford to my office and introduced him. Stanford stated that his road would soon be in operation, and expressed the hope that H. Newmark and Company would patronize it. I told Stanford that our relations with the steamship company had always been very pleasant, but that we would be very glad to give his line a share of our business, if rates were made satisfactory. At the same time, the Southern Pacific Railroad Company, having secured control of the Los Angeles and San Pedro Railroad, issued circulars announcing that steamer freight would henceforth be classified. As this was a violent departure from established precedents, it foreshadowed trouble, and sure enough rates moved upward from $8 to as high as $30 a ton, according to classification. H. Newmark and Company and Hellman Haas and Company, who were the heaviest shippers in Los Angeles, together with a number of other merchants, decided to charter a steamer or sailing vessel. James McFadden, of Santa Ana, owned the tramp steamboat Newport, which plied between San Francisco and Newport Landing, in an irregular lumber trade, and this, after some negotiations, we engaged for 3 years, on the basis of $3 per ton. Having made this contract, we entered valiantly into the contest, and, in order suitably to impress the Southern Pacific Railroad Company with our importance, we loaded the vessel, on her initial trip, to the gunwales. Now cargo, on arriving at Wilmington at that time, used to be loaded into cars, brought to Los Angeles, and left in the freight shed until we removed it at our convenience. But when the Newport arrived, the vessel was unloaded and the merchandise put into the warehouse at Wilmington, where it was held several days before it was reshipped. On its arrival in Los Angeles, the railroad company gave notice that removal must be effected within 24 hours, or demurrage would be charged; and since, with the small facilities in those days at our command, so prompt a withdrawal of an entire cargo was a physical impossibility, our expenses were straightway heavily increased. Subsequent to this first shipment, we adopted a more conservative policy, in spite of which our troubles were to multiply. The Southern Pacific Railroad Company named a rate of $3 a ton in less than carload lots between San Francisco and way stations, and this induced many of our country customers to trade in that city. At the same time, the company carried many lines between San Francisco and Los Angeles free of charge, potatoes and other heavy items being favored. The mask was now discarded, and it became evident that we were engaged in a life and death struggle. Had there been a united front, the moral effect might have sustained us in the unequal contest, but unfortunately H. Newmark and Company were abandoned by every shipper in Los Angeles except Hellman Haas and Company, and we soon found that fighting railroad companies recalled the adage, "The game's not worth the candle." At the end of 10 months of sacrifices, we invoked the assistance of my former partner and friend, Phineas Banning, who was then associated with the Southern Pacific, and he visited the officials in San Francisco in our behalf. Stanford told him that the railroad company, rather than make a single concession, would lose $1,000,000 in the conflict. But Banning finally induced the company to buy the Newport, which brought to a close the first fight in Los Angeles against a railroad. In the winter of 1876 77, a drought almost destroyed the sheep industry in Southern California. As a last resort, the ranchers, seeing the exhausted condition of their ranges, started to drive their sheep to Arizona, New Mexico, or Utah, but most of them fell by the way. Again we had the coincidence of drought and a fatal epidemic of smallpox, not only leaving death in its wake, but incidentally damaging business a good deal. Mrs. Juan Lanfranco was one of those who died. Mr. and Mrs. Solomon Lazard lost a son, and a grocer by the name of Henry Niedekin, who had a little frame store where the Angelus Hotel now stands, as well as many others, succumbed. End of chapter 34. Chapter 36 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 35, The Revival of the Southland, 1877 to 1880. The late 70s were marked by an encouraging awakening of national energy and a growing desire on the part of the Angeleno, notwithstanding the excessive local dullness, to bring the outside world a pace or two nearer, as a result of which things began to simmer, while there was an unmistakable manifestation on the part of those at places more or less remote to explore the almost unknown Southwest, especially that portion bordering on the Pacific. I have already noted, with varying dates, the time when patents to land were issued. These dates remind me of the long years during which some of the ranch owners had to wait before they received a clear title to their vast estates. Although, as I have said, the Land Commission was in session during the first decade of my residence here, it was a quarter of a century and more, in some cases, after the commissioners had completed their reports before the Washington authorities issued the desired patents confirming the Mexican grants, and by that time not a few of those who had owned the ranches at the beginning of the American occupancy were dead and buried. William Mulholland, who was really trained for navigation and had followed the sea for 4 or 5 years, steered for Los Angeles in 1877 and associated himself with the Los Angeles Water Company, giving his attention especially to hydraulic engineering and passing as it were in 1902, with the rest of the water plant, to the city when it bought the company out. On March 22nd, the Common Council changed the name of Nigger Alley, in the adobe days known as Calle de los Negros, to that of Los Angeles Street, and thus faded away a designation of Los Angeles's early gambling district long familiar to old settlers. The same year, the city marshalship, which J. Carrillo had held during 1875 to 76, was discontinued, and J. F. Gherkins was appointed the first chief of police. Part of the property included in the blanket mortgage given by Temple and Workman to E.J. Baldwin was Temple Block, and when this was sold at sheriff's sale in 1877, H. Newmark and Company decided to acquire it if they could. Dan Freeman, acting for Baldwin, was our only competitor, and after a somewhat spirited contest, the property was knocked down to us. In 1909 we sold Temple Block to the city of Los Angeles. Quite a large contribution of money was then made by adjoining landowners, with the understanding that the site would form the nucleus for a civic center, but thus far this solemn promise remains unfulfilled. More's the shame, especially since the obligation is precisely coincidental with the city's needs. In 1877 Colonel R.S. Baker erected the block bearing his name on the site of the historic adobe home of Don Abel Stearns, the walls of which structure, when demolished, killed 2 of the workmen. This building, the most modern of that period, immediately became the scene of much retail activity, and 3 wide-awake merchants, Eugenie Germain, George D. Rowan, and Reverend B.F. Coulter, moved into it. Germain was the first of these to arrive in Los Angeles, coming in 1870, and soon after establishing several trading posts along the line of the Southern Pacific during its construction through Arizona. One day, while inspecting ranches in this wild and woolly region, Germain ran into a party of cowboys who were out gunning, and just for a little diversion they took to peppering the vicinity of his feet, which attention persuaded him into a high step less graceful than alert. Germain came to occupy many positions of trust, being appointed in 1889 commissioner from California to the Paris Exposition, and later American consul at Zurich, Switzerland. Next among the tenants was George D. Rowan, who opened a grocery store in the Strelitz block opposite the old jail, remaining there until the completion of Baker's building, thus supplying another illustration of the tendency then predominating to gravitate toward the extreme northern end of the town. In several enterprises Rowan was a pioneer. He brought from Chicago the first phaeton seen on our streets, and in conjunction with Germain he inaugurated the shipping of California products in carload lots to the Eastern market. He was also one of the first to use pennies here. Withdrawing from the grocery trade in 1882, he busied himself with real estate until 1892, when he retired. A public-spirited man, he had the greatest confidence in the future of Los Angeles, and was instrumental in subdividing much important acreage, including the block between 6th, 7th, Hill, and Olive Streets, which he sold in 60-foot lots at prices as low as $600 each. He was a prime mover in having the name of Fort Street altered to that of Broadway, certainly a change of questionable propriety, considering the origin of the old name. Rowan died on September 7, 1901. His sons, R.A. and P.D. Rowan, constitute the firm of R.A. Rowan and Company. Reverend Coulter, father of Frank M. Coulter, footnote, died on October 27, 1915, end footnote, brought his family to Los Angeles on September 17, 1877, and after a short association in the hardware firm of Harper and Coulter, he entered the dry goods field as B.F. Coulter, now the Coulter Dry Goods Company. In 1878, Coulter bought the woolen mills on Pearl Street near Fifth. Coulter was a man of genial temperament and great integrity, and I shall have occasion to speak of him again. R.F. Del Valle was born in December 1854 at the Plaza Ancestral Home, where, before the family's removal to Camulos Rancho, I frequently saw him playing when I attended the political councils at his father's home. By the by, I believe that J.L. Brent had his law office there, which may account for those gatherings. Del Valle's boyhood days were spent in and around Los Angeles. He studied law in San Francisco and returned to Los Angeles in 1877, a promising young orator and attorney. Since that period he has been in public life practically all of the time. For some time past he has been a member of the Water Board. He has been frequently honored by the Democratic Party, especially in 1880, when as elector he was instructed to vote for our former fellow townsman, General W.S. Hancock. In 1890 de Valle married Mrs. Helen K. Style, widow of Thomas K. Style, and daughter of Caleb E. White, a Pomona horticulturist and sheepman. A murder case of the late 70s was notable on account of the tragic fate of 2 indirect participants. On October 10th, G. M. Waller, custodian of the Land Company's bath house at Santa Monica, detected Victor Funk, who had been warned to keep off the premises, in the act of erecting a private bath house on the beach, and shot him in the leg, from which wound after 2 days Funk died. In his defense Waller claimed that as watchman he was acting under orders from E. S. Parker, the Land Company's agent. Waller was found guilty of involuntary homicide and sentenced on January 25, 1878, to 1 year in the penitentiary. Parker, on the other hand, was convicted of murder in the second degree, and on March 8th was sentenced to 10 years' imprisonment. This severe and unexpected punishment caused a mental excitement from which Parker soon died, and but a few days later his broken-hearted wife fell dead. Annual public affairs were centers of social life as late as the middle of the 70s, one being held about 1876 or 1877 in the old Alameda Street depot, which, decorated with evergreens and flowers, had been transformed into a veritable garden. With succeeding years, these displays, for some time in Horticultural Hall on Temple Street, came to be more and more enchanting. Still later, one or more flower festivals were held in Hazard's Pavilion on Fifth Street near Olive, that of 1889 in particular attracting, in the phraseology of a local newspaper, one of the largest and most brilliant gatherings in the history of the city. It is indeed a pity that these charming exhibitions, requiring but the mere bringing together of some of the flowers so bountifully supplied us, have been abandoned. On February 1st, 1878, 23 years after the Odd Fellows first organized here, their newly constructed hall in the Oxerart block at 108 North Spring Street was dedicated with elaborate ceremonies. About 1878, Captain George J. Clark, who had been postmaster from 1866 to 1873, and who lived well out of town, offered me 60 feet adjoining my home on Fort Street, a site now occupied by the J. W. Robinson Company. He asked $100 a foot for the Fort Street frontage alone, but as only $16 a foot had been paid for the full depth to Hill Street of the piece I already owned, I refused to purchase. Nor was I persuaded even when he threatened to erect a livery stable next to my house. Another item respecting land values and how they impressed me. In 1878, Nadeau purchased for $20,000 the site of the Nadeau Hotel, whereupon I told him that he was crazy, but later events proved him to have been a better judge than I. Sometime in the late 70s, Jerry Ilitch started a chop house on North Main Street, and prospered so well that in time he was able to open a larger and much finer establishment, which he called the Maison Dorée. This restaurant was one of the best of the time and became the rendezvous of men about town. In 1896 Jerry moved again, this time to 3rd Street opposite the Bradbury block, and thither went with him his customers of former days. When Ilitch died in December 1902, he had the finest restaurant in the city. In April, the public library was transferred to the care of the city. In the beginning, as I have stated, a fee of $5 was charged to patrons. Somewhat later, it is my recollection, a legislative enactment permitted a small addition to the tax rate for the partial support of this worthy enterprise, and this municipal assistance enabled the directors to carry the work along even though the annual membership fee was reduced to $4 payable quarterly. On September 25th, General John C. Fremont arrived in Los Angeles on his way to Arizona, of which territory he had been appointed governor, and accompanied by his wife and daughter he was driven at once to the St. Charles Hotel. There, in response to a demonstration by the citizens, he referred to the great changes which had taken place here during his absence of 30 years. 2 days later, General Fremont and family left for Yuma, the explorer traveling that route by means of the iron horse for the first time. Benjamin Franklin Taylor, the lecturer and author, visited Los Angeles in 1878 and wrote the sympathetic book Between the Gates, full of just discrimination and hopeful views respecting the Southland. Some new ordinances regulating vegetable vendors having been passed in the winter of 1878 to 79, the Chinese peddlers went on a strike, and for some time refused, to the inconvenience of their dependent customers, to supply any truck farm products. During the postmastership of Colonel Isaac R. Dunkelberger, the post office was moved in 1879 to the Oxerart block on North Spring Street near First. There it continued for 8 years, contributing much toward making the neighborhood an important commercial center. M.J. Newmark, having sold to his partners his interest in the firm of H. Newmark and Company, left Los Angeles in 1879 for San Francisco, after building a residence on Spring Street next to the southwest corner of Spring and 7th and adjoining the dwellings owned by Caspar Combe and M.A. Newmark. Each of these houses stood on a 60-foot lot, and to protect themselves from possibly unpleasant neighbors, the holders had bought the corner of 7th and Spring Streets for $425. On his departure, M.J. Newmark committed his affairs to my care, desiring to dispose of his place, and I offered it to I.N. Van Wise for $7,500, which represented the cost of the house alone. Times were quite hard in Los Angeles at this period, and when Van Wise said that he would give $6,500 for it, I accepted his offer and induced the owners to sell to him the corner lot for $475. This is the earlier history of the corner now occupied by the I.N. Van Wise building, in which the First National Bank conducts its affairs. Long before there was any necessity for cutting 6th Street through, east of Main, George Kirchhoff, who in 1879 had brought his family from Indiana, bought the 6 acres formerly belonging to the intrepid pioneer J.J. Warner, and, in the midst of this pretty orchard, built the home in which he continued to reside until 1896, when he died. William G. Kirchhoff, a son, came with his father and almost immediately engaged in the lumber business with James Cusner. An ordinary man might have found this enterprise sufficient, especially as it expanded with the building up of our Southland communities, but this was not so with the younger Kirchhoff, who in 1892 entered the ice business, after which effort, within 10 years, he evolved the San Gabriel Electric Company. Henry E. Huntington then associated himself with this enterprise, somewhat later buying that part of the Kirchhoff property on which the Huntington building, opposite the Kirchhoff, now stands, and as a result of the working together of 2 such minds, huge electrical enterprises culminated in the Pacific Light and Power Company. The year 1879 was tragic in my family. On the 20th of January, our son Philip, only 9 years of age, died of diphtheria, and a trifle more than 3 weeks later, on February 11th, Leo, a baby of 3 years, succumbed to the same treacherous disease. Barely had the grave closed on the 2nd when a daughter became seriously ill, and after her recovery, in a fit of awful consternation, we fled the plague-infected house and the city, taking with us to San Francisco Edward, a son of 5 years. But alas, hardly had we returned to town when he also died on March 17, 1879. In May, Judge R. M. Whitney broached to the Reverend A. M. Huff, Reverend M. M. Bovard, E. F. Spence, Dr. J. P. Whitney, and G. D. Compton his project for the first Protestant institution of higher learning in Southern California, and meeting with their encouragement, certain land in West Los Angeles, consisting of 308 acres, was accepted in trust as a gift from I. W. Hellman, J. G. Downey, and O. W. Childs, 40 acres being later added. In 1880 the first building was put up on Wesley Avenue, and on the 6th of October the college was opened. Most of the projectors were Methodists, and the institution, since known as the University of Southern California, became a Methodist college. The beginning of the institution has been odd. Its first Department of Arts was built in 1883 at Ontario, while 2 years later its theological school was opened at San Fernando. Recently, under the energetic administration of President F. D. Bovard, the university has made much progress. A. B. Chapman, about 1879, joined C. T. Paul in opening a hardware store at 12 Commercial Street, with a little tin shop opposite, and they soon introduced here the first gasoline stoves, to which the insurance companies at once seriously objected. Probably the earliest Los Angeles newspaper published in French was a weekly, L'Union Nouvelle, which commenced in 1879 with P. Gagné as editor. Exceeding the limits of animated editorial debate into which the rival journalists had been drawn in the heated campaign of 1879, William A. Spaulding, a reporter on the Evening Express, waited for Joseph D. Lynch, the editor of the Herald, at about 11 o'clock in the morning of August 16th, and peppered away with a bulldog pistol at his rival, as the latter, who had just left the Pico House, was crossing Spring Street from Temple Block to go to the Herald office. Lynch dropped his cane and fumbled for his shooting iron, but by the time he could return the fire, A. de Salis and other citizens had thrust themselves forward, making it doubly perilous to shoot at all. Spaulding sent the bullet which wounded, not his adversary, but a bystander, L.A. Major of Compton. Colonel G. Wiley Wells arrived in 1879 after a Civil War career in which his left arm was permanently crippled. He also served as United States District Attorney in Mississippi, where he prosecuted many of the Ku Klux Klan, and as United States Consul General to China, where he had a varied experience with men and affairs. With A. Brunson, he formed the law partnership of Brunson and Wells, having offices in the Baker Block. The next year, Bradner W. Lee, a nephew of Wells, who had arrived here in 1879, was added to the firm. After 15 years' practice in the local courts, during which time Wells became a noted figure, he retired to private life at Santa Monica, disposing of his extensive law library, consisting of some 6,000 volumes, to his successors, Works and Lee. Henry Milner Mitchell, to whom I have referred as assisting to run down Vasquez, reached Los Angeles by way of Nicaragua in 1868, and was successively a surveyor, a reporter, a law student, and finally, from 1878 to 1879, sheriff. In 1879 he was admitted to practice before the Supreme Court of California, and in the same year he married the eldest daughter of Andrew Glassell. Evidently he met a very tragic death. While hunting near the scene of Vasquez's capture, he was shot by a friend who mistook him for a deer. Colonel Henry Harrison Markham, a New Yorker, pitched his tent in Los Angeles and Pasadena in 1879 and was elected to Congress from the 6th District, defeating R.F. Del Valle. He succeeded in getting $150,000 for a public building and appropriations for Wilmington and other harbors, and he also aided in establishing Army headquarters at Los Angeles for Arizona, New Mexico, and Southern California. Carl Seligman left Germany for America in 1879 and spent a year in San Francisco, after which he removed to Tucson, Arizona. And there he remained, engaged in the wholesale and retail grocery business, until on December 6, 1885, he married my daughter Ella, following which event he bought an interest in the firm of M.A. Newmark and Company. The early 80s witnessed a commercial development so marked as to remind one of the proverbial grass that could be heard to grow. During an entire century, business, centered like social life more or less about the plaza, had crawled southward to First Street, a distance of but 3 or 4 blocks. And now, in 5 or 6 years, trade passed First, extended along both Main and Spring Streets, and reached almost to or just beyond Second. At this time the Baker Block, at the corner of North Main and Arcadia Streets, which contained the first town ticket office of the Southern Pacific Railroad, was still in the center of the retail trade of Los Angeles. And yet some idea of the backwardness of the city, even then, may be obtained from the fact that in 1880, on the southwest corner of Spring and Second Streets, where the Hollenbeck Hotel was later built, stood a horse corral, while the old adobe on the lot at the corner of First and Spring Streets, which was torn down later to make room for the Hotel Nadeau, was also still there. Obadiah Truax Barker settled in Los Angeles in 1880, and with Otto Mueller started a furniture and carpet business known as Barker and Mueller's, at 113 North Spring Street. Strange as it seems, however, the newcomers found themselves too far from the business district, and on Mueller's retiring, O.T. Barker and Sons moved to a store near the Pico House. Now the firm is Barker Brothers. In fond recollection, the homely cheerfulness of the old-time adobe recurs again and again. The 80s, however, were characterized by another form of dwelling, fashionable and popular, some examples of which, half ruined, are still to be seen. This was the frame house, large and spacious, with wide, high, curving verandas, semicircular bay windows, towers, and cupolas. Flower-bordered lawns generally encircled these residences. There were long, narrow hallways, and more spare bedrooms than the less intimate hospitality of today suggests or demands. On January 1, 1880, the District Court of Los Angeles was abolished to give way to the County Court, on which occasion Don Ignacio Sepulveda, the last of the District Court judges, became the first county judge. The first cement pavement in the city was laid on Main Street north of First by a man named Floyd. Having bought Temple Block, we were thinking of surrounding it with wooden sidewalk. Floyd recommended cement, asking me at the same time to inspect a bit of pavement which he had just put down. I did so, and took his advice, and from this small beginning has developed the excellent system of paving now enjoyed by Los Angeles. In 1880 there visited Southern California a man who not only had a varied and most interesting past, but who was destined to have an important future. This was Abbot Kinsey, a blood relation of Emerson, Holmes, and old General Harrison, and a student of law and medicine, commission merchant, a botanical expert, cigarette manufacturer, and member of the United States Geological Survey. A man, too, who had traveled through and lived long in Europe, Asia, and Africa, and who, after seeing most of our own Northwest, was on his way to settle in Florida in search of health. While in San Francisco, he heard of the recently formed Sierra Madre colony, whither he made haste to go, and after a month or two there he liked it so well that he decided to remain on the gentle slope, found there a home, and lay out a farm. At that time we had a customer by the name of Seabury, who owned 160 acres along the foothills, and this land he had mortgaged to us to secure a note. When Kinney came, he bought a place adjoining Seabury's, and this led him to take over the mortgage. In due season he foreclosed and added the land to his beautiful property, which he named Kinaloa. All Kinney's combined experience was brought to bear to make his estate pleasurable, not only to himself, but for the casual visitor and passer-by, and in a short time he became well known. He also was made a special commissioner of the United States to examine into the condition of the Mission Indians of Southern California, and on this commission he served with Helen Hunt Jackson, so famous as H.H., or especially in California as the author of Ramona, visiting with her all the well-known Indian rancherias between San Diego and Monterey, in addition to the 21 Franciscan missions. Toward the end of April, F.P.F. Temple passed away at the Merced Ranch and was buried in the family burying ground at La Puente. This recalls to mind that in early days many families owned a hallowed acre where, as summoned one by one, they were laid side by side in rest eternal. On May 16th, John W. Bixby died at his Long Beach estate. About 1871 he had entered his brother Jotham's service, supervising the sheep ranch, and to John Bixby's foresight was attributed, first the renting and later the purchase of the great ranch controlled, through foreclosure of mortgage, by Michael Reese. A year or two before Bixby's death, 5,000 acres were set aside for the town of Los Alamitos, but John never saw the realization of his dream to establish there a settlement. It was on the 18th of the same month that my brother found it necessary to visit Carlsbad for the benefit of his health, and the decision occasioned my removal to San Francisco to look after his affairs. What was expected to be a brief absence really lasted until September 1882, when he and his family returned to America and San Francisco, and I came back to Los Angeles, with which of course I had continued in close communication. During our absence, my wife's father, Joseph Newmark, died rather suddenly on October 19, 1881. Reference has been made to the movement in 1859 for the division of California into 2 states. In the spring of 1880, John G. Downey republished the original act and argued that it was still valid, and Dr. J. P. Whitney contended that the geographical, topographical, climatic, and commercial laws were all working for the separation of California into 2 distinct civil organizations. Not long after, at a mass meeting in Los Angeles called to forward the improvement of Wilmington Harbor, an executive committee consisting of J. G. Downey, W. H. Perry, E. F. Spence, Dr. J. P. Whitney, A. B. Moffett, and J. G. Estudillo was named to see what could be done, and this committee appointed a legal committee consisting of Henry T. Hazard, R. M. Whitney, George H. Smith, C. E. Tom, A. Brunson, S. C. Hubble, and H. A. Barclay. The latter committee endorsed Downey's view that Congress could admit the new state, and it arranged for a convention which met on September 8, 1881. There, the gist of the sentiment was that state division was a necessity, but that the time was not yet ripe. In 1880, Jotham Bixby and Company sold 4,000 acres of their celebrated Cerritos Ranch to an organization known as the American Colony, and in a short time Wilmore City, named after W. E. Wilmore and the origin of Long Beach, was laid out and widely advertised. Wilmore, a teacher, had been fairly successful as a colonizer in Fresno County, but after all his dreaming, hard work, and investments he lost all that he had, like so many others, and died broken-hearted. The earliest recollection I have of a storekeeper at Long Beach was my customer, W. W. Lowe. At an early period in the development of Santa Monica, as we have seen, Senator Jones built a wharf there, but the Los Angeles and Independence Railroad, expected to become the outlet on the Pacific coast of a supposedly great mining district in Inyo County, never reached farther east than Los Angeles. The Southern Pacific Railroad Company, desiring to remove this competition, obtained possession of the new road, razed the warehouse, and condemned and half dismantled the wharf, and by setting up its terminus at Wilmington, it transferred there the greater part of its shipping and trade. By 1880, Santa Monica, today so prosperous, had shrunk to but 350 inhabitants. Competition compelled us, in 1880, to put traveling salesmen into the field, an innovation we introduced with reluctance, involving as it did no little additional expense. Near the end of August, a citizens' committee was appointed to receive and entertain President Rutherford B. Hayes, whose visit to Los Angeles, as the first president to come here, caused quite a stir. His stay was very brief. During the few hours that he was here, he and his party were driven around the neighborhood in open hacks. In the midst of his successive greenback campaigns, General Ben F. Butler sojourned for a few days in 1880 in Los Angeles and was the recipient of many attentions. At the beginning of this decade, the Los Angeles and San Pedro Railway was extended to Tim's Landing, the well-known old shipping point, and San Pedro then began to grow in earnest, both on the bluff and in the lowlands bordering on the bay. Wharves were projected, and large vessels, such as would have startled the earlier shippers, yet none too large at that, made fast to their moorings. But the improvement of yesterday must make way for that of today, and even now the harbor commissioners are raising historic Tim's Point. Penning again this familiar cognomen, I am reminded of what I dare say has been generally forgotten, that the Bay of Avallon was also once called Tim's Landing or Cove, after A.W. Timms, under officer in the United States Navy, and that the name was changed prior to the Bannings' purchase of Catalina. Frequent reference has been made to those who, in one way or another, sought to infuse new commercial life here and more rapidly to expand the city. But after all, George Layman, of whom I have already spoken, was perhaps the pioneer local boomer before that picturesque word had become incorporated into the Angelino's vocabulary. Nor were his peculiarities in this direction entirely confined to booming, for he did considerable buying as well. Layman's operations, however, most unfortunately for himself, were conducted at too early a period, and his optimism, together with his extensive unimproved holdings, wrought his downfall. Besides the roundhouse and gardens, he owned real estate which would now represent enormous value, in proof of which I have only to mention a few of his possessions at that time: the southwest corner of 6th and Spring Streets, the northeast corner of 6th and Hill Streets, large frontages and many other corners on Main, Spring, Fort, and Hill Streets. Practically none of this property brought any income, so that when the city began to grade and improve the streets, Layman's assessments compelled him to give a $15,000 blanket mortgage to Lazard Ferrers of San Francisco. Layman soon found himself beyond his depth and defaulted in the payment of both principal and interest. Not only that, but with a complacency and a confidence in the future that were sublime, he refused to sell a single foot of land, and Lazard Freres, with a worthy desire, natural to bankers, to turn a piece of paper into something more negotiable, foreclosed the mortgage in 1879, and shut the gates of the Garden of Paradise forever; and a sheriff's sale was advertised for the purpose of concluding this piece of financial legerdemain. I attended the sale, and still distinctly remember with much amusement some of the incidents. The vociferous auctioneer mounted the box or barrel provided for him, and opened the program by requesting an offer for the corner of Hill and 2nd Streets, a lot 120 by 160 feet in size. Nor did he request in vain. One of the heroes of the occasion was Louis Mesmer, a friend of Layman, whose desire it was to take a talking part in the proceedings, force up the prices, and so help the latter. Amidst the familiar going, 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 accordingly, the bidding began, and, under the incentive of Mesmer's bullish activities, the figures soon reached $400, the last bidder being Eugene Meyer, local agent for the mortgagee. At this juncture Mesmer, in his enthusiasm, doubled the bid to $800, expecting of course to induce someone to raise the price, already high for that day, still higher. But the best laid schemes of mice and men gang aft a glee. How eagerly Mesmer awaited the fruition of his shrewd manipulation! How he listened in hopeful anticipation to the repeated going, going, going of the auctioneer! In vain, however, he waited; in vain he listened. To his mortification and embarrassment, his astounded ear was greeted with the decisive "Gone for $800, sold to Louis Mesmer." Mesmer had bought, for more than it was worth, a piece of property which he did not want. a catastrophe realized as well by all the others present as it was patent to the victim himself. The crowd relished keenly the ludicrous situation in which Mesmer found himself, encumbered as he was with an investment which he had no intention of making, and throughout the remainder of the contest he was distinguished only by his silence. Poor old George! His vision was accurate. Los Angeles was to become great, but her splendid expansion was delayed too long for him to realize his dreams. When Layman died he was buried in a pauper's grave, and toward the end of the '80s the adobe round house, once such a feature of George Layman's garden of paradise, was razed to make way for needed improvements. I have spoken of the intolerable condition of the atmosphere in the council chamber when Charles Crocker made his memorable visit to Los Angeles to consult with the city fathers. In the '80s, when the Common Council met in the southeast corner of the second floor of Temple Block, the same objectionable use of tobacco prevailed, with the result that the worthy aldermen could scarcely be distinguished 25 feet away from the rough benches on which sat the equally beclouded spectators. Doubtless the atmosphere of the courtroom was just as foul when the mayor, as late at least as 1880, passed judgment each morning, sitting as a justice, on the crop of disorderlies of the preceding night. Then not infrequently some neighbor or associate of the mayor himself, caught in the police dragnet, appeared among the drowsy defendants. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 36. Centenary of the City. Electric Light. 1881 to 1884. The year 1881 opened with what, for Los Angeles, was a curious natural phenomenon: snow falling in February and covering the streets and plains with a white mantle. So rare was the novelty that many residents then saw the oddly shaped flakes for the first time. It was about that time, according to my recollection, that another attempt was made to advertise Los Angeles through her fair-famed climate, an effort which had a very amusing termination. Prominent men of our city invited the California Editorial Association, of which Frank Pixley of the Argonaut was president, to meet in Los Angeles that year, with the far-sighted intention of having them give wider publicity to the charms and fames of our winters. During this convention a banquet was held in the dining room of the St. Elmo Hotel, then perhaps called the Cosmopolitan. After a fine repast and a flow of brilliant eloquence, principally devoted to extolling our climatic wonders, the participants dispersed. But what was the surprised embarrassment of the Los Angeles boomers, on making their exit, to find pieces of ice hanging from all points of vantage, and an intense cold permeating and stiffening their bones. Thus ended, amid the few icicles Los Angeles has ever known, the first official attempt to extend the celebrity of our glorious and seductive climate. In February, Nathaniel C. Carter, to whom I have referred as a pioneer in arranging railroad excursions for tourists coming to California, bought from E.J. Baldwin some 1,100 acres of the Santa Anita Ranch, comprising the northern and wilder portion which sloped down from the base of the Sierra Madre Mountains. This he subdivided, piping water from the hills, and by wide advertising he established Sierra Madre, appropriating the name already selected by a neighboring colony. In 1881, J. M. Gwynn, who for a decade or more had been principal of the schools at Anaheim, was made superintendent of Los Angeles City Schools. A tragedy attracted unusual attention in the early '80s, owing in part to the social connections of the persons involved. Francisco, or Chico Forster, as he was popularly called, the sporting son of Don Juan Forster, had been keeping company with a Señorita Abarta, a young woman of superb stature, whose father was French and mother was Mexican, and having promised to marry her, he betrayed her confidence. Her insistence that Forster should keep his word had its dénouement when, one day at her behest, they visited the Plaza Church. But Forster so far endeavored to postpone the ceremony that he returned to the carriage in which he had left her, declaring that no priest could be found. Then they drove around until they reached the corner of Commercial and Los Angeles streets, half a block from H. Newmark and Company's. There the young woman left the carriage, followed by Forster, and on reaching the sidewalk she said to him in Spanish, "Chico, ¿qué vas a hacer?" (What are you going to do?) Forster gave some evasive answer, and Señorita Abarta shot him dead. She was arrested and tried, but owing to the expert evidence in her behalf given by Dr. Joseph Kurtz, she was exonerated, to the satisfaction of nearly the entire community. Among those who followed the proceedings closely with a view to publishing the dramatic story was George Butler Griffin, traveler and journalist, who, having recently arrived, had joined the staff of the Express, later becoming somewhat noted as a student of local history. At a meeting in Turnverein Hall on March 24th, the German Ladies' Benevolent Society of Los Angeles, so long known for its commendable work, was organized. Mrs. John Milner was elected president, Mrs. D. Malstedt vice president, Mrs. John Benner secretary, and Mrs. Jacob Kurtz treasurer. Savary J., alias Professor Brewster, was a simple-minded freak of the freakish '80s who dropped into Los Angeles, as such characters generally do, without anyone knowing much about his origin. It was during the time that walking matches were much in vogue, and whenever one of these took place, Savary J. was sure to participate. He was the only man in town that took Savary J. seriously, and I assume that he was generally entered rather to attract spectators than for any other purpose. One day the professor disappeared, and no clue to his whereabouts could be discovered until his dead body was found far out in the desert. He had walked once too often and too far. Fabian was a Frenchman and a jack-at-all-trades, doing odd jobs around town, whose temperament and outspoken way of expressing himself used to produce both amusement and surprise. On one occasion, when he took offense at the daughter of a prominent family for whom he was working, he sought out the lady of the house and said to her, "Madam, your sons are all right, but your daughters are no good." Two other names not forgotten by householders of an earlier day in Los Angeles are John Hall and Henry Budden. The former, whose complexion was as black as his soul was white, came to Los Angeles a great many years ago. He was a whitewasher by trade, and followed this calling for a livelihood, later giving it up to run an express wagon. And I can still see John plying about town and driving in summer between Los Angeles and Santa Monica, his wagon piled high with household effects, as our good citizens moved from one dwelling to another or went on their way to the shore of the sea. I remember also that one day some unnatural parent left a newborn, white infant on John Hall's steps. He was never able to locate the mother of the little fellow, and therefore took the foundling into his home and raised him as his son. Moses was the name John very appropriately bestowed upon the baby, and the white lad grew into manhood in the midst of this Negro family. Like Fabian, Budden proved himself handy in doing odd jobs of carpentering and upholstering, and was in frequent demand. On September 5th, at the conclusion of the city's first century, or more strictly speaking, 100 years and a day after the founding of Los Angeles, a noteworthy celebration was undertaken. A population of about 12,000 was all that Los Angeles then boasted, but visitors added greatly to the crowd, and the town took on a true holiday appearance. Main Street was decorated with an arch bearing the inclusive figures 1781 to 1881, and the variegated procession, under the grand marshalship of General George Stoneman, was made up of such vehicles, costumed passengers, and riders as suggested at once the motley but interesting character of our city's past. There were old, creaking carretas that had seen service in pioneer days. There were richly decorated saddles, on which rode gay and expert horsemen. And there were also the more up-to-date and fashionable carriages which, with the advent of transcontinental railroading, had at last reached the coast. Two Mexican Indian women, one named Benjamina, alternately scowling and smiling, and declared to be respectively 103 and 114 years old, formed a feature of the procession. Clouds of dust from the crowding auditors greeted the orators of the day, who spoke not only in English and Spanish, but also in French. There were festal games and sports characteristic of the olden time, and the celebration concluded with a Spanish baile, at which dancing was continued until the following morning. One of the musical celebrities of her time, and a native of Los Angeles of whom the city was justly proud, was Miss Mamie Perry, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. William H. Perry. In 1880 she went to Italy and studied under San Giovanni, and in September 1881 made her debut, singing in Milan, Florence, Mantua, and Bologna the title role of Petrella's opera Contessa d'Amalfi. In other cities she attained further distinction. A musical career was interrupted by her marriage in 1883 to Charles W. Davis, but after his untimely death in 1889, Miss Perry Davis returned to Italy, a notable musicale in Turnverein Hall being given as a farewell honor on April 22nd. Still later she returned to Los Angeles and married C. Modini Wood. When the funeral of President Garfield took place at Washington on September 27th, his memory was also honored in Los Angeles. A procession started at 2 o'clock from Spring Street and marched to the plaza, Colonel John O. Wheeler acting as Grand Marshal, and George E. Guard, Chief of Police, leading the way. A catafalque, draped with black, star-bedecked silk and green smilax, and surmounted by a shrouded eagle and a little child, Laura Chauvin, daughter of A.C. Chauvin, the grocer, kneeling and representing Columbia, lamenting the loss of the martyred chief, was drawn by 6 horses, followed by the honorary pallbearers and by civic and official bodies. Judge Volney E. Howard, as president, introduced Dr. J. P. Whitney, who read the resolutions of condolence, after which A. Brunson delivered the eulogy. Mrs. Garfield, the president's widow, who first came to winter in California in 1899, finally built her own winter home in Pasadena in October 1904. S. A. and M. A. Hamburger, who were engaged in business in Sacramento, concluded they would do better if they secured the right opening in the Southland, and having persuaded their father, Asher Hamburger, to join them in the new enterprise, they came to Los Angeles in November 1881, and established their present business under the firm name of A. Hamburger and Sons. D. A. Hamburger, who had been reading law, joined them in January 1883. For years until his death on December 2, 1897, the elder Hamburger participated actively in all the affairs of the concern. They first opened on Main Street near Rakina, close to the popular dry goods store of Dillon and Keneally, conducted by Richard Dillon and John Keneally, what was known as the People's Store, occupying a 1-story building with a room containing not more than 2,500 square feet. But having outgrown this location, they moved to the Buehmiller block. Again obliged to seek more room, the Phillips block, at the corner of Spring and Franklin streets, was built for their use on the site of the old city and county building and the jail. In 1908, the Hamburgers moved their extensive building on Broadway and 8th Street. Owen Brown, son of the famous John Brown of Osawatomie, and long the only survival of the little party that seized the arsenal at Harper's Ferry, came west late in 1881 and settled with his brother Jason, already at Pasadena. A horseback trail up one of the neighboring mountains still leads the traveler to speak in friendly spirit of this late pioneer, who died in 1889 and is buried near the foothills. 5 years later, Jason Brown returned to Ohio. The Daily Times, a Republican sheet started by Nathan Cole and James Gardiner, began on December 4th to be issued 6 days in the week. Both publishers within a month were succeeded by Yarnell, K-Style, and Mathis, owners of the Mirror. So successful was the paper that it soon grew to be a 9-column folio. In the height of the winter season of 1881-82, when the semi-tropical glory of Southern California was most appealing, Helen Hunt Jackson, exploring the Southwest for materials of value in the study of the Indian, came to Los Angeles and met, as I have already related, Abbot Kinney, himself a student of the aborigines. She also met Don Antonio F. and Doña Mariana Coronel, and finding in the latter a highly intelligent and affable lady, she passed some hours each day at the hospitable Coronel mansion, driving out there from her hotel and reclining under the broad palm trees. When Mrs. Jackson first came, with her pencils and notebooks, the retiring Senora, as she used to tell me, having little comprehension of the Eastern lady's ambitious plans, looked with some suspicion on the motives of her enthusiastic visitor. But fortunately this half-distrust was dispelled by the warmth of the author's geniality, and Doña Mariana, opening both her house and heart, contributed inestimably to the success of the now famous Ramona, most of the rough notes for which were written at a little table on the Coronel veranda. On Doña Mariana's advice, Mrs. Jackson selected the Del Valle ranch house at the Camulos as the best preserved and most typical place for a background. Although disappointed in not finding the Del Valles at home, and consequently seeing the imagined headquarters of Ramona for but an hour or two, she was compelled to rely upon her Los Angeles hostess for many of the interesting and singularly accurate details. On departing from Southern California, Mrs. Jackson wrote for the Century magazine a charming description of life at the old Coronel adobe, whence she never departed without a carriage full of luscious fruit. She also added her tribute to the attractions of the San Gabriel and San Fernando valleys. Now the world at large has been made more conversant with the poetical past of Los Angeles, for the most part through the novel Ramona. In 1882 the telephone was first introduced here, H. Newmark and Company so early subscribing for the service that they were given phone number 5, the old river station having number 1. But it may amuse the reader to know that this patronage was not pledged without some misgivings, lest the customary noises around the store might interfere with hearing, and so render the curious instrument useless. On January 20th, Don Juan Forster died at his Santa Margarita rancho in San Diego County, followed to the grave but a few months later by Mrs. Forster, a sister of Pio Pico. As rugged as the climate of his native state of Maine, A.T. Currier, after the usual hazardous life of the pioneer on the plains and in mines, proved his good judgment, when in the late 60s, after riding through California in search of the best place to find a home, he selected a ranch close to that of Lewis Phillips. For years I had pleasant relations with Currier, and I must confess that it was not easy to decide, in 1882, when two such friends as he and Billy Rowland were the opposing candidates, how I should vote for sheriff. Currier was elected. The Arroyo Vista, later and more correctly named the Vista del Arroyo, kept by Mrs. Emma C. Bangs, was the only hotel in the Pasadena settlement in 1882, and not infrequently passengers who journeyed there by the narrow, stuffy stage, running every day except Sunday, found on arriving that they could not be accommodated. So small, in fact, was the hostelry that it became necessary to advertise when all the rooms had been taken. The stage left for Los Angeles at 9 o'clock in the morning and returned at 3, and the driver, who was a student of the classics from the East, doled out to the passengers both crossroad data and bits of ancient lore. Fire having destroyed the State Normal School at San Jose in 1880, then the only institution of its kind in California, the legislature, on March 14, 1881, provided for the establishing here of a branch, and the following March George Gebhardt, a German who had come in 1875, raised $8,000 to purchase the orange grove at Bellevue Terrace, near Fifth Street and Charity, for a site. On August 29, 1882, the school was opened with Charles H. Allen of San Francisco as the first principal, 2 other teachers, and 61 students. In 1883, Allen was succeeded by President Ira Moore, and the school became an independent institution. Edward T. Pierce, who followed Professor Moore, retired in 1904. An instructor there for 22 years was Professor Melville Dozier, who made for California by way of Panama in 1868. Largely through the devotion of these pioneer teachers, as well as through those qualities which have marked the administration of Dr. Jesse F. Millspaugh, scholar and pedagogue, for nearly the last decade, this normal school has grown each year from a very humble beginning until it now sends out hundreds of men and women into one of the noblest of all professions. A commencement here of the Los Angeles High School of particular interest to me was celebrated in June in the old Turnverein Hall on Spring Street, Superintendent James M. Gwynn presenting the diplomas, when my daughter Ella graduated. Among her instructors had been Mrs. Chloe P. Jones, for 3 years principal of the school, and for 1 year superintendent, having been the last incumbent at the same time of both offices, and the late Mrs. Anna Averill, a noted club woman. Mrs. Jones came to California from Ohio in 1873, taught for a while in Santa Rosa, and after a year of grade work here, began to instruct in the new high school, and there, after a service of nearly 4 decades, she is still a highly esteemed member of the staff. Mrs. Averill was the first woman to enter the Board of Education, and in her honor a bell was placed on the Mission Road, El Camino Real, to celebrate her 70th birthday. Colonel Harrison Gray Otis, who had been a farmer's boy, printer, Union soldier, foreman of the government printing office, newspaper correspondent and editor, and had first visited Los Angeles in 1874 or 1875 to familiarize himself with local conditions, on August 1, 1882, joined the firm of Yarnell, K-Style, and Mathis, thereupon assuming the management of both the Times and the Weekly Mirror. In October 1883, Yarnell and Mathis retired. A year later, the Times Mirror Company was incorporated with a capital stock of $40,000. Notwithstanding the failure of the Evening Republican in 1878-79, Nathan Cole, Jr. started another afternoon daily, the Evening Telegram, on August 19th. It was very neatly printed, was delivered by carrier at 65 cents a month, and was a pioneer here in inserting free advertisements for those desiring situations. In the spring of 1882 my attention had been called to the public need of proper facilities for obtaining a drink of good water, and nobody else having moved in the matter, the following communication was sent, during the heated summer, to the city authorities: Los Angeles, August 25th, 1882. To the Honorable, the Council of Los Angeles City. Gentlemen, the undersigned hereby tendered to the city a drinking fountain, as per the accompanying cut, to be placed on that portion of Temple Block fronting the junction of Main and Spring Streets, for the free use of the public, and subject to the approval of your honorable body. Respectfully, H. Newmark and Company. About the same time, Stephen H. Mott, Secretary of the Los Angeles City Water Company, promised enough drinking water free of charge to supply the fountain. The unpretentious gift having been accepted, the fountain was installed. The design included an iron pedestal and column, surmounted by a female figure of attractive proportions, while below the water issued from the mouth of a lion's head. Though but 7 feet in height, and not to be compared with more ambitious designs seen here later, the fountain may have given some incentive to city service and adornment. It has been shown that Remy Nadeau bought the southwest corner of Spring and First Streets at what I then considered a ridiculously high price. On that site, in 1882, he commenced building the Hotel Nadeau, the first 4-story structure in town. This fact is not likely to escape my memory, since he acquired the necessary funds out of the profit he made in a barley speculation involving the sale, by H. Newmark and Company, of some 80,000 bags of this cereal, his gain representing our loss. It thus happened that I participated in the opening festivities, which began with a banquet and ended with a ball, to a greater extent than I dare say the average guest ever suspected. For many years thereafter, the Nadeau, now comparatively so deserted, was the center of social and business life in Los Angeles. On October 11th occurred the death of Don Manuel Dominguez, his wife surviving him but a few months. In 1882, F. H. Howland, representing the Brush Electric Lighting Company, made an energetic canvass in Los Angeles for the introduction of the electric light, and by the end of the third week in August 40 or more arc lamps had been ordered by business houses and private individuals. He soon proposed to light the city by 7 towers or spliced masts, each one about 150 feet high, to be erected within an area bounded by the Plaza, 7th, Charity, and Main Streets, and supplied from a powerhouse at the corner of Banning and Alameda Streets. The 7 masts were to cost $7,000 a year, or somewhat more than was being paid for gas. The proposition was accepted by the council, popular opinion being that it was the best advertisement that Los Angeles could have. And when Howland, a week later, offered to add 3 or 4 masts, there was considerable satisfaction that Los Angeles was to be brought into the line of progress. On the evening of December 31st, the city was first lighted by electricity when Mayor Toberman touched the button that turned on the mysterious current. Howland was opposed by the gas company and by many who advanced the most ridiculous objections. Electric light, it was claimed, attracted bugs, contributed to blindness, and had a bad effect on ladies' complexions. In 1883, Hermann Flatow came to Los Angeles from Berlin, and soon entered the employ of H. Newmark and Company. His first duty was to bale hides. In a year he was a porter in the grocery department, and by another year he had advanced to a place in the billing office. Since then he has risen step by step until he is now a stockholder in M. A. Newmark and Company, and is taken into the most confidential and important councils of that firm. On the 18th of February, 1888, Flatow married Miss Fanny Bernstein, a lady distinguished as the first girl graduate of a Los Angeles high school to enter the State University, receiving therefrom the Ph.B. degree. Dr. Elizabeth Follansbee registered in Los Angeles in February 1883, and as one of the earliest women physicians here, soon secured an enviable position in the professional world, being called to the chair for diseases of children in the College of Medicine of the University of Southern California. J. W. Robinson in 1833 established a small dry goods shop at the corner of Temple and Spring Streets, which he named the Boston Dry Goods Store. Footnote: May 1st, 1914, the J. W. Robinson Dry Goods Company contracted to move to 7th Street between Grand Avenue and Hope Street. This is one of the notable examples of leapfrog that real estate operators have played in Los Angeles, to the detriment perhaps at times of the town itself. End footnote. A couple of years later he moved into the Jones block opposite the courthouse, the growth of his business having warranted such a change. In 1895 the block next to Blanchard Hall was built by this firm, and this he has occupied ever since. In March 1896 the present manager, J. M. Schneider, became associated with the Boston Dry Goods Company, which was incorporated in 1891. N. B. Blackstone, a kinsman of Robinson, once in the business with him, in time withdrew and set up for himself, under his own name, on Broadway. One of the most shocking railroad accidents in the history of California blotted the calendar for January 20th, when over 20 persons were killed and sudden grief was brought to several happy Los Angeles circles. About 3 o'clock on a cold wintry night, an express train, bound south, stopped at the Tehachapi station, near the summit, and while the engineer and firemen on the detached locomotive and tender were busy loading water and fuel, and the conductor was in the office making his report, the brakeman, with what proved to be uncalculating gallantry, was hastening to escort a young lady from the car to the railway station. In his hurry he had forgotten to apply the brakes, and before he could return, the entire train, started by a heavy gale, had begun to move away, at the outset slowly, then dashing with ever-increasing momentum down the heavy mountain grade. The conductor, upon leaving the depot, was the first to discover that the cars had started away, the disappearing lights having become so faint as to be scarcely visible. The passengers, too, had noticed nothing unusual until too late, when the train, plunging along at fearful velocity, leaped the track and fell in a heap to the ravine below. The old-fashioned lamps and stoves set fire to the debris, with the result that those who were not crushed were burned. The dead and wounded were brought to Los Angeles as quickly as possible, but the remains of some were never identified. Governor Downey, who was on the train, was rescued, though for years he suffered from the nervous shock, but among those lost was his charming wife. Marshall and Henderson established themselves in 1883 in the wholesale iron and wagon supply trade, whereupon we sold that branch of our business to them. Shortly after, we vacated the storerooms in the Arcadia block, which we had continuously occupied since the establishing of H. Newmark and Company in 1865, and moved to the two-story Amestoy building on Los Angeles Street, north of Rakina, but a few paces from the corner on which I had first clerked for my brother. At a meeting in the office of the Los Angeles Produce Exchange, in the Arcadia block on Los Angeles Street, on March 9th, presided over by C. W. Gibson, when J. Mills Davies acted as secretary, the Board of Trade of Los Angeles was organized. M. Dodsworth, C. W. Gibson, A. Haas, J. M. Davies, Eugenie Germain, J. J. Mellis, John R. Matthews, Walter S. Maxwell, I. N. Van Wise, and myself being the incorporators. 6 directors, Gibson, Van Wise, Haas, Dodson, Matthews, and Newmark, were chosen. On March 14, 1883, the board was formally incorporated for 50 years. After a while, the board met in the Baker block, and still later it assembled in a 2-story brick structure at the northwest corner of Fort and First Streets. In October 1906, the Board of Trade and the Wholesalers' Board of Trade were consolidated, the new organization becoming known as the Wholesalers' Board of Trade. This move was initiated by Herman Flatow. The republication in the Los Angeles Express of March 23, 1908, under the caption, "25 years ago today," of several paragraphs savoring of village gossip, such as the following: "Some very fine nougats are to be seen at Dole's Commercial Restaurant. They are meant for the silver wedding feast at Mr. Newmark's. Calls to mind an event of March 21st, when my wife and I celebrated our silver wedding at our home on Fort Street. At 6:30 in the evening all of my employees sat down to dinner with us, having come in a body to tender their congratulations. A reunion of 3 generations of the Newmarks, some of whom then saw one another for the first time, came to a close a week or 2 later. As the anniversary approached, I prepared a surprise for my wife, arranging that her brother, Abraham Newmark of St. Louis, should be present in Los Angeles for the occasion. His visit, however, had a grievous termination. While in San Francisco on his way home from Los Angeles, death came to him suddenly in the home of a friend. In May, the Los Angeles Board of Education sold the northwest corner of Spring and Second Streets, a lot 120 by 165 feet, where the city, in 1854, had built the first schoolhouse, to the city authorities for $31,000, and the next year the council erected on the inside 60 feet the first municipal building of consequence. When the boom was at its height in 1887, the city sold the balance of the lot with its frontage on Spring Street and a depth of 105 feet for $120,000 to John Bryson Sr., an arrival of 1879, and 10 years later mayor of Los Angeles, and George H. Bonebrake, who came a year earlier than Bryson and was in his day a prominent financier, opened, if my memory serves me correctly, the first agency for Eastern vehicles. Together they built the Bryson Block. This sale and purchase reminds me that when the lot was cleared to make way for the new City Hall, 10 or 12 fine black locust trees were felled, much to the regret of many old timers. These were the same shade trees for the preservation of which Billy McKee, the early schoolmaster, had risked bodily encounter with irate watermen. When the Board of Education sold this lot, it bought another, which extended from Fort Street to Spring between 5th and 6th Streets, and had a frontage of 120 feet on each street. The price paid was $12,500. This is the lot now known as Mercantile Place, whose retention or sale has been so much debated, and which, with its many small stores, reminds the traveler not a little of those narrow but cozy, and often very prosperous, European streets and alleys on both sides lined with famous shops. August 22nd was the date of the city ordinance creating Elysian Park, the act leading the early settler back to the Pueblo days when the land in question passed from Mexican to American control and remained a part of the city lots already described and never subdivided and sold. The last companies of volunteer firemen were organized in 1883, one being in the Morris Vineyard, a district between what is now Main Hill 15th and 16th Streets, and the other in East Los Angeles, where a hose company was formed. During September or October, a party of distinguished German bankers and statesmen, who had come to the United States to investigate certain branches of business, visited Los Angeles. The most important of this commission was Dr. Edward Lasker of the German Reichstag, other eminent members being Henry Villard, president of the Northern Pacific Railroad, and Judge Simons, president of the German Bank of Berlin. A committee consisting of I.W. Hellman, C.C. Lips, M. Morris, A.W. Edelman, Conrad Jacoby, Dr. Joseph Kurtz, and myself took charge of these gentlemen, as well as a number of others, whose names I forget. Dr. Lasker, during his brief stay, accepted the hospitality of my home, and there received considerable honor at the hands of his German admirers, a large body of enthusiasts serenading him. Even while with us, it was evident that Dr. Lasker was an ailing man, and on the 5th of the following January, while riding in a carriage in Galveston, he suddenly died. General George H. Stoneman, when he retired from the army in 1871, settled near San Gabriel, and continuing more or less in public life, he was elected in 1883 governor of California. In December 1883, Eugene Meyer sold out to Nathan Kahn and Leon Loeb, his partners in the City of Paris store, and engaged in banking with Lazard Ferrer in San Francisco, in which enterprise he continued until 1892, when he moved to New York and became one of the managing partners of the same institution in that city, retiring from active business nearly a decade later. When Meyer left, he sold his home on Fort Street, which had originally cost him $6,000, to Moses L. Wicks for $16,000, and his friends told him that so successful a sale proved the Meyer luck. Wicks in time resold it to John D. Bicknell, whose heirs still own it. With the coming at Christmas in 1883 of Robert N. Bulla began a career that has made itself felt in local legal, political, commercial, social, and scientific circles. In 1884 he joined the law firm of Bicknell and White. 9 years later he was representing his district in the State Assembly. In 1897 he was a state senator, and his efficient activity as a director of the Chamber of Commerce, together with his forensic talent, led one to anticipate his rise to further distinction in that body. As a director of the Southwest Museum, Bulla performs another of his services to the community. After an unsuccessful canvass made by Judge Noah Levering, which resulted in the attendance of just 4 persons, the Historical Society of Southern California was finally organized at meetings in Temple Block in November and December 1883. J.J. Warner was the first president, H.D. Barrows, A.F. Cornell, J.G. Downey, and John Mansfield the vice presidents, J.M. Gwynn treasurer, and C.N. Wilson secretary. For a time, the Society's meetings were held in the City Council room, after that in the County Court room, and later at the houses of the members. On February 12, 1891, the Society was incorporated. Le Progrès, a 7-column newspaper, was started here in 1883 as the organ of the French population, some rather prominent citizens of Gallic origin becoming the stockholders. Dr. Pigenet du Puitren was the first editor, and he was succeeded in a year or two by Georges Le Mesnager, the wine grower. On February 18th another flood of unusual proportions, continuing until May, devastated the Southland. Following several days of heavy rain, the river rose, and 50 houses and large sections of vineyards and orchards in the low-lying portions of the city were carried away by the mad waters, several lives being lost. In that year the Santa Ana cut its new channel to the sea, deviating from the old course from 1 to 3 miles, but still holding to the southwest, a direction apparently characteristic of rivers in this vicinity. Speaking of rains, reminds me that in 1884 one of the difficulties in the way of solving the water problem was removed in the purchase, by the city of Los Angeles for $50,000, of Colonel Griffith J. Griffith's rights to the water of the Los Angeles River. Charles F. Loomis, long a distinguished and always a picturesquely recognizable resident, walked across the continent for fun and study from Cincinnati to Los Angeles by a roundabout route of 3,507 miles in 143 days in 1884, having made an arrangement with the Los Angeles Times, to which he contributed breezy letters on the way. The day after his arrival he became city editor of that newspaper, and in the last Apache campaign in 1886 he was its war correspondent. In 1887 a stroke of paralysis sent him to New Mexico, and recovering he spent several years exploring and studying Spanish America from Colorado to Chile, becoming acknowledged here and abroad as an authority on the history and the peoples of the lands he visited. In 1893, returning from Peru, he edited for a dozen years the Land of Sunshine magazine, later Out West. After that, founding the Landmarks Club, to which we owe the preservation, from utter ruin, of several of the old missions. This club has lately been reorganized to care for all of the 21 missions of the state. Later Loomis incorporated the Sequoia League, which has so much bettered the condition of thousands of California Indians, securing in particular for the evicted Warner's Ranch Indians a better reservation than that from which they were driven. From 1905 to 1911 he was librarian of the Los Angeles Public Library. In 1903 he founded the Southwest Society of the Archaeological Institute of America, which conducted many scientific expeditions in Arizona, New Mexico, and Guatemala, acquired valuable collections, and maintained the first free public exhibits of science in Southern California. In 1907 he and others incorporated the Southwest Museum, whereupon the society conveyed to it all its collections, a 20-acre site, and the $50,000 bequeathed by Mrs. Carrie M. Jones for the first buildings. Besides other and many literary activities, Loomis has published over a dozen notable books on the Southwest and Spanish America. Footnote: in 1915, in recognition of historical work, the King of Spain conferred upon Loomis the dignity of a Knight Commander of the Royal Order of Isabel la Católica. End footnote. Clad in corduroys from Barcelona, coat and trousers with very wide wales of olive or green, wearing no vest but having a shirt of heavy drawn work of the Pueblo Indians, with whom he dwelt 6 years, and a red and white faja or waistband made by the same people, and a gray sombrero banded with Mexican braided horsehair, Loomis roams the desert, or is welcome at the most exclusive functions, having already been a guest many times at the White House and the palaces of Diaz and other presidents in Spanish America. "I don't change my face for company," he says, "then why my garb, so long as both are clean?" An interesting figure at scientific meetings and on the lecture platform, Loomis is equally so at home, where after 20 years' work with his own hands, he is still building his stone castle, El Alisal, and as his house is a rendezvous for artists, musicians, authors, and scientists, his guests often find him toiling as either carpenter or mason. The Alisal, by the way, is built around the huge sycamore under which Greek George camped with his camels on his first arrival in Los Angeles nearly 60 years ago. In 1884, Colonel H. Z. Osborne, always a foremost citizen of the town, and in 1912 a most energetic president of the Chamber of Commerce, and E. R. Cleveland bought the Express, and 2 years later they organized the Evening Express Company, J. Mills Davies, once secretary of the Board of Trade, becoming business manager. In 1897, Colonel Osborne was appointed United States Marshal for the Southern California District, whereupon Charles Dwight Willard became general manager of the paper, to be succeeded by J.M. Abell. For a short time in 1900 the Express fell into the hands of a group of men, of whom John M. Miller acted as president and Richard Beebe served as secretary. O.W. Childs opened his new theater known as Child's Opera House on Main Street south of First, in what was then the center of the city, on May 24th, when the School for Scandal was given, Mademoiselle Ray taking the leading part. This, the first theater of real consequence built in Los Angeles, had a seating capacity of 1,800, and for some time at least an entertainment was booked there for every night of the week. Frequently, too, whenever anything of moment was going to happen there, Childs sent me an invitation to occupy his private box. Another interesting personality for many years was C.P. Switzer, a Virginian who came in 1853 with Colonel Hollister, W.H. Perry, and others. Switzer became a contractor and builder, but in 1884, in search of health, he moved to an eminence in the Sierras, where he soon established Switzer's Camp, which gradually became famous as a resort generally reached on burros. A few years ago Commodore Switzer, or Schweitzer as he was also called, retired, but the camp, more than ever popular, has been continued as Switzer's. Toward the middle of the 80s, excitement among citrus growers throughout Southern California gave way to deep depression due to the continued ravages of the fluted scale, a persistent insect whose home, according to research, is Australia, and which had found its way on Australian plants, and especially on Acacia latifolia, to South Africa, New Zealand, and California, arriving on the Pacific coast about 1868. This particular species, known to the scientist as Icera purchasii, resisted and survived all insecticide sprayings, washes, and fumigation, and for a while it seemed that one of the most important and growing industries of the Southland was absolutely doomed. Indeed, not until 1889, when the result of Albert Kobel's mission to Australia, as a representative of the Department of Agriculture, was made known, did hope among the citrus orchardists revive. In that year the tiny ladybird, styled by the learned the Novius cardinalis, but more popularly spoken of as the ladybug, the most effective enemy of the fluted scale, was introduced here, the government establishing, among other stations, an experimental laboratory on the Wolfskill Ranch under the charge of Professor D.W. Coquelet, and so rapidly was this tiny favorite of children propagated and disseminated that the dreaded scale was exterminated and the crops were saved. Wolfskill, by the way, though he fought hard with the assistance of his foreman, Alexander Craw, to save his noted trees, lacked the cooperation of his neighbors, and the injury then inflicted largely influenced him to subdivide his famous citrus property. With the arrival on March 1st, 1887, of J.O. Kepfli, a man came on the scene who during the next 25 years was to be not only one of the real forces in the development of the city, but, as a whole-souled gentleman, was to surround himself, through his attractive personality, with a large circle of representative and influential friends. As president of the Merchants' Association, his record was such that in 1896 he was elected a director of the Chamber of Commerce, where during 12 years he performed valiant service on all the important committees. His work in behalf of the harbor and the Owens River aqueduct is especially memorable. He was president of the Chamber in 1905 and 1906. With such men as C.D. Willard and R.W. Burnham he founded the Municipal League, whose president he was for 7 years. His efforts were always free from the taint of personal aggrandizement, and he thus had the public confidence. He is a member of the well-known firm of Bishop and Company. Among the present social organizations of the city, the Los Angeles Athletic Club takes second place in point of age. It was organized in 1879 by 40 young men, among whom were Fred Wood, Bradner W. Lee, Mark G. Jones, Frank M. Coulter, Frank A. Gibson, John S. Thayer, M. H. Newmark, W. G. Kirchhoff, Alfredo Solano, J. B. Lankershim, W. M. Caswell, James C. Kays, Joseph Binford, and Samuel Dewey. The initial meeting took place in Wood's office in the McDonald Block, and a hall in the Arcadia building was the club's earliest headquarters. J. B. Lankershim was the first president. A few years later the club moved to the Downey Block, and there the boys had many a merry bout. In the course of time the gymnasium was located on Spring Street between 4th and 5th. Now it occupies its own spacious and elaborate building on 7th Street, at the corner of Olive, the club's headquarters being among the finest of their kind in America. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 37, Repetto and the Lawyers, 1885 to 1887. 10 or 12 months after the starting of the first cable railway here, Los Angeles in 1885 resumed the march of progress, this time with an electric streetcar line. Poles, with huge arms stretching out into the middle of the street and often spoken derisively as gallows poles, and wires were strung along Los Angeles and San Pedro streets, down Maple Avenue to Pico Street, and thence westward to what was known as the Electric Homestead Tract, just outside of the city limits. A company owned much land not likely to be sold in a hurry, and to exploit the same rapidly, the owners built the road. F. H. Howland, who introduced the electric light here, was a prime mover in this project, but ill fortune attended his efforts, and he died a poor man. On January 11th my wife and I left for a trip to the City of Mexico, where we spent 4 or 5 days, and were pleasantly entertained, before going to the New Orleans Exposition, by our old friend Judge Ignacio Sepulveda and his wife. Previous to crossing the border, we stored our trunks in El Paso and received them upon our return, strapped as before. Some valuables, however, which I had hidden away in the linen, were missing when I reopened the trunk, and have never been recovered. Among other companions on this outing were Fred, son of J. M. Griffith, and James S., son of Jonathan S. Slauson. By the by, James himself has an honorable public career, having served in one of his activities as president of the Chamber of Commerce. Early in March, I believe, sewing was first introduced into the public schools of Los Angeles, the Board of Education consenting to it only as an experiment. 2 celebrities divided the honors in the spring and summer in local circles. United States Senator John Sherman, who visited Los Angeles on May 8, 1885, and Sir Arthur Sullivan, the distinguished English composer of Pinafore and Mikado fame, who tarried near the ocean in the hot days of August. About 1885, a Dr. Sketchley, who enjoyed some reputation for his work in the natural history field, and had been a traveler through many remote countries, brought to Los Angeles quite a collection of ostriches, and opened, about where Tropico lies, an amusement resort known as the Ostrich Farm. Having provided a coach to connect with the end of Temple Street cable cars, and advertised the strange peculiarities of his finely feathered animals, the doctor soon did a thriving business, notwithstanding the task of caring for the birds in their new environment. Later, Sketchley removed from Los Angeles to Red Bluff, but there he failed and lost all that he had. Soon after Dr. Sketchley arrived here with his ostriches, and 3 or 4 men and 1 woman from Madras, Edwin Cawston, an Englishman now retired and living in Surrey, happening, while on a tour through America, to glance at an article in Harper's Magazine pointing out the possibilities of successfully raising ostriches, returned to London, secured the necessary capital, and in 1887 began shipping these camel birds from South Africa to Los Angeles. Many of the easily affected creatures died at sea, yet 40, as good luck would have it, survived, and with them Cawston and a partner named Fox opened a second ostrich farm at Washington Gardens. In time Cawston transferred his establishment to La Habra, associating with himself E. H. Rydell as publicity agent, and in 1908 the Cawston Ostrich Farm between Los Angeles and Pasadena was incorporated. Quite naturally, with the advent of the settler from the East and the Middle West, the Zanjas, in early years so serviceable both for domestic and irrigation purposes, and therefore more or less venerable, came to be looked upon as mere surface conveyors and public nuisances. A sign in 1883 at the corner of 6th and Olive Streets warning teamsters against crossing the ditch. By 1885, such opposition had developed that most of the zanjas were condemned, the one extending from Requena Street to Adams via Figueroa being, if I am right, one of the last that was buried from view. For some time, East Los Angeles maintained its character as a village or small town, and in 1885 the East Side Champion, started and edited by Edward A. Weed, voiced the community's interests. This year was marked by the demise of a number of well-known Angelenos. On the 2nd of March, John Schumacher, a man esteemed and beloved by many, died here of apoplexy, in the 70th year of his age. 6 days later, General Phineas Banning, who had been sick for several months, expired at San Francisco, his wife and daughters being with him, and on March 12th he was buried in Rosedale Cemetery. In his declining years, illness often compelled General Banning to remain at home in Wilmington, and when needing the services of his physician, Dr. Joseph Kurtz, he would send a locomotive to fetch him. On June 5th, Dr. Vincent Gelchich, the pioneer surgeon, died here at the age of 56 years. In 1885, the first medical school in Los Angeles was founded in the house once occupied by Vacher Ferré, the winemakers, on Aliso Street, between Lyons and Center. For years, the school was conducted as a part of the University of Southern California, and Dr. J.P. Whitney as dean. In the fall of 1885, Dr. M. Dorothea Loomis, a graduate in medicine of the Boston University, settled in Los Angeles and in time became president of the Los Angeles County Homeopathic Medical Society. Distinguished in her profession, Dr. Loomis became a leader in humane endeavor, reorganizing here the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and founding the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. The first train of the Santa Fe Railroad to enter the city of Los Angeles ran from Colton over the rails of the Southern Pacific on November 29th, the two corporations having come to an agreement to use the one set of tracks until the spring of 1887, when the Santa Fe finished building from San Bernardino to its junction with the Los Angeles and San Gabriel Valley Railroad. The locomotive bore the name L. Severi, a prominent director in the company and the father of the well-known resident of Pasadena, and the number 354. After 20 years' association with the wholesale grocery business, I withdrew on December 5, 1885, from H. Newmark and Company, and on that day the business was absorbed by M. A. Newmark, M. H. Newmark, Max Cohn, and Carl Seligman, and continued as M. A. Newmark and Company. This gave me the opportunity of renewing my association with one of my earliest partners, Caspar Cohn, the new firm becoming K. Cohn and Company, and the change in my activities found me once again shipping hides and wool. Looking through the haze of years, many are the recollections, often vague it is true, of those with whom I had business relations. In the picturesque adobe days, the majority of my customers were simple-mannered natives, such as Manuel Carrizosa on South Alameda Street, José Maria Davila in Sonora Town next door to José Maria Fuentes, his competitor, and M.G. Santa Cruz in the same district. Jordan Brothers, Americans, kept store on Aliso Street opposite the Aliso Mill, and G. Ginocchio, father-in-law of James Castruccio, on Macy Street near the river, while Bernardino Guirardo, Mrs. John G. Downey's brother, and Max Schwed supplied the wants of Los Nietos. J. B. Savarotz, who went to South America when he sold out to J. Salaberry and Company, a firm composed of two Basques, Juan Salaberry and Domingo Oyjarzabal, was in general merchandise in San Juan Capistrano. Hippolyte Cahen, whose widow is a member of the Lazarus Stationery Company, had an up-to-date general store at Anaheim, and Simon Cahen, son-in-law of Bernard Cohn, was similarly occupied in the Azusa district. Others of about the same period were Domenico Rivara, who established himself on Main Street near Commercial, shortly to be succeeded by Vignolo and Sanguinetti, in whose store, known as La Esperanza, and near Castruccio Brothers' La Mariposa, Jim Moiso bought an interest. Two more Main Street merchants were A.C. Chauvin, who conducted his El Dorado store in the Lanfranco building, and his neighbor Joe Lazarovich. And near them Francisco Vasallo had his little fruit stand. The erratic Lucas Sisich, who terminated his life as a suicide, attended diligently to business on First Street, near Los Angeles, and not so very far away Thomas Strome was laying the foundation in his grocery trade for that popularity which caused him in the 80s to be chosen chief of the fire department. Antonio Valle, who built on the northeast corner of First and Los Angeles streets, calling the block in honor of his 5 sons, the 5 brothers, for a number of years had a grocery store on Main Street near Rakina and not far from the butcher's shop of Vickery and Hines. In view of the ravages of time among the ranks of these old timers, it is a satisfaction to observe that at least some of those who were active before I retired are still in the trade. The first comer was George A. Ralphs, who, reaching Los Angeles as a boy, learned brick masonry and was known as the champion bricklayer of California until, while on a hunting expedition, he lost an arm. Footnote: on June 21st, 1914, Mr. Ralphs lost his life in a deplorable accident in the San Bernardino Mountains, being crushed by a huge boulder, although his wife escaped by springing from the rolling rock. End footnote. With a man named Francis, he started in 1877 the Ralphs and Francis Grocery on the old Georgetown corner. This was the beginning of the Ralphs Grocery Company. In February 1882, Hans Jevny, a Norwegian by birth, who had been associated with his brother in Chicago, came to Los Angeles, and a few months later he opened a small grocery store in the Strelitz block at 38 and 40 North Spring Street. In less than no time, so to speak, the good housewives of the town were able to secure the rarest tidbits from all the markets of the world. And not only that, but Jevny, since his advent here, has been identified with most important steps in the evolution of the city. W. F. Ball, for 30 years or more, has been a tobacconist, and for 30 years, or somewhat less, has occupied the same premises on Spring Street, north of First. The Williams family came from England in 1882, and George soon established his grocery business out in what was then known as the University District, where he bought a block of land. George has given of his time for the public weal, having been for several terms city councilman. Another Los Angeles merchant who has attained success is Albert Cohn, and while his start in life, in an independent career, began a couple years after my retirement, he had been in my employ as a clerk almost from the time of his arrival in 1882. Marius Ballou has been located on South Alameda Street so long that it seems as though he must have arrived here in the year 1. So much for the merchants of the city. Among such tradesmen in the districts outside of Los Angeles, I can recall but 3 active in my day, and still active in this. Alphonse Wheel, a native of the sunny slopes of France, has grown up with the town of Bakersfield. John R. Newberry opened his doors in 1882, and after moving to Los Angeles in 1893, commenced that meteoric career, during which he established stores throughout Los Angeles and its suburbs. George A. Edgar, about 31 years ago, brought a stock of groceries and crockery to Santa Ana and deposited the contents of his cases in the same location and on the same shelves from which he still caters to his neighbors. The great flood of 1886 reached its first serious state on January 19th. All of Los Angeles between Wilmington Street and the hills on the east side was inundated. Levees were carried off as if they were so much loose sand and stubble, and for 2 or 3 weeks railway communication with the outside world was impossible. During this inundation, on January 19th, Martin G. Aguirre, who was a deputy under Sheriff George E. Guard, gave an exhibition of great courage. So rapidly had the waters risen that many persons were marooned, and it was only by throwing himself on the back of his favorite horse that Aguirre, at very great risk, rescued 20 or more people from drowning, the number including many children. In the last attempt, Aguirre nearly lost his own life. Somewhat of a hero, in November 1888 he was elected sheriff, defeating Tom Rowan for that office. Rebecca Lee Dorsey, another of the early women practitioners of medicine, came to Los Angeles in January 1886, a graduate both of Eastern colleges and of a leading Vienna hospital. Peddling vegetables as a child, later working as a servant and hiring out as a nurse while finishing her course in Europe, Dr. Dorsey was of a type frequently found among the early builders of the Southwest. Largely to a board of commissioners consisting of Mayor E. F. Spence, H. Sensabaugh, and the ever-ready Jake Kurtz, appointed in 1886, when provision was made for a paid fire department, is due the honor of having successfully arranged the present excellent system in Los Angeles. It was in 1886 that we bought the Repetto Rancho, under circumstances of such interest that it may be well to tell something about the owner and his connections. Alessandro Repetto was an Italian of such immense size that he was compelled, when standing, to shift the weight of his body from one leg to the other. He was miserly in the extreme, but this was compensated for by his honesty and uprightness of character. He was also far from being neat, and I remember the way in which he dispensed hospitality when I visited his ranch to buy wool. He would bring out some very ordinary wine, and before serving it, would rinse out the glasses with his fat fingers, and it was courtesy alone that prompted me to partake of what he offered. He lived on his ranch, but when attacked by his last illness, he took a room at the New Arlington Hotel, formerly the White House, on the southeast corner of Commercial and Los Angeles streets. There, finding him alone and neglected, I advised him to go to the Sisters' Hospital on Ann Street, but the change did not save him, and after a few days he died. A fellow Italian named Scotti, a knave of a chap who was with him in his last moments, knowing that I was Repetto's executor, soon brought to my house a lot of papers which he had taken from the dead man's pockets. Repetto being a recluse somewhat on the misanthropic order, I had difficulty in getting pallbearers for his funeral, one of my applications being to James Castruccio, president of the Italian Benevolent Society, and then Italian consul, who said that Repetto had never helped anyone, but that if I would give, in his name, $500 to charity, the attendance would be supplied. To this I demurred, because Repetto had made no such provision in his will; and Castruccio, giving me no satisfaction, I went to Father Peter, explained to him that Repetto had bequeathed $6,000 to the church, and stated my needs, whereupon Father Peter arranged for the bearers. All the provisions for the funeral having been settled, I cabled to his brother and heir, then living in the mountains near Genoa, whose address I had obtained from Castruccio. Repetto had really hated this brother, and in consequence had very unwillingly bequeathed him his large estate. In due season, the brother, a hunchback, appeared on deck as an intimate with Scotti, and I found him to be an uncouth, ignorant fellow, and a man who probably had never handled a $10 gold piece or its equivalent in his life. He had on shoes that an elephant might have worn, a common corduroy suit, a battered hat, and plenty of dirt. Wishing to take him to Stephen M. White, my lawyer, I advised the purchase of new clothes, but in this, as in other matters, I appealed in vain. So miserly was he, indeed, that one day, having purchased a 5-cent loaf of bread in Sonora town, he was seen to hide himself behind a building while he ate it, doubtless fearful lest someone might ask him for a bite. Alessandro Repetto had lived with an Indian woman, by whom he had a son, and a Los Angeles attorney soon had himself appointed guardian, declaring that the property belonged, not to the brother, but to the boy. This, because the woman had never left her husband, was blackmail, pure and simple. Besides, Repetto had willed the lad some property in San Gabriel. Stephen M. White was the attorney for the estate, but when this lawsuit started, Scotti advised the unsophisticated brother to take other lawyers. 2 men accordingly, one named Roberts and the other Jim Howard, suddenly appeared at the trial, and when I asked why they were there, they replied that they had been engaged by Repetto's brother. $475 settled this extortion, the lawyers taking all but $25, which was paid to the mother of the boy. Early in the morning, a few days later, either on Christmas or New Year's, there was a knock at my door, and when the girl answered the call, the sheriff was found there with the interesting news that Repetto had been arrested, and that he wished me to bail him out. I learned that Robarts and Howard had presented him with a bill for $3,500 for services, and that, since the money was not immediately forthcoming, they had trumped up some sort of a charge that had had the foreigner incarcerated. White advised a settlement, and after much difficulty we succeeded in having their bill reduced to $3,000, which we paid. Repetto's troubles now seemed at an end, but just as he was ready to leave for Italy, Scotti put in an appearance with a claim for benefits bestowed, which the much-fleeced Italian refused to pay. Scotti, knowing along which road the unfortunate man would travel, was early at San Gabriel with the sheriff to intercept Repetto and return him to Limbo, and the Genoese being brought back, he again appealed to me. It was now my turn, as executor, to have an interesting inning with Scotti. While I was settling the estate, I was made aware that Repetto had loaned another Italian named G. Bernero, on his note, some $3,000, but this document I missed, and it was only by accident that I traced it to Scotti. He had abstracted it from the papers found in Repetto's pocket, carried it to the borrower, and sold it back to him for $400. I recovered this note and collected the balance due. Nevertheless, when Scotti had Repetto arrested, I threatened the former with prosecution on the charge of stealing and selling the note, with the result that Scotti did not press his suit and Repetto was released. In connection with this move by Scotti, Robarts and Howard reappeared to defend Repetto, notwithstanding his previous announcement that he would have nothing more to do with them, And to bolster up their claim, they drew forth a paper certifying that Repetto had engaged them to attend to any law business he might have while he was in this country. Repetto, now really alarmed, once more quickly settled, but the crafty Robarts and Howard had another bill up their sleeves, this time for $3,000 or $4,000, and poor Repetto was obliged to pay that too. Caspar Cohn, J.D. Bicknell, I.W. Hellman, and S.M. White, in conjunction with myself, bought the Repetto Ranch from the brother before he left for Italy for $60,000. All in all, the heir, who survived the date of his windfall but a few years, carried away with him the snug sum of $100,000. This fine domain, lying between Whittier and Los Angeles, was apportioned long before 1899 among the 5 purchasers. In that year, Caspar Cohn and I, on the advice of William Mulholland, developed water on our undivided share, meeting with as great a success as had attended all of the operations of that eminent engineer. After an abundance of water was secured, we sold the property in 5-acre and smaller lots, locating the town site of Newmark near the tracks of the San Pedro, Los Angeles, and Salt Lake Railroad, and naming the entire settlement Montebello. It was in the spring of 1886 that Colonel H. H. Boyce, who had been business manager of the Times Mirror Company, was bought out by Colonel H. G. Otis and became editor-in-chief and general manager of the Los Angeles Tribune, conducting the paper, during his short association, with some vigor. One more reference to the Times Mirror publishing house. On April 8th, the company was reorganized with Colonel H. G. Otis as president and general manager, Albert McFarland as vice president and treasurer, and William A. Spaulding as secretary. About the middle of July, the company bought the corner of Fort and First Streets, and in the following May moved to its new home erected there. On February 1st, 1887, the Times began to appear 7 days in the week. After grinding away for 10 years as the sole owner of the Los Angeles Herald, J.D. Lynch in 1886 took into partnership his former associate, James J. Ayers, and once more the alliance of these puissant forces made of the paper a formidable bulwark for the democracy. Colonel John Franklin, or plain J.F. Godfrey, as he was known in those days, was rather a prominent attorney in his time, and I knew him very well. About 1886, as chairman of a Democratic committee, he headed up the delegation that invited me to become a candidate for mayor of Los Angeles, but a contemplated European trip compelled me to decline the honor. In the spring of 1886, a falling out between the Southern Pacific and the Santa Fe railroads brought on a rate war, disastrous enough to those companies, but productive of great benefit to Los Angeles. Round-trip tickets from points as far east as the Missouri River were hammered down to $15, and for a few days Charlie White, who then conducted the Southern Pacific office in the Baker Block and had full authority to make new fares, defied the rival road by establishing a tourist rate of just $1. When normality again prevailed, the fare was advanced to $50 for first-class passage and $40 for second class. The low rate during the fight encouraged thousands of Easterners to visit the coast, and in the end many sacrificed their return coupons and settled here, while others returned to their Eastern homes only to prepare for permanent removal west. In a sense, therefore, this railroad war contributed to the boom of a year or two later. Freight as well as passenger rates were slashed during this spasmodic contest, and it was then that the ridiculous charge of $1 per ton permitted me to bring in by rail from Chicago several carloads of coal, which I distributed among my children. Such an opportunity will probably never again present itself to Los Angeles. Another interesting shipment was that of a carload of willow ware from New York, the freight bill for which amounted to $8.35. These goods ordinarily bear a very high tariff, but competition had hammered everything down to a single classification and rate. I remember also that M.A. Newmark and Company brought from New York a trainload of Liverpool salt, then a staple commodity here, paying a rate of 60 cents per ton. Stimulated perhaps through the setting aside of Elysian Park by the City Council, another pleasure ground, then known as East Los Angeles Park, was assured to the public toward the middle of the 80s, the municipal authorities at the same time spending about $5,000 to improve the plaza, one of the striking features of which was a circular row of evergreens, uniformly trimmed to a conical shape. On October 14th, H. T. Payne and Edward Records published the initial number of the Los Angeles Tribune, this being the first newspaper here to appear 7 days in the week. The following January, a company was incorporated, and for years the Tribune was well maintained. Charles Frederick Holder, the distinguished naturalist, came to California in search of health. Footnote: died on October 10th, 1915. End footnote. In 1886, and settled in Pasadena, where he was appointed professor of zoology in the Throop Institute. An enthusiastic admirer of the Southland, and an early explorer of its islands and mountain ranges, Professor Holder has devoted much attention to Pasadena and the neighboring coast. As early as 1891 he published Antiquities of Catalina. Later he wrote his spirited Southern California book on Life and Sport in the Open, and with his gift for popularizing, probably no other scientific writer has contributed more to make known, both in America and abroad, this attractive portion of our state. Prudent and Victor Beaudry bought considerable land on the west side of New High Street, probably in 1887, including the site of one of the old calabozos, and as some of the purchase was a hill, he spent about $100,000 grading the property, excavating 50,000 or more cubic feet of earth, and building the great retaining wall, finished in 1888, 465 feet long and 50 feet high, and containing 200,000 cubic feet of stone. When he was ready, Beaudry began to advertise the superior merits of his land, and I still have in my possession one of the flaring circulars, printed in red ink, including such headlines as these: "Now is the time. Don't shut your eyes and turn your back," and the following: "Have a home on the hills. Stop paying rent in the valleys. View from your own home the broad Pacific, the green hills, and the model city. Best water supply. Drainage perfect. Best sunny exposures. Pure air and away from fogs. Have a home on the line of the great cable railway system. Mark your catalog before the date of sale. February 15, 16, and 17 at 10 o'clock each day. Bear in mind that this property is on the hills, and on the line of the cable railway system. No such opportunity has ever been offered to the people of Southern California. Public school and young ladies' seminary in the immediate vicinity." 4 years after he had built the Nadeau block, Remy Nadeau died here at the age of 68 on January 15th. The same month, another man of marked enterprise, Llewellyn J., brother of Reese and William Llewellyn, founded the Llewellyn Iron Works, attaining a success and fame very natural, considering that the Llewellyns' father David and Uncle Reese before them had acquired a reputation as iron workers both in Wales and San Francisco. In January, Fred W. Beaudesart and John G. Hunsicker established the Weekly Directory, whose title was soon changed to that of The Commercial Bulletin. Under the able editorship of Preston McKinney, the Bulletin is still fulfilling its mission. Phineas, son of J.P. Newmark, my brother, came to Los Angeles in 1887 and associated himself with M.A. Newmark and Company. In July 1894 he bought out the Southern California Coffee and Spice Mills, and in the following September his younger brother, Samuel M. Newmark, also came to Los Angeles and joined him under the title of Newmark Brothers. On December 26, 1910, the city suffered a sad loss in the untimely death of the elder brother. Sam's virility has been amply shown in his career as a businessman and in his activity as a member of the Municipal League Directorate. Among the hotels of the late 80s were the Belmont and the Bellevue Terrace, both frame buildings. The former, at the terminus of the Second Street Cable Railway, was known for its elevation, view, fresh air, and agreeable environment of lawn and flower bed, and the first floor was surrounded with broad verandas. For a while it was conducted by Clark and Patrick, who claimed for it no noise, dirt, or mosquitoes. The latter hotel, on Pearl Street near 6th, was 4 stories in height and had piazzas extending around 3 of them. Both of these inns were quite characteristic of Southern California architecture. The Bellevue Terrace, so full of life during the buoyant boom days, still stands, but alas, the familiar old pile has surrendered to more modern competitors. The Tivioli Opera House on Main Street between 2nd and 3rd was opened by McLean and Lehman in 1887, and for a time it was one of the attractions of the city. It presented a curious mixture of Egyptian, East Indian, and Romanesque styles, and was designed by C.E. Appioni, an architect who had come to the coast in 1870. The stage was the largest except one, that of the San Francisco Grand Opera House, on the coast, and there were 8 proscenium boxes. The theater proper stood in the rear of the lot, and entrance thereto was had through the building fronting on the street, and between the two structures there was a pretty garden, with grottos and fountains, and a promenade gallery above. In February the postmaster packed the furniture and other outfit, only 2 or 3 good loads, and moved the post office to the Hellman Building, at the corner of North Main and Republic Streets, but it was soon transferred to an office on Fort Street south of 6th, a location so far from the center of the city as to give point to cards distributed by some wag and advertising rates for sleeping accommodations to the new office. In that year the sum total of the receipts of the Los Angeles post office was not much over $74,000. During the 12 months of the boom, mail for over 200,000 transients was handled, and a familiar sight of the times was the long column of inquirers, reminding one of the famous lines in early San Francisco when prospectors for gold paid neat sums for someone else's place nearer the general delivery window. I have told of some incidents in the routine of court proceedings here, in which both judge and counselor played their parts. Now and then the juror also contributed to the diversion, as was evidenced in the late '80s when a couple of jurymen in a San Gabriel Canyon water case created both excitement and merriment through a practical joke. Tiring of a midnight session, and bethinking himself of the new invention to facilitate speaking at a distance, one of the jurors telephoned police headquarters that rioters were slashing at each other at a nearby corner, whereupon the guardians of the peace came tearing that way, to the merriment of the 12 good men and true peeking out from an upper window. The police having traced the telephone message, the jury was duly hauled before the judge, and the latter, noting the reticence of the accused, imposed a fine of $25 upon each member of the box for his prank. William H. Workman, who had repeatedly served the city as councilman, was elected mayor of Los Angeles in 1887. During Workman's administration, Main, Spring, and Fort Streets were paved. About 1887, Benjamin S. Eaton, as president, took the lead in organizing a society designed to bring into closer relationship those who had come to California before her admission to the Union. There were few members, and inasmuch as the conditions imposed for eligibility precluded the possibility of securing many more, this first union of pioneers soon ceased to exist. Professor T.S.C. Lowe, with a splendid reputation for scientific research, especially in the field of aeronautics, having acquired his first experience with balloons, as did also Graf Ferdinand Zeppelin, by participating in the Union Army maneuvers during our Civil War, took up in the late '80s the business of manufacturing gas from water, which he said could be accomplished beyond any doubt for 8 cents a thousand feet. C.F. Smurr, the capable Los Angeles agent of the Southern Pacific Railroad Company, as well as Hugh Livingston McNeil, son-in-law of Jonathan S. Slauson, and then cashier of the Main Street Savings Bank, became interested with Lowe and induced Caspar Cone and me to participate in the experiment. Accordingly, we purchased 6 acres of land on the southeast corner of Alameda and 7th Streets for $15,000, and there started the enterprise. We laid pipes through many of the streets, and in the course of a few months began to manufacture gas, which it was our intention to sell to consumers at $1 per 1,000 feet. The price at which gas was then being sold by the Los Angeles Gas Company was $1.50 per thousand. We therefore considered our schedule reasonable. Everything at the outset looked so plausible that Smurr stated to his associates that he would resign his position with the railroad and assume the management of the new gas works, but to our chagrin we found that gas was costing us more than $1 per thousand, and, as one discouragement followed another, Smurr concluded not to take so radical a step. Yet we remained in business in the hope that the Los Angeles Gas Company would rather buy us out than reduce their price 50 cents a thousand feet, and sure enough it was not so very long before they did. The large gas tank now standing at the corner of 7th and Alameda Streets is the result of this transaction. Late in the spring, Senator Stanford and a party of Southern Pacific officials visited Los Angeles with the view of locating a site for the new and magnificent railroad station long promised the city, and at the same time to win some of the popular favor then being accorded the Santa Fe. For many years objection had been made to the tracks on Alameda Street, originally laid down by Banning, and hoping to secure their removal, Mayor Workman offered a right-of-way along the riverfront. This suggestion was not accepted. At length the owners of the Wolfskill tract donated to the railroad company a strip of land, 300 by 1,900 feet in size, fronting on Alameda between 4th and 6th Streets, with the provision that the company should use the same only for railroad station purposes, and Stanford agreed to put up a splendid arcade, somewhat similar in design to, but more extensive and elaborate than, the Arcade Depot at Sacramento. Soon after this, the rest of that celebrated orchard tract, for over 50 years in the possession of the Wolfskill family, was subdivided, offered at private sale, and quickly disposed of. The old-fashioned one-horse street car had been running on and off the tracks many a year before the city railroad, organized in the middle '80s by I. W. Hellman and his associates, W. J. Broderick, John O. Wheeler, and others, made its more pretentious appearance on the streets of Los Angeles. This, the first line to use double tracks and more modern cars with drivers and conductors, followed a route then considered very long. Starting as it did at Washington Street and leading north on Figueroa, it turned at 12th Street into Olive, and thence, zigzagging by way of 5th, Spring, 1st, Main, Marchesal, New High, Bellevue Avenue, Buena Vista, College, Upper Main, and San Fernando Streets, it passed River Station, the Southern Pacific Depot on San Fernando Street, and ran out Downey Avenue as far as the Pasadena Railroad Depot. The year 1885 saw the addition of another Spanish name to the local map in the founding of Alhambra, now one of the attractive and prosperous suburbs of Los Angeles. Sometime in the spring of 1885, or perhaps a little earlier, the Second Street Cable Railway was commenced when Isaac W. Lord turned a spadeful of earth at the corner of Second and Spring Streets, and within a few months cars were running from Bryson Block, west on Second Street, over Bunker Hill along Lakeshore Avenue, and then by way of First Street to Belmont Avenue, soon bringing about many improvements on the route. And, if I am not mistaken, considerable patronage came from the young ladies attending the boarding school known as Belmont Hall. Henry Clay Whitmer was a moving spirit in this enterprise. In course of time, the cable railway connected with the steam dummy line, landing passengers in a watermelon patch, the future Hollywood. Unlike Sierra Madre, so long retarded for want of railway facilities, Monrovia, founded in May 1886 by William N. Monroe, at an altitude of 1,200 feet, and favored by both the Santa Fe and the Southern Pacific systems, rapidly developed, although it did not attain its present importance as a foothill town until it had passed through the usual depression of the late '80s due to the collapse of the boom, of which I am about to speak. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 38, The Great Boom, 1887. Not as impulsively, perhaps, as on previous occasions, I left Los Angeles for Europe on April 30th, 1887, accompanied by my wife and our 2 children, Marco and Rose. Mrs. Eugene Meyer, my wife's youngest sister, and her daughter joined us at San Francisco and traveled with us as far as Paris. We took passage on the French ship Normandie, departing from the Morton Street Pier in New York on May 14th, and 9 days later we landed at Havre, from which port we proceeded to the French capital. On this trip we visited France, England, Scotland, Ireland, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Germany, Austria, including Bohemia, and Italy. We also touched at points in Sweden, although we did not do that country thoroughly until a later voyage. While in Germany, where I met my nephew Leo, son of J. P. Newmark, then a student in Strasbourg, I was impressed with the splendid hotels and state highways, and the advantage taken of natural resources. And from Ems on July 22nd I wrote a letter on the subject to Caspar Cohn, which I later found had been published by one of the Los Angeles dailies. During this journey we traveled with M. J. Newmark and his family. It was also on this tour, on June 10th, that I returned to my native town of Le Beau, both to visit the graves of my parents, and once more to see some relatives and a few old friends. In Paris we had an exciting experience as observers of a conflagration that might have terminated seriously for us. We had been thinking of going to the Opéra Comique in the evening, but instead had accepted an invitation to dinner at the residence of Alexander Viel, the well-known international banker formerly of San Francisco, and only on our return to the Hôtel de Elder, a comfortable family hostelry in the Rue de Elder, within a couple of blocks of the theater, did we learn of a disastrous fire in the opera house which caused the loss of many lives. For blocks around, the streets and sidewalks were roped in, and great was the confusion everywhere. The following day a number of solicitous inquiries arrived from friends in America. In connection with our departure for this tour of Europe, I am reminded of a unique gift to my wife of a diary in 8 volumes, tastefully bound in Russian leather, the whole neatly encased for traveling. With almost painful regularity my wife entered there her impressions and recollections of all she saw, refusing to retire at night, as a rule, until she had posted up her book for the day. Glancing over these pages, written in her distinct, characteristically feminine hand, I note once more the intellectual vigor and perspicuity displayed by my companion in this, her first contact with European life and customs. It was during my absence, on May 2nd, that Erskine Mayo Ross was appointed, by President Cleveland, judge of the new United States District Court just established. He was then in partnership with Stephen M. White. A native of Belpre, Virginia, he had come to Los Angeles in 1868 to study law with his uncle, Cameron E. Tom. Soon admitted to the bar, he was elected, in 1879, at the age of 34, to the Supreme Bench of the state. The judge, with whom I have been on friendly terms since his arrival, is still living in Los Angeles, a familiar and welcome figure in club circles. Speaking of this esteemed judge, I am reminded of a visit here, in 1887, of Justice Stephen J. Field, when he sat with Judge Ross in the United States Circuit Court, the sessions of which were then held over the Farmers and Merchants National Bank at the corner of Main and Commercial Streets. On that occasion, the members of the bar, irrespective of party, united to do him honor, and Justice Field, in turn, paid a warm tribute to Los Angeles and her hospitality. D.W. Hanna, a Michigan pedagogue who had come to Los Angeles in 1884 to open Ellis College on Fort Street near Temple, burned in 1888, established on September 2, 1885, the Los Angeles College, a boarding school for girls, and a couple of buildings at the corner of Fifth and Olive Streets. In 1887, Hanna, having formed a stock company, erected a new school structure at the southwest corner of 8th and Hope Streets, where 18 teachers soon instructed some 250 students. But the institution failed, and the building, still standing, was finally bought by Abbott Kinney, and named the Abbotsford Inn. In a note regarding the life and accomplishment of Madame Severance, I have referred to the distinguished role played by this Angelina in the early advocacy of the kindergarten for America. It took 3 years, however, for the educational authorities here to awake to the significance of the departure, for it was not until 1887 that Froebel's plan was admitted for experiment into the Los Angeles schools. A group of Presbyterian clergymen from Los Angeles and vicinity, in 1887, joined in establishing Occidental College, now, as developed under John Willis Bear, one of the promising institutions of the Southwest, locating its site east of the city between First and Second Streets, both lots and acreage having been donated with the usual Southern California liberality. There, the following year, the main college building was erected, but in 1896 that structure and most of its contents were destroyed by fire. Early in June, as ex-mayor E.F. Spence was about to leave for Europe, some enthusiasm was created in educational circles by the announcement that he would deed certain property, including the lot at the corner of Pearl and Sixth Streets, on which the Gates Hotel now stands, to the University of Southern California for the establishing of a telescope on Mount Wilson. The matter had been communicated to President M. Bovard, who ordered a glass from the celebrated Cambridge grinders, Alvin Clark and Sons. When President Bovard died, Spence was too ill to arrange the details necessary to the further carrying out of his plans. The property that he had promised to give remained part of his estate, and the great glass, when ground, had to be resold, the University of Chicago becoming the lucky purchaser. As all the scientific world knows, the Carnegie Foundation at Washington some years later established, to the extension of California's fame, the celebrated Wilson telescopes on the mountain Spence once had in view. Early in June also, Smith and McPhee issued a directory of Los Angeles. But 2 weeks afterward, George W. Maxwell published another book of addresses with more than 5,000 additional names. The second directory listed over 18,000 adults, from which fact it was estimated that Los Angeles then had a population of quite 60,000. In 1887, Mrs. Charlotte Lemoyne Wills, wife of the attorney John A. Wills, and daughter of Dr. Francis Julius Lemoyne, who in 1867 erected at Washington, Pennsylvania, the first modern crematory in the world, notwithstanding that he was denied permission by the cemetery authorities there and was compelled to construct the furnace on his property outside of the town, inspired the establishing here of what is said to have been the second crematory in the United States, and certainly the first built west of the Rocky Mountains. It was opened at Rosedale Cemetery by the Los Angeles Crematory Society, which brought to the coast an incinerating expert. Dr. W. Lemoyne Wills, a son, was one of the leading spirits in the enterprise and among the first directors of the local organization. The first cremation occurred in June, and the first body so disposed of was that of the wife of Dr. O. B. Bird, a homeopathic physician. The experiment stirred up a storm of adverse as well as of favorable criticism. The brothers Beaudry were interested, doubtless, through their undeveloped hill property, in organizing the Temple Street Cable Railway, running from the foot of Temple Street at Spring out Temple as far west as Union Avenue, with cars operated every 10 minutes. The company had an office at No. 10 Court Street, and the directors were Prudent Beaudry, Victor Beaudry, Walter S. Maxwell, E. T. Wright, the surveyor, Octavius Morgan, Ralph Rogers, Thomas Stovell, John Milner, and E. A. Hall. About July, the trustees of James Lick sold Santa Catalina Island to George R. Shadow, who founded Avalon, footnote, largely destroyed by fire, November 29, 1915, end footnote, at first giving it his name, and after whom Chateau Street is called, the price fixed upon being $150,000, Chateau making a partial payment, whereupon the latter agreed to resell the island to an English syndicate. Failure to find there the store of minerals they expected, however, led the English bankers to refuse the property, and in 1892, after a friendly suit had re-established the title of the Lick trustees, they disposed of that part of the estate, for about the same price offered Shadow, to William J. B. and Hancock Bannings, sons of my old friend Phineas Banning, the three forming the Santa Catalina Island Company. Several years later George S. Patton was admitted as a partner. Little by little, Catalina became a favorite resort, although it was years before there was patronage enough to warrant a daily steamer service. In the summer of 1887, for example, at the height of the boom, William Banning, manager of the Wilmington Transportation Company, ran the steamer Falcon, whose captain was J. W. Simmy, only once every 7 or 8 days. Then the vessel used to leave San Pedro Wharf at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and return the next day in time to connect with the 3 o'clock train for Los Angeles. The fare for the round trip was $4. The year 1887 witnessed the completion of the Arcadia Hotel at Santa Monica, named after Dona Arcadia, wife of Colonel R. S. Baker. It was built upon a bluff, was 4 stories high, and had a great veranda with side wings, and with its center tower and cupola was more imposing than any hotel there today. Under the proprietorship of J. W. Scott, the Arcadia became one of the first fine suburban hotels in Southern California. As late as 1887 there was no passenger service between the city and Santa Monica from 6 to 7 o'clock in the evening, though I cannot say just how many trains ran during the day. I am sure, however, that there were not many. Merchants spending their summers at the beach were more inconvenienced through this lack of evening service than at any other time, and after repeated complaints a coach was hooked on to a freight train. Later the Board of Trade objected to this slow method, and arrangements were made for another passenger train. Speaking of Santa Monica in the late 80s, I am reminded of a gravity railroad, somewhat on the principle of the present-day roller coaster, which was opened near the Arcadia Hotel, and as a novelty was a great success. The track was not more than 15 feet above the ground at its highest point of elevation, just sufficient to give the momentum necessary for an undulating movement. As the final sequence to the events of 3 or 4 preceding years, Los Angeles, at the time when I left for Europe, had already advanced beyond the threshold of her first really violent boom. And now symptoms of feverish excitement were everywhere noticeable in Southern California. The basis of real estate operations, heretofore sane enough, was quickly becoming unbalanced, a movement that was growing more and more intensified, as well as general. And as in the case of a mighty stream which accumulates overwhelming power from many feeders, there was a marshalling, as it were, in Los Angeles of these forces. The charms of climate and scenery, widely advertised, as I have said, at the Philadelphia Centennial, and later through the continuous efforts of the First and Second Chambers of Commerce and the Board of Trade, together with the extension of the Southern Pacific to the east and the building of the Santa Fe Railroad, had brought here a class of tourists who not only enjoyed the winter, but ventured to stay through the summer season, and who, having remained, were not long in seeking land and homesteads. The rapidly increasing demand for lots and houses caused hundreds of men and women to enter the local real estate field, most of whom were inexperienced and without much responsibility. When, therefore, the news of their phenomenal activity got abroad, as was sure to be the case, hordes of would-be speculators, some with, but more without, knowledge of land manipulation, and many none too scrupulous, rushed to the Southland to invest, wager, or swindle. Thousands upon thousands of Easterners swelled the number already here. Dealers in realty sprang up like mushrooms. It was then that the demand for offices north of First Street, exceeding the supply, compelled many an agent unwillingly to take accommodations farther south, and brought about much building, even to Second Street. It also happened that a dozen or more competitors occupied a single storeroom. Selling and bartering were carried on at all hours of the day or night, and in every conceivable place. Agents, eager to keep every appointment possible, enlisted the services of hackmen, hotel employees, and waiters to put them in touch with prospective buyers, and the same properties would often change hands several times in a day, sales being made on the curbstone, at bars or restaurant tables, each succeeding transfer representing an enhanced value. Although I was abroad during the height of this period, psychologically so interesting, newspapers, letters, and photographs from home, supplemented on my return by the personal narratives of friends, supplied me with considerable information of the craze. As I have already remarked, the coming of the Santa Fe, as well as the ensuing railroad war, was a very potent factor in this temporary growth and advance in values, and soon after the railroad's advent a dozen towns had been laid out on the line between Los Angeles and San Bernardino, the number doubling within a few months. Indeed, had the plan of the boomers succeeded, the whole stretch between the two cities would have been solidly built up with what in the end proved, alas, to be but castles in the air. Wherever there was an acreage, there was room for new towns, and with their inauguration thousands of buyers were on hand to absorb lots that were generally sold on the installment plan. More frequently than otherwise, payments became delinquent and companies went broke, and then the property reverted to acreage again. This sometimes led to serious complications, especially when the contract between the land owner and the so-called syndicate allowed the latter to issue clear title to those who paid for their lots. In such cases, the acreage, when recovered by the original owner, would be dotted here and there with small possessions, and to reinstate his property was, as a rule, no easy task. This, of course, refers to the failures of which there were more than enough. On the other hand, many of the towns inaugurated during the boom period not only have survived and prospered, but have become some of our most attractive and successful neighbors. If every conceivable trick in advertising was not resorted to, it was probably due to oversight. Bands, announcing new locations, were seen here and there in street cars, hay and other wagons and carriages, sometimes followed by fantastic parades a block long. And for every new location there was promised the early construction of magnificent hotels, theaters, or other attractive buildings that seldom materialized. When processions filled the streets, bad music filled the air. Elephants and other animals of jungle and forest, as well as human freaks, the remnants of a stranded circus or two, were gathered into shows and used as magnets, while other ingenious methods were often invoked to draw crowds and gather in the shekels. The statements as to climate were always verified, but in most other respects poor Martin Chuzzlewit's experience in the Mississippi town of Eden affords a rather graphic story of what was frequently in progress here during the never-to-be-forgotten days of the boom. As competition waxed keener, dishonest methods were more and more resorted to. Thus schemers worked on the public's credulity, and so attracted many a wagon load of people to mass meetings, called ostensibly for the purpose of advancing some worthy cause, but really arranged to make possible an ordinary sale of real estate. An endless chain of free lunches, sources of delight to the hobo element in particular, drew not only these chronic idlers, but made a victim of many a worthier man. Despite all of this excitement, the village aspect in some particulars had not yet disappeared. In vacant lots not far from the center of town, it was still not unusual to see cows contentedly chewing their cud, and chickens scratching for a living. In 1889, however, the council governed this feature of domestic life by ordinance, and thenceforth there was less of the cock's shrill clarion. Extraordinary situations arose out of the speculative mania, as when over-ambitious folks, fearful perhaps lest they might be unable to obtain corner and other desirably situated lots, stationed themselves in line 2 or 3 days before the date of anticipated land sales. And even though quite 20 selections were frequently the limit to one purchase, the more optimistic of our boomers would often have 2 or 3 substitutes waiting in a line extending irregularly far down the sidewalk, and assuming at night the appearance of a bivouac. I have heard it said that as much as $100 would be paid to each of these messengers, and that the purchaser of such service, apprehensive lest he might be sold out, would visit his representatives many times before the eventful day. Later, this system was improved and official place numbers were given, thus permitting people to conduct their negotiations without much loss of time. So little scientific consideration was given to actual values that they were regulated according to calendar and clocks. Lots in the new subdivisions remaining unsold were advertised to advance certain new prices at such and such an hour on such and such a day. After these artificial changes, investors would gleefully rub their hands and explain to the downcast outsider that they had just gotten in on time. And the downcast outsider, of whom there were many, yielding after repeated assaults of this kind, would himself become inoculated with the fever and finally prove the least restrained boomer of them all. From what I read at the time and heard after my return, I may safely declare that during the height of the infection 2/3 of our population were, in a sense, more insane than sane. Syndicates, subdivisions, and tracts. These were the most popular terms of the day, and nearly everybody had a finger in one or the other pie. There were enough subdivisions to accommodate 10 million people, and enough syndicates to handle the affairs of a nation. In talking about syndicates, the disagreement of members themselves as to values frequently prevented the consummation of important sales, and resulted in the loss of large profits to the objectors as well as to their associates. In many a well authenticated case, the property remained on the owner's hands until it became almost worthless. Wide awake syndicates evolved new methods, one of which, the lottery plan, became popular. A piece of land would be prepared for the market, and after the opening of streets, as many chances would be sold as there were lots in the tract. On the eventful day, the distribution took place in the presence of the interested and eager participants, each of whom made a selection as his number was drawn. To increase the attractiveness of some of these offers, cottages and even more elaborate houses were occasionally promised for subsequent erection on a few lots. The excitement at many of these events, I was informed, beggared description. Among others sold in this manner at the beginning, or possibly even just before the boom, were the Williamson tract, beginning at the corner of Pico and Figueroa streets, and once the home place of the Formans, and the O.W. Child's orchard on the east side of Main Street, and running south from what is now about 11th. Both of these drawings took place in Turnverein Hall, and chances sold at about $350 each. Tricksters, of whom at such times there are always enough, could exercise their mischievous proclivities, and the unwary one, who came to be known as the tenderfoot, was, as usual, easily hoodwinked. Land advertised as having water privileges proved to be land under water or in dry creeks. Land described as possessing scenic attractions consisted of mountains and chasms. So situated were many of these lots that no use whatever could be made of them, and I presume that they are without value even now. One of the effects of subdividing a good part of the 10,000 or more acres of agricultural land in the city then irrigated from zanjas was both to reduce the calls for the service of the city zanjero and to lessen considerably the importance and emoluments of his office. Advertisers tried to outdo themselves and each other in original and captivating announcements, with the result that, while many displayed wit and good humor, others were ridiculously extravagant. The Artesian Water Company came onto the market with 300 acres of land near Compton, and the assurance that, while the water in this section will be stocked, the stock will not be watered. Alvin D. Brock, another purveyor of ranches, declared, "I mean business, and do not allow any alfalfa to grow under my feet." A.F. Kercheval, the poet to whom I have already referred, relieved himself of this exuberance regarding the Kercheval tract, on Santa Fe Avenue between Lemon and Alamo Streets. He or she that hesitates is lost, an axiom that holds good in real estate as well as in affairs of the heart. Selah. Another advertisement read as follows: "Halt, halt, halt. Speculators and home seekers, attention. $80,000, $80,000, $80,000. Sold in a day at the beautiful McGarry tract, bounded by 9th and 10th and Alameda streets. Come early, before they are all gone." Still another was displayed: "Boom, boom, Arcadia, boom, boom." And now and then from a quarter to a full page would be taken to advertise a new town or subdivision with a single word, the name of the place, such as Ramirez. Vernon and Vernondale were names given to subdivisions on Central Avenue near Jefferson Street. Advertising the former, the real estate poet was called into requisition with these lines: "Go, wing thy flight from star to star, from world to luminous world as far as the universe spreads its flaming wall. Take all the pleasures of all the spheres, and multiply each through endless years. One winter at Vernon is worth them all." While, in setting forth the attractions of the Lillie Langtry tract, the promoter drew as follows from the store of English verse: "Sweet Vernon, loveliest village of the plain, Where health and plenty cheers the laboring swain, Where smiling spring is earliest visit paid, And parting summer's lingering blooms delayed," concluding the announcement with the following lines characteristic of the times: "Catch on before the whole country rushes to Vernondale. Every man who wishes a home in paradise should locate in this, the loveliest district of the whole of Southern California. This is where the orange groves are loveliest. This is where the grapes are most luxuriant. This is where the vegetation is grandest. This is where the flowers are prettiest." With the boom affecting not only Los Angeles, but also each acre of her immediate vicinity, Pasadena and the district lying between the two towns took on new life. 5,000 inhabitants boasted $1,000,000 in deposits, and a couple of millions invested in new buildings, while Gilt-Edged Raymond, a colony surrounding the Raymond Hotel, became a bustling center. In March, George Whitcomb laid out Glendora, naming it, with the use of a couple of additional letters, after his wife Ledora, and at the first day's sale he auctioned off 300 lots. In December the old established town of Pomona was incorporated. Whittier, started by Quakers from Indiana, Iowa, and Illinois, and christened in honor of the New England poet, began at this time with a boom, $200,000 worth of property having been sold there in 4 months. This prosperity led one newspaper to say with extreme modesty, "Whittier is the coming place. It will dwarf Monrovia and eclipse Pasadena. Nothing can stop it. The Quakers are coming in from all over the United States." And another journal contained an advertisement commencing as follows: "Whittier, Whittier, Whittier, Queen of the foothills and crown of the San Gabriel Valley." I.W. Lord established Lordsburg, or at least an elaborate hotel there, for in those days a good hotel was half of a town, and when Lordsburg slumped he sold the building to a colony of Dunkers for a college. Nadeau Park was projected as a town at the junction of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe's Bologna Road and the Southern Pacific. Santa Anna, too, after its sale in June of over $80,000 worth of land, came forward in the summer with this confident salutation: "This is pure gold. Santa Anna, the metropolis of Southern California's fairest valley, chief among 10,000, or the one altogether lovely. Beautiful, busy, bustling, booming, it can't be beat. The town now has the biggest kind of a big, big boom, a great big boom, and you can accumulate ducats by investing." Fullerton was started in July, when $92,000 changed hands within half a day, and conditions favoring the young community, it survived. Rivera, in the upper Los Nietos Valley, also then came into being. The glories of Tustin, founded in 1867 by Columbus Tustin, but evidencing little prosperity until 20 years later, were proclaimed through such unassuming advertisements as this: "Tustin the beautiful, unexcelled in charm and loveliness, an earthly Eden unsurpassed in the wealth of flower and foliage. However imagination cannot conceive it, it must be realized." Supplemented by the following versification: "When the angel of peace to earth first descended, to bless with his presence the children of men, mid the fairest of scenes his pathway e'er tended, and unto his smile the glad earth smiled again. He joyed in the fragrance of oranges and roses, and loved mid their glances to linger or roam. And he said, Here in Tustin, where beauty reposes, I also will linger or build me a home." In April, Jonathan S. Slauson and a company of Los Angeles capitalists laid out and started the town of Azusa, on a slope 800 feet high in a rich and promising country. Not so far away was Palomares, announced through the following reassuring poster: Grand Railroad Excursion and Genuine Auction Sale. No Shenanigan. Thursday, June 7th, 1887. Beautiful Palomares, Pomona Valley. Lunch, coffee, lemonade, and ice water free. Full band of music. And here it may not be without interest to note the stations then passed in making such an excursion from Los Angeles to the new town: Commercial Street, Garvanza, Raymond, Pasadena, Lamanda Park, named, Henry W. O. Mulvaney tells me, after Amanda, wife of L. J. Rose, Santa Anita, Arcadia, Monrovia, Duarte, Glendora, San Dimas, and Lordsburg. Providencia Rancho, consisting of 17,000 acres of mountain and valley, was opened up in 1887, and the new town of Burbank was laid out. J. Downey Harvey, J.G. Downey's heir, and David Burbank, the good-natured dentist and old-timer, then living on the site of the Burbank Theater, once the orchard of J.J. Warner, being among the directors. About the same time 12,000 acres of the Lancashire Rancho, adjoining the Providencia, were disposed of. $65 was asked for a certificate of stock, which was exchangeable later for an acre of land. Glendale was another child of the boom, for the development of which much dependence was placed on a new motor railroad. Rosecrans and its addition were two other tracks relying on improved facilities for communicating with Los Angeles. Under the caption Veni, Vidi, Vici, a motor road was promised for service within 90 days, and lots from $100 up were then to be advanced 500%. Excursions, accompanied by Colonel Bartlett's 7th Infantry Band, to magnificent Monte Vista, the gem of the mountains, the queen of the valley, near San Fernando, 15 miles from Los Angeles, were among the trips arranged. Speaking of the boom, I recall an amusing situation such as now and then relieved the dark gloom of the aftermath. When a well-known suburb of Los Angeles was laid out, someone proposed that a road be named Euclid Avenue. Whereupon a prominent citizen protested vigorously and asked what Mr. Euclid had ever done for Southern California. During 1887, and at the suggestion of George E. Gard, many neighboring towns, a number of which have long since become mere memories, donated each a lot, through whose sale a Los Angeles County exhibit at the reunion of the Grand Army of the Republic was made possible, and among these places were Allosta, Gladstone, Glendora, Azusa, Beaumont, Arcadia, Raymond, San Gabriel, Glendale, Burbank, Lamar's addition to Allosta, Rosecrans, St. James, Bethune, Modenville, Olivewood, Oleander, Lordsburg, McCoy's footnote, bearing the name of Frank McCoy, who died on March 4th, 1915, end footnote, addition to Broad Acres, Ivanhoe, New Vernon, Alta Vista, Nadeau Park, Bonita Tract, San Dimas, Port Bayona, Southside, Ontario, Waiaria, and Ocean Spray. When the lots were sold at Armory Hall, some $10,000 was realized, $1,275 paid by Colonel Banbury for a piece of land at Pasadena being the highest price brought. Not even the celebrity given the place through the gift of a lot to the grand old man of England saved Gladstone, and St. James soon passed into the realms of the forgotten, notwithstanding that 150 vehicles and 500 people were engaged, in June, in caring for the visitors who made their way to the proposed town site, 5 miles from Anaheim, and bought, when there, $40,000 worth of property in a few hours. Ben E. Ward, a good citizen whose office was in the renovated municipal adobe, operated with Santa Monica Realty during the boom, somewhat as did Colonel Tom Fitch in the cradle days of the Bay City. He ran private trains and sold acre and villa lots and 5 and 10 acre farms for 10% of the price at the fall of the hammer, the balance of the first quarter payable on receipt of the agreement, and the other payments in 6, 12, and 18 months. On one occasion in June, Ward was advertising as follows: "Ho for the beach, tomorrow, tomorrow. Grand auction sale at Santa Monica. 350 acres, 350. One of the greatest panoramic views the human eye ever rested upon, including Bayona, lake, and harbor, with its outgoing and incoming vessels, the grand old Pacific, the handsome new Hotel Arcadia, while in the distance may be seen Los Angeles, the pride of all, and the coming city of 200,000 people." Long Beach came in for its share of the boom. In July, H. G. Wilshire, after whom I believe Wilshire Boulevard was named, as general manager of the new hotel at that place, offered lots at $150 and upward, advertising under the caption "Peerless Long Beach," and declaring that the place was no new settlement, but a prosperous town of 2,000 people, to be reached without change of cars. The hotel was to be doubled in size, streets were to be sprinkled, and bath houses, with hot and cold water, were to be built. One of the special attractions promised was even a billiard room for ladies. But the hotel was afterward destroyed by fire, and Long Beach dwindled away until, in 1890, it had scarcely a population of 500. Besides the improving of Santa Monica and the expanding of San Pedro, several harbor projects were proposed in the days of the boom. About the 1st of June, 1887, Port Bayona, formerly Will Tell's, began to be advertised as the future harbor of Southern California, and the ocean terminus of the California Central Railroad, which was a part of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe system. In August, thousands of people assembled at the beach to celebrate the opening of La Bayona Harbor. The enterprise had been backed by Louis Mesmer, Bernard Mills, Frank Sabici, and others. And Mesmer, General Nelson A. Miles, ex-governor, Stoneman, Eugene Germain, and J.D. Lynch were among the speakers. A syndicate, headed by J.R. Tuffrey, which purchased the Palos Verdes Rancho, announced its intention of creating the harbor of Catalina at Portuguese Bend. The syndicate was to build there a large hotel named Borromea, while a Mr. Kirchhoff, encouraged by the prospect of a railroad around Point Fermin, was to erect another huge hotel and lay out a watering place. As the boom progressed, and railroads continued to advertise Los Angeles, the authorities began to look with consternation on the problem of housing the crowds still booked to come from the East, and it was soon recognized that many prospective settlers would need to roost for a while, as best they could, in the surrounding territory. The Hotel Splendid, an enterprise fostered by Hamel and Denker, proprietors of the United States Hotel, was then commenced on Main Street between 9th and 10th, though it was never completed. Numerous capitalists and business houses encouraged the proposition, yet the site was sold but a single generation ago to O.T. Johnson, a local philanthropist, for about $25,000, a conservative estimate placing its present value at not much less than $2.5 millions. But there are other indications of the strength or perhaps the weakness of the boom. In 1887 the total assessment of the young city and county was $3 million, or about one-third that recorded for the longer developed city and county of San Francisco. In one day in July, real estate valued at $664,000 was transferred. On another day in the same month, $730,000 worth, and soon after, in one day, property to the value of $930,000 changed hands. From $40 million in March 1886, the wealth of the county jumped, in just 2 years, to $103 millions. So many indeed were the purchasers of real estate in Los Angeles at that time who soon left the town and were seldom or never heard of again, and so many were the sales effected by proxy, that even in August of 1887 one of the newspapers contained over 3 pages of taxes listed on property whose possessors were unknown. During this wild excitement, few men of position or reputation who came to town escaped interrogation as to what they thought of the boom. Phil D. Armour, head of the Armour Packing Company, was one who arrived late in July, and whose opinion was immediately sought, and his answer indicated the unbounded confidence inspired in the minds of even outsiders by the unheard-of development of land values. "Boom? Will it break soon?" repeated Armour, and proceeded to answer his own query. "There is no boom to break. This is merely the preliminary to a boom which will so outclass the present activities that its sound will be as thunder to the cracking of a hickory nut." Nor was Armour the only one who was so carried away by the phenomena of the times. San Francisco watched Los Angeles with wonder and interest, marveling at all she heard of the magic changes south of the Tehachapi, and asking herself if Los Angeles might not be able to point the way to better methods of city building. I have thus endeavored to give a slight idea of the lack of mental poise displayed by our good people in the year 1887, when the crop of millionaires was so great that to be one was no distinction at all. But alas, the inevitable collapse came, and values tumbled fully as rapidly as they had advanced, finding many, who but a short period before had based their worth on investments figured at several times their value, loaded with overwhelming debts and mortgages quite impossible of liquidation. Indeed, readjustments took years and years to accomplish, and so it happened that many an imaginary Croesus then became the bidder, often unsuccessful, for humble employment. Just as is always the case, too, in periods such as I have described, the depression, when it came, was correspondingly severe and sudden. Many of our greatest boomers and speculators lost all hope, and more than one poor suicide so paid the price of his inordinate craving for wealth. To be sure, some level-headed people, acting more conservatively than the majority, in time derived large profits from the steady increase in values. Those who bought judiciously during that period are now the men of wealth in Los Angeles, and this is more particularly true as to ownership in business sections of the city. Even at the height of the boom, but little property on any of the streets south of Fifth was worth more than $200 a foot. Following the boom, there was an increase of building, much of it doubtless due to contracts already entered into. Incidental to the opening of the Southern Pacific Railroad's route between the North and South by way of the coast, on August 20th, a great railway fête was held at Santa Barbara, the first through trains from San Francisco and Los Angeles meeting at that point. A procession, illustrating the progress in transportation methods from the burro pack and stagecoach to the modern train of cars, filed about the streets of the old Spanish town. On the return of the Los Angeles excursion train, however, a defective culvert near the Camulos Ranch caused the cars, with 150 passengers, to plunge down an embankment, luckily with but few casualties. Elie Mosher, who had much literary ability and is still remembered as the author of the poem "The Stranded Bugle," joined the Times staff in August and became prominently identified with the conduct of that newspaper. Later he left journalism and entered on a business career in New York, but experiencing reverses he returned to Los Angeles. Failing here, he at length committed suicide, to the deep regret of a large circle of friends. Late in August the paving of Main Street, the first thoroughfare of Los Angeles to be so improved, was begun, much to the relief of our townspeople, who had too long borne the inconvenience of dusty and muddy roadways, and who, after heavy rains the winter before, had in no uncertain fashion given utterance to their disgust at the backward conditions. This expression was the result of a carefully and generally organized movement, for one morning it was discovered that all of the principal streets were covered with mounds of earth resembling little graves, into each of which had been thrust imitation tombstones bearing such inscriptions as the following: "Beware of quicksand. Fare for ferrying across, 25 cents. No duck hunting allowed in this pond. Boats leave this landing every half hour. Requiescat in paz." This year, the Sued Californische Post, which had been established in 1874, began to appear as a daily, with a weekly edition, the Germans in Los Angeles in the 80s representing no mean portion of the burgher strength. In 1887 the Turnverein Germania sold to L.J. Rose and J.B. Lankershim, for removal and renovation, the frame structure on Spring Street which for so many years had served as its home, and erected in its place a substantial brick building costing about $40,000. 6 or 7 years afterward the Society resold that property, to be used later as the Elks Hall, for $100,000. Then it bought the lot at 319 and 321 South Main Street, and erected there its new stone-fronted Turner Hall. On the occasion of the cornerstone laying, on August 14, 1887, when the Turnverein Germania, the Austrian Verein, and the Schwaben Verein joined hands and voices, the Germans celebrated their advancement by festivities long to be remembered, ex-Mayor Henry T. Hazard making the chief address; but I dare say that the assembly particularly enjoyed the reminiscences of the pioneer president, Jake Kurtz, who took his hearers back to the olden days of the Round House, that favorite rendezvous which stood on the very spot where the new building was to rise, and pointed out how time had tenderly and appropriately joined the associations of the past with those of the present. Turner Hall, with its restaurant, brought our German citizens into daily and friendly intercourse, and long served their rapidly developing community. How true it is that a man should confine himself to that which he best understands is shown in the case of L.J. Rose, who later went into politics, and in 1887 was elected state senator. Neglecting his business for that of the public, he borrowed money and was finally compelled to dispose of his interest in the New York house. Indeed, financially speaking, he went from bad to worse. and in the same year he sold his magnificent estate to an English syndicate for $1,250,000, receiving $750,000 in cash and the balance in stock. The purchasers made a failure of the enterprise, and Rose lost $500,000. He was almost penniless when on May 17, 1899, he died, a suicide. Rose was an indefatigable worker for the good of the community, and was thoroughly interested in every public movement. For years he was one of my intimate friends, and as I write these lines I am moved with sentiments of sadness and deep regret. Let us hope that in the life beyond he is enjoying that peace denied him here. The Los Angeles and San Gabriel Valley Railroad, begun the previous year by J. F. Crank, and destined to be absorbed by the Santa Fe, was opened for traffic to Pasadena on September 17th by a popular excursion in which thousands participated. With the increase in the number and activity of the Chinese here came a more frequent display of their native customs and ceremonies, the Joss House and the theater being early instituted. On October 21st, a street parade, feast, and theatrical performance with more or less barbarous music marked a celebration that brought Mongolians from near and far. On October 24th, Cardinal Gibbons made his first visit to Los Angeles, the most notable call, I believe, of so eminent a prelate since my settling here. One of the numerous fires of the 80s that gave great alarm was the blaze of October 28th, which destroyed the Santa Fe Railroad depot, and with it a trainload of oil. The conflagration proved obstinate to fight, although the good work of the department prevented its spread. A host of people for hours watched the spectacular scene. The Raymond Hotel, commonly spoken of as belonging to Pasadena, although standing just inside the city to the south, was completed in November, and catering exclusively to tourists. Its situation on an eminent knoll overlooking the towns and orange groves contributed to make it widely famous. In April 1895 it was swept by fire, to be rebuilt on larger and finer lines. The Hotel La Pintoresca, on Fair Oaks Avenue, burned 4 or 5 years ago, was another Pasadena hostelry, where I often stopped when wishing to escape the hurly-burly of city life. Now its site and gardens have been converted into a public park. In November, following the efforts made by the Board of Trade to secure one of the veterans' homes projected by Congress, the managers of the National Home for the Disabled Volunteer Soldiers visited Los Angeles. A committee, representing businessmen and the Grand Army, showed the visitors around, and as a result of the cooperation of General Nelson A. Miles, Judge Brunson, representing Senator Jones, and others, 300 acres of the old San Vicente Rancho were donated by the Jones and Baker Estates and the Santa Monica Land and Water Company, as were also 300 acres of the Wolfskill tract. Orchards were laid out, and barracks, chapel, hospital, and extra buildings for 1,000 men erected. Near this worthy institution, housing as it now does more than 2,000 veterans, has developed and prospered, thanks to the patronage of these soldiers and their families, the little town of Sawtell. In November, local Democratic and Republican leaders, wishing to draft a new charter for Los Angeles, agreed on a non-partisan board consisting of William H. Workman, Cameron E. Tom, I. R. Dunkelberger, Dr. Joseph Kurtz, Walter S. Moore, Jeremiah Baldwin, General John Mansfield, P. M. Scott, J. H. Book, Jose G. Estudillo, Charles E. Day, Thomas B. Brown, W. W. Robinson, A. F. Mackey, and George H. Bonebrake, and the following 31st of May the board was duly elected. Workman was chosen chairman and Moore secretary, and on October 20th the result of their deliberations was adopted by the city. In January 1889 the legislature confirmed the action of the Common Council. The new charter increased the number of wards from 5 to 9, and provided for the election of a councilman from each ward. As a result of an agitation in favor of Los Angeles, the Southwest headquarters of the United States Army were transferred from Whipple Barracks, Arizona, about the beginning of 1887, the event being celebrated by a dinner to Brigadier General Nelson A. Miles at the Nadeau Hotel. Within less than a year, however, General Miles was transferred to San Francisco, General B. H. Grierson succeeding him at this post. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 39, Proposed State Division, 1888 to 1891. By agreement among property owners, the widening of Fort Street from 2nd to 9th began in February, 1888. This was not accomplished without serious opposition, many persons objecting to the change on the ground that it would ruin the appearance of their bordering lots. I was one of those, I am frank to say, who looked with disfavor on the innovation, but time has shown that it was an improvement. The widened street, now known as Broadway, perhaps being the only fine business avenue of which Los Angeles can boast. Booth and Barrett, the famous tragedians, visited Los Angeles together this winter, giving a notable performance in the Child's Opera House, their combined genius showing to greatest advantage in the presentation of Julius Caesar and Othello. Toward the end of the 70s I dipped into an amusing volume, The Rise and Fall of the Mustache, by Robert J. Burdett, then associated with the Burlington Hawkeye, little thinking that a decade later would find the author famous and a permanent resident of Southern California. Footnote: Dr. Burdett died on November 19, 1914. End footnote. His wife, Clara Bradley Burdett, whom he married in 1899, and who is well known as a clubwoman, has been associated with him in many local activities. George Wharton James, an Englishman, also took up his residence in Southern California in 1888, finally settling in Pasadena, although 7 years previously he had been an interested visitor in Los Angeles. James has traveled much in the Southwest, and besides lecturing, he has written 10 or 12 volumes dealing in a popular manner with the Spanish missions and kindred subjects. Through the publication by D. Appleton and Company of one of the early books of value dealing with our section of the state, progress was made in the late 80s in durably advertising the coast. This volume was entitled California of the South, and as a scientifically prepared guide was written by two fellow townsmen, Drs. Walter Lindley and J. P. Whitney. Very shortly after their coming to Los Angeles in April 1888, I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. and Mrs. Tomas Lorenzo Duque, with whom I have since been on terms of intimacy. Mr. Duque, a Cuban by birth, is a broad-minded, educated gentleman of the old school. Frederick William Braun established on May 1st at 127 New High Street the first exclusively wholesale drug house in Southern California, later removing to 287 North Main Street, once the site of the adobe in which I was married. The same season, my brother, whose health had become precarious, was again compelled to take a European trip, and it was upon his return in September 1890 that he settled in Los Angeles, building his home at 1043 South Grand Avenue, but a few doors from mine. The coastline branch of the Santa Fe Railroad was opened in August between Los Angeles and San Diego. W. E. Hughes has been credited with suggesting the second and present Chamber of Commerce, and J. F. Humphreys is said to have christened it when it was organized on October 15th. E. W. Jones was the first president, and Thomas A. Lewis the first secretary. In addition to these, S. B. Lewis, Colonel H. G. Otis, J. V. Watchell, a son-in-law of L. J. Rose, Colonel I. R. Dunkelberger, and William H. Workman are entitled to a great deal of credit for the movement. So well known is this institution, even internationally, and so much has been written about it, that I need hardly speak of its remarkable and honorable part in developing Southern California and all of the Southland's most valuable resources. Late in the fall, the Los Angeles Theater, a neat brick edifice, was opened on Spring Street between 2nd and 3rd. At that time other places of amusement were the Child's or Grand Opera House, Mott Hall, over Mott Market, an unassuming room without stage facilities, where Adelina Patti once sang, and where Charles Dickens Jr. gave a reading from his father's books, and Hazard's Pavilion at Fifth and Olive, built on the present site of the Temple Auditorium by Mayor H. T. Hazard and his associate George H. Pike. During the boom, especially, and for a few years thereafter, as when in 1889 Evangelist Moody held forth, this latter place was very popular, and among celebrities who lectured there was Thomas Nast, Harper's great cartoonist, who had so much to do with bringing Boss Tweed to justice. As Nast lectured, he gave interesting exhibitions of his genius to illustrate what he had to say, and many of his sketches were very effective. Doubtless alluding to the large audience gathered to do him honor, the artist said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will now show you how to draw a big house," whereupon he rapidly sketched one. On the morning of October 21st, the Los Angeles Times created one of the most noted surprises in the history of American politics, making public the so-called Murchison letters, through which the British diplomat Lord Sackville West, caught strangely napping, was recalled in disgrace from his eminent post as British minister to Washington. In 1882, George Osgoodby located at Pomona. Though of English grandparents, Osgoodby possessed a strong Republican bias, and wishing to test the attitude of the administration toward Great Britain, he formed the scheme of fathoming Cleveland's purpose even at the British minister's expense. Accordingly, on September 4th, 1888, in the midst of the presidential campaign, he addressed Lord West, signing himself Charles F. Murchison, and pretending that he was still a loyal though naturalized Englishman needing advice as how to vote. Murchison reminded his lordship that, just as a small state had defeated Tilden, so a mere handful of naturalized countrymen might easily carry California. The British minister was betrayed by the plausible words, and on September 13th he answered the Pomona farmer, at the same time indicating his high regard for Cleveland as a friend of England. Osgoodby gave the correspondence publicity through the Times, and instantly the letters were telegraphed throughout America and to England, where they made as painful an impression as they had caused jubilation or anger in this country. How, as a consequence, diplomatic relations between America and England were for a while broken off, is familiar history. During the winter of 1888 to 89, Alfred H. and Albert K. Smiley, twin brothers who had amassed a fortune through successful hotel management at summer resorts in the mountains of New York, came to California and purchased about 200 acres near Redlands, situated on a ridge commanding a fine view of San Timoteo Canyon, and there they laid out the celebrated Canyon Crest Park, more popularly known as Smiley Heights. They also gave the community a public library. On account of their connections, they were able to attract well-to-do settlers and tourists to their neighborhood, and so contribute, in an important way, to the development and fame of the Redlands. The City Hall was erected during the years 1888 to 89 on the east side of Broadway between 2nd and 3rd Streets on property once belonging to L. H. Titus. As a detail indicating the industrial conditions of that period, I may note that John Hanlon, the contractor, looked with pride upon the fact that he employed as many as 30 to 40 workmen, and all at one time. Another effort in the direction of separating this part of California from the northern section was made in December 1888, and here received enthusiastic support. General William Vandiver, then a representative in Congress from the 6th District, introduced into that body a resolution providing for a state to be called South California. Soon after, a mass meeting was held in Hazard's Pavilion, and a campaign was opened with an executive committee to further the movement. But California is still, and I hope will long continue to be, a splendid, undivided territory. On January 1st, 1889, Pasadena held her first Rose Tournament. There were chariot races and other sports, but the principal event was a parade of vehicles of every description, which, moving along under the graceful burden of their beautiful floral decorations, presented a magnificent and typically Southern California winter sight. This tournament was so successful that it has become an annual event participated in by many and attracting visitors from near and far. It is managed by a permanent organization, the Tournament of Roses Association, whose members in 1904 presented Tournament Park, one of the city's pleasure grounds, to Pasadena. Once outdistanced by both Main and Spring Streets, and yet more and more rising to importance as the city grew, Fort Street, a name with an historical significance, in 1889 was officially called Broadway. Fred L. Baker, who reached Los Angeles with his father Milo Baker in 1874, designed in 1889, and when he was but 24 years of age, the first locomotive built in Los Angeles. It was constructed at the Baker Iron Works for the Los Angeles County Railroad and was dubbed the Providencia, and when completed it weighed 15 tons. On February 16th, Jean-Louis Saint-Savin, everywhere pleasantly known as Don Louis, died here, aged 73 years. I have spoken of L.J. Rose's love for thoroughbred horses. His most noted possession was Stamboul, the celebrated stallion, which he sold for $50,000. At Rosemead, toward the end of the 80s, there were about 120 pedigreed horses, and at a sale in 1889, 50 of these brought $190,000. This reminds me that early April the same year, Nicolas Covarrubias, in whose stable on Los Angeles Street but a short time before nearly 100 horses had perished by fire, sold Gladstone to L. H. Titus for $2,500. General Volney E. Howard died in May, aged 80 years, just 10 years after he had concluded his last notable public service as a member of the state constitutional convention. One of those who well illustrate the constant search for the ideal is Dr. Joseph Kurtz. In the spring of 1889 he toured Europe to inspect clinics and hospitals, and, inspired by what he had seen, he helped on his return to more firmly establish the Medical College of Los Angeles, later and now a branch of the University of California. In 1889 I built another residence at 1051 South Grand Avenue, and there we lived for several years. As in the case of our Fort Street home, in which 4 of our children died, so here again joy changed to sorrow when on November 18, 1890, our youngest daughter, Josephine Rose, was taken from us at the age of 8 years. The Los Angeles Public Library was once more moved in July from the Downey Block to the City Hall, where, with some 6,000 books and about 130 members, it remained until April 1906, when it was transferred by librarian Charles F. Loomis to the annex of the Laughlin Building. It had then over 100,000 volumes. In the fall of 1908 it was removed to the new Hamburger Building. Colonel James G. Eastman, who arrived in Los Angeles during the late 60s, associated himself with Anson Brunson in the practice of law, and, as a cultured and aristocratic member of the bar, became well known. For the centennial celebration here he was chosen to deliver the oration, yet 13 years later he died in the county poorhouse, having in the meantime sunk to the lowest depths of degradation. Drinking himself literally into the gutter, he lost his self-respect and finally married a common squaw. The early attempts to create another county, of which Anaheim was to have been the seat, are known. In 1889 the struggle for division was renewed, but under changed conditions. Santa Ana, now become an important town and nearer the heart of the proposed new county, was the more logical center, but although Anaheim had formerly strongly advocated the separation, she now opposed it. The legislature, however, authorized divorce, and the citizens chose Santa Ana as their county seat, and thus on August 1st Orange County began its independence. Although the cable lines on 2nd and Temple Streets were not unqualified successes, J. F. Crank and Herman Silver, in 1887, obtained a franchise for the construction of a double-track cable railway in Los Angeles, and in 1889 both the Boyle Heights and the Downey Avenue lines were in operation. On August 3, 1889, the Boyle Heights section of the Los Angeles Cable Railway was inaugurated with a luncheon at the Power House, invitations to which had been sent out by the Boyle Heights Board of Trade, William H. Workman, president, preceded by a parade of cars, and on November 2nd the official opening with its procession of trains on the Downey Avenue line culminated at noon with speech-making at the Downey Avenue Bridge, and in the evening with a sham battle and fireworks. Some old-timers took part in the literary exercises, and among others I may mention Mayor Henry T. Hazard, Dr. J. S. Griffin, General R. H. Chapman, and the Vice President and Superintendent of the system, J. C. Robinson. The East Los Angeles line started at Jefferson Street, ran north on Grand Avenue to 7th, east on 7th to Broadway, north on Broadway to 1st, east on 1st to Spring, north on Spring to the Plaza, down San Fernando Street, then on the viaduct built over the Southern Pacific tracks, and thence out Downey Avenue. The Boyle Heights line started on 7th Street at Alvarado, ran along 7th to Broadway, up Broadway to 1st, and east on that street to the junction of 1st and Chicago Streets. Quite $1 million, it is said, was invested in the machinery and tracks, so soon to give way to the more practicable electric trolley trams, to say nothing of the expenditures for rolling stock, and for the time being the local transportation problem seemed solved, although the cars first used were open, without glass windows, and the passengers in bad weather were protected only by curtains sliding up and down. To further celebrate the accomplishment, a banquet was given Colonel J. C. Robinson on December 18, 1889. Herman Silver, to whom I have just referred, had not only an interesting association as a friend of Lincoln, but was a splendid type of citizen. He achieved distinction in many activities, but especially as president of the city council. On November 4th, Bernard Cohn, one of the originators of Hellman, Haas and Company, now Haas, Baruch and Company, the well-known grocers, and a pioneer of 1856, died. During the late 70s and early 80s, he was a man of much importance, both as a merchant and a city father, sitting in the council of 1888 and becoming remarkably well read in the ordinances and decrees of the Los Angeles of his day. Like Abbot Kinney, Dr. Norman Bridge, an authority on tuberculosis, came to Sierra Madre in search of health in 1890, lived for a while after that at Pasadena, and finally settled in Los Angeles. 5 or 6 years after he arrived here, Dr. Bridge began to invest in Californian and Mexican oil and gas properties. Despite his busy life, he has found time to further higher culture, having served as trustee of the Throop Institute and as president of the Southwest Museum, to both of which institutions he has made valuable contributions, while he has published 2 scholarly volumes of essays and addresses. Thomas Edward Gibbon, who, since his arrival in 1888, has influenced some of the most important movements for the benefit of Los Angeles, and whose activities have been so diversified, in 1890 bought the Daily Herald, becoming for several years the president of its organization and its managing editor. During his incumbency, Gibbon filled the columns with mighty interesting reading. After living in Los Angeles 30 years and having already achieved much, I.W. Hellman moved to San Francisco on March 2, 1890, and there reorganized the Nevada Bank. Still a resident of the northern city, he has become a vital part of its life and preeminent in its financial affairs. Judge Walter Van Dyke was here in the early 50s, although it was some years before I knew him, and I am told that at that time he almost concluded a partnership with Judge Hayes for the practice of law. He was judge of the Superior Court when the city of Los Angeles claimed title, while I was president of the Temple Block Company, to about 9 feet of the north end of Temple Block. The instigator of this suit was Louis Mesmer, who saw the advantage that would accrue to his property at the corner of Main and Rakina Streets if the square should be enlarged, but we won the case. A principal witness for us was Jose Mascarell, and our attorneys were Stephen M. White and Houghton, Silent and Campbell. My second experience with Judge Van Dyke was in 1899, when I bought a lot from him at Santa Monica. This attempt to enlarge the area at the junction reminds me of the days when the young folks of the neighborhood used to play tag and other games there. Baseball, here called town ball, was another game indulged in at that place. Temple Block came to be known as Lawyer's Block because the upper floors were largely given over to members of that profession, and many of the attorneys I have had occasion to speak of as being here after our acquisition of the building had their headquarters there. Thus I became acquainted with Judge Charles Silent, who, like his partner Sherman Otis Houghton, hailed from San Jose in 1886 or possibly 1885, the two doubtless coming together. Judge Houghton brought with him a reputation for great physical and moral courage, and the two friends formed with Alexander Campbell the law firm of Houghton, Silent, and Campbell. Judge Charles Silent, a native of Baden, Germany, born Stumm, a name Englished on naturalization, father of Edward D. Silent and father-in-law of Frank J. Thomas, once served as Supreme Court judge in Arizona, to which office he was appointed by President Hayes, and since his arrival here he has occupied a position of prime importance, not only on account of his qualifications as an attorney, but also through the invaluable service he has always rendered this community. The judge now possesses a splendid orange orchard near the foothills, where he is passing his declining years. In the same way I had pleasant relations with the barrister, C. White Mortimer, for a long time the popular English vice-consul, who came from Toronto. Among other attorneys whom it was a pleasure to know were Aurelius W. Hutton, John D. Bicknell, once a partner of Stephen M. White, J. H. Blanchard, Albert M. Stevens, General John Mansfield, who, by the way, was the first lieutenant governor under the Constitution of 1879, Thomas B. Brown, district attorney from 1880 until 1882, Will D. Gould, Julius Brosseau, J.R. Deputy, twice district attorney, and General J.R. McConnell. Most of these gentlemen were here before 1880. On the 20th of January, 1889, M. L. Graff, a practicing attorney, reached Los Angeles, and until my family broke up housekeeping, he was a regular and welcome visitor in my home. Ferdinand K. Rule came to Southern California in 1890, and soon after associated himself with the old Los Angeles Terminal Railroad. He was a whole-souled, generous man, and was henceforth identified with nearly every movement for the welfare of his adopted city. Charles Dudley Warner, the distinguished American author, revisited Los Angeles in May, 1890, having first come here on horseback 3 years before, while roughing it on a tour through California described in his book On Horseback, published in 1888. On his second trip, Warner, who was editor of Harper's Magazine, came ostensibly in the service of the Harpers, that firm later issuing his appreciative and well illustrated volume, Our Italy, in which he suggested certain comparisons between Southern California and Southern Europe; but the Santa Fe Railroad Company, then particularly desirous of attracting Easterners to the coast, really sent out the author, footing most if not all of the bills. Mrs. Custer, widow of the general, was another guest of the Santa Fe, and she also wrote about Southern California for periodicals in the East. News of the death, in New York City, of General John C. Fremont was received here the day after, on July 14th, and caused profound regret. In the fall, Henry H. Markham stood for the governorship of California and was elected, defeating ex-mayor Pond of San Francisco by a majority of about 8,000 votes, thereby enabling the Southland to boast of having again supplied the foremost dignity of the state. After several years of postgraduate study in higher institutions of learning in Germany, Leo Newmark, son of J.P. Newmark, in 1887 received his degree of Doctor of Medicine from the University of Strasbourg. He then served in leading European hospitals, returning in 1890 to his native city, San Francisco, where he has attained much more than local eminence in his specialty, the diseases of the nerves. The public pleasure grounds, later known as Hollenbeck Park, were given to the city in 1890-91 by William H. Workman and Mrs. J.E. Hollenbeck, Workman donating 2/3 and Mrs. Hollenbeck 1/3 of the land. Workman also laid out the walks and built the dam before the transfer to the city authorities. Mrs. Hollenbeck suggested the title Workman Hollenbeck Park, but Billy's proverbial modesty led him to omit his own name. About the same time, Mrs. Hollenbeck, recognizing the need of a refuge for worthy old people, and wishing to create a fitting memorial to her husband, who had died in 1885, endowed the Hollenbeck home with 13½ acres in the Boyle Heights district, to maintain which she deeded in trust to John D. Bicknell, John M. Elliott, Frank A. Gibson, Charles L. Batchelor, and J. S. Chapman, several valuable properties, the most notable being the Hollenbeck Hotel and a block on Broadway near 7th. More than once I have referred to the Chino Ranch, long the home of pioneer Isaac Williams. In his most extravagant dreams, he could not have foreseen that in the years 1890 91 there would grow on many of his broad acres the much needed sugar beet. Nor could he have known that the first factory in the Southland to extract sugar from that source would be erected in a town bearing the name of Chino. The inauguration of this important activity in Southern California was due to Henry T. and Robert Oxnard, the last named then being engaged in sugar cane refining in San Francisco. Henry T., who had previously ventured in the beet sugar field in Nebraska, while on the coast was impressed with the possibilities in our soil and climate, and after a survey of the state, he reached the conclusion that of all California the South offered the conditions most favorable to his plans. Accordingly, he entered into negotiations with Richard Gerd, then the owner of the Chino Ranch, who made some preliminary experiments, and the outcome was the factory started there in the season of 1890 91, under the superintendency of Dr. Porcius, a German agricultural chemist. In this initial enterprise the Oxnards met with such success that they extended their operations in 1898, establishing a second and larger factory in Ventura County, in what soon came to be called Oxnard, Dr. Porcius again taking charge. 5 or 6 years after the Oxnards opened their Chino factory, J. Ross Clark and his brother, Senator William A. Clark, commenced the erection of a plant at Alamitos, and in the summer of 1897 the first beets there were sliced, under the superintendency of G. S. Dyer, now in Honolulu. Since then, under a protective policy, several more refineries have started up in the neighborhood of Los Angeles. In January 1891, the Home of Peace Society was organized by the Hebrew Ladies of Los Angeles, largely through the exertions of Mrs. M. Kramer, who was the first to conceive the idea of uniting Jewish women for the purpose of properly caring for and beautifying the last resting place of their dead. Amos G. Throop of Chicago, more familiarly known among his friends and fellow citizens as Father Throop, founded at Pasadena in 1891 the institution at first called Throop University, and now known as the Throop College of Technology, giving it $200,000 and becoming its first president. The next year, when it was decided to specialize in manual training and polytechnic subjects, the name was again changed, remaining until 1913 Throop Polytechnic Institute. The Southern California Science Association, later called the Southern California Academy of Science, was organized in 1891 with Dr. A. Davidson as its first president and Mrs. Mary E. Hart as secretary. For 5 years it struggled for existence, but having been reorganized and incorporated in 1896, it has steadily become a factor for intellectual progress. The Friday Morning Club began its existence in April 1891 as one of the social forces in the city, many of the leading lecturers of the country finding a place on its platform, and in 1899 the club built its present attractive home on Figueroa Street. As far as I was familiar with the facts, I have endeavored in these recollections to emphasize the careers of those who from little have builded much, and quite naturally think of William Dennison Stevens, whom I came to know through his association as a salesman from 1891 until 1902 with M.A. Newmark and Company, after which he engaged with J.E. Carr on Broadway, between 6th and 7th Streets, in the retail grocery business. Much of his success I attribute to honest, steady purpose and a winning geniality. By leaps and bounds Stevens has advanced, in 1907 to the presidency of the Chamber of Commerce, in 1908 to the Grand Commandership of Knights Templars in California, in 1909 to the mayoralty of Los Angeles, and in 1910 to one of the advisory committee for the building of the aqueduct. At present he is the congressman from the 10th Congressional District. 3 years before Congressman Stevens entered the employ of the Newmarks, Robert L. Craig had just severed his relations with them to form, with R. H. Howell of Louisiana, the third wholesale grocery house to come to Los Angeles. In the course of a few years Howell and Craig sold out, but Craig, being young and ambitious, was not long in organizing another wholesale grocery known as Craig and Stewart, which was succeeded by R. L. Craig and Company. At Craig's untimely death, Mrs. Craig, a woman of unusual mental talent, took the reins, and, as one of the few women wholesale grocers in the country, has since guided the destinies of the concern, still finding time in her arduous life to serve the public as a very wide-awake member of the Board of Education. 4 other names of those once associated with my successors and who have been instrumental in establishing important commercial houses here are P.A., a brother of M.A. Newmark, E.J. Levy, Frank Humphreys, now deceased, and D. Weibers. The first named, for some years connected with Brownstein, Newmark, and Lewis, now Brownstein and Lewis, inaugurated and is at the head of P.A. Newmark and Company, while Levy, Humphreys, and Weibers incorporated the Standard Wooden Ware Company. In 1891 the Terminal Railroad was completed from Los Angeles to East San Pedro, and rapid connection was thus established between Pasadena and the ocean, the accomplishment being celebrated on November 14th by an excursion. The road ran via Long Beach and Rattlesnake, later known as Terminal Island, a place that might become, it was hoped, the terminus of one of the great transcontinental railroads. And since the island is now at the end of the San Pedro, Los Angeles, and Salt Lake Railroad, that hope has been realized. It was in connection with this railway enterprise that Long Beach made the great mistake of giving away the right of thoroughfare along her ocean front. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 40, The First Fiestas, 1892 to 1897. Accompanied by my family, I traveled to Alaska in 1892, going as far as Muir Glacier, and visiting, among other places, Metlakatla, where we met Father William Duncan, the famous missionary and archtander, Sitka, Juneau, and the Treadwell mines, near which the town of Treadwell has since developed. Today the tourist starts from Seattle, but we left Tacoma, sailing north about the 7th of July. I found much to inspire me in that rather extreme portion of the globe, where I was profoundly impressed with the vast forests and colossal rivers of ice, so emblematic of nature's law of eternal change. Our party was especially fortunate in witnessing the rare sight of huge masses of ice, as, with the sound of thunder, they broke from the glacier and floated away, brilliantly tinted bergs, to an independent, if passing, existence. Having arrived in the Bay of Sitka, our ship, the Queen of the Pacific, struck a submerged rock. Instantly excitement and even frenzy prevailed. Levi Z. Leiter, a member of the firm of Field, Leiter and Company of Chicago, was so beside himself with fear that he all but caused a panic, whereupon the captain ordered the first mate to put the Chicagoan and his family ashore. Leiter, however, was shamed by his daughter, Miss Mary Victoria, afterward Lady Curzon, and wife of the Viceroy of India, who admonished him not to make a scene; and having no desire to be left for a protracted stay in Sitka, he came to his senses, and the commotion somewhat abated. Meantime, not knowing how much damage had been done to the vessel, I hastily proceeded to gather our party together, when I missed Marco, and only after considerable trouble found the boy in the cabin. Such is the optimism of youth, with a huge sandwich in his hand, not in the least excited over the possible danger, nor in any mood to allow a little incident of that kind to dissipate his appetite. When it became evident that the ship had sustained no vital damage, the captain announced that as soon as a higher tide would permit we should proceed on our way. In 1892, Abbott Kinney and F. G. Ryan, disregarding the craze for property along the bluffs of Old Santa Monica, gave practical evidence of their faith in the future of the sand dunes hereabouts by buying an extensive strip of land on the ocean front, some of it being within the town of Santa Monica, but most of it stretching farther south. They induced the Santa Fe to lay out a route to Ocean Park, as the new town was to be called, and having erected piers, a bathhouse, and an auditorium, they built numerous cottages. Hardly was this enterprise well under way, however, when Ryan died and T. H. Dudley acquired his share in the undertaking. In 1901, A. R. Fraser, G. M. Jones, and H. R. Gage purchased Dudley's half interest, and the owners began to put the lots on the market. One improvement after another was made, involving heavy expenditures, and in 1904 Ocean Park was incorporated as a city. E. L. Doney and a partner had the good luck to strike some of the first oil found in quantities within the city limits. They began operations in February on West State Street, in the very residence section of the town, and at about 160 feet below the surface they found oil enough to cause general excitement. Mrs. Emma A. Summers, who had been dealing in real estate since she came in 1881, quickly sank a well on Court Street near Temple, which in a short time produced so lavishly that Mrs. Summers became one of the largest individual operators in crude oil. She is now known as the Oil Queen. At the suggestion of Mrs. M. Burton Williamson, an interesting open-air meeting of the Los Angeles Historical Society was held on the evening of March 28th at the residence of Don Antonio and Dona Mariana Coronel, near the corner of Central Avenue and 7th Street. 300 guests assembled to enjoy the proverbial Spanish hospitality of this distinguished couple, and to hear reports of the activities of various Los Angeles societies. Don Antonio possessed, as is well known, valuable historical and ethnological collections, and some of his choicest curios were that evening placed at the service of his guests. Professor Ira Moore participated, presiding at a table once used by the first constitutional governor, Echianida, and I still recall the manner in which Antonio chuckled when he told us how he had swapped 4 gentle cows for the piece of furniture, while, instead of a gavel, Senora Coronel had provided a bell long used to summon the Indians to mission service. As early as the height of the great boom, Professor T. S. C. Lowe, to whom I have referred in the story of an experiment in making gas, advocated the construction of a railroad up the mountain, later officially designated Mount Lowe, and almost immediately financiers acted on the proposal and ordered the route surveyed. The collapse of the boom, however, then made the financing of the project impossible, and the actual work of building the road was only begun in 1892. On the 4th of July of the following year, the first car carrying a small party of invited guests successfully ascended the incline, and on August 23rd the railway was formally opened to the public, the occasion being made a holiday. In 1894 the Mount Lowe Astronomical Observatory was built. At one time the railway was owned by Valentine Peyton, my agreeable neighbor and friend, then and now residing on Westlake Avenue. In June 1893, the Los Angeles Post Office was moved from its location at Broadway near 6th Street to the National Government Building at the southeast corner of Main and Winston Streets, which had just been completed at a cost of $150,000. Seized with the same desire that animated many thousands who journeyed to Chicago, I visited the World's Fair in the fall of 1893. Everywhere I was impressed with the extraordinary progress made, especially by Americans, since the display in Philadelphia, and I was naturally proud of the exhibits from California in charge of my fellow townsman, Ben Truman. Russell Judson Waters, a well-known banker and member of Congress from the 6th District between 1899 and 1903, came from Redlands in 1894, and another Southern Californian who has turned his attention to literary endeavor, his novel, El Estranjero, dealing with past local life. Joseph Scott, who has risen to distinction in the California legal world, alighted in Los Angeles in June, having tried without success to obtain newspaper work in Boston in 1887, although equipped with a letter of introduction from John Boyle O'Reilly. In New York, with only $2 in his pocket, he was compelled to shoulder a hod, but relief came, as Scott himself jovially tells the tale. He was carrying mortar and brick on a Tuesday in February 1890, and but 2 days later he faced the body of students at St. Bonaventura's College in Allegheny, New York, as instructor in rhetoric. Within 10 months after Scott came to Southern California, he was admitted to practice at the Los Angeles bar, and since then he has been president of the Chamber of Commerce. He is now a member of the Board of Education, and all in all his services to the Commonwealth have been many and important. The existence of the Merchants' Association, which was organized in 1893 with W. C. Furry as president and William Bean, succeeded the following year by Jacob E. Waldeck, son-in-law of Samuel Hellman, as secretary, was somewhat precarious until 1894. In that year, Los Angeles was suffering a period of depression, and a meeting was called to devise ways and means for alleviating the economic ills of the city, and also for attracting to Los Angeles some of the visitors to the midwinter fair then being held in San Francisco. At that meeting, Max Mayberg, a member of the association's executive committee, suggested a carnival, and the plan being enthusiastically endorsed, the coming occasion was dubbed La Fiesta de Los Angeles. Mayberg was appointed Director General, and the following persons, among others, were associated with him in the undertaking: Mayor T. E. Rowan, F. W. Wood, R. W. Pridham, H. Jevney, J. O. Kepfley, Leon Loeb, H. T. Hazard, Charles S. Walton, and M. H. Newmark. The fiesta lasted from the 10th to the 13th of April, and proved a delightful affair. The participants marched in costume to the City Hall during a meeting of the council, usurped the government, elected a queen, Mrs. O. W. Childs, Jr., to preside over the destinies of the city during the fiesta, and communicated to everybody a spirit of uncontrollable enthusiasm based on a feeling of the most genuine patriotic sentiment. The result was thoroughly successful, the carnival bringing out the real Californian fellowship, whole-souled and ringing true. Indeed, it is conceded by all who have seen Los Angeles grow that this first fiesta and the resulting strengthening of the association have been among the earliest and, in some respects, the most important elements contributory to the wonderful growth and development of our city. A few evenings after the conclusion of the celebration, and while the streets were brilliantly illuminated with Bengal fire, the leaders again marched in a body, this time to the hall over Mott Market, where they not only laid plans for the second fiesta, but installed J. O. Kepfley as president of the Merchants' Association. So enthusiastic had the citizens of Los Angeles really become that in the years 1895 and 1896 the fiesta was repeated, and many prominent people supported the original committee, assisting to make the second festival almost equal to the first. Among these patrons were John Alton, Hancock Banning, W. A. Barker, A. C. Billick, L. W. Blinn, W. C. Blewett, R. W. Burnham, John M. Crawley, James Cusner, J. H. Dockweiler, T. A. Eisen, J. A. Fauché, John F. Francis, A. W. Francisco, H. W. Frank, Dan Freeman, Mrs. Jessie Benton Fremont, W. M. Garland, T. E. Gibbon, J. T. Griffith, Harley Hamilton, R. H. Howell, Sumner P. Hunt, A. Jacoby, General E. P. Johnson, John Kahn, F. W. King, Abbott Kinney, E. F. C. Clark, J. Kurtz, Dr. Carl Kurtz, J. B. Lankershim, General C. F. A. Last, S. B. Lewis, H. Lichtenberger, Charles F. Loomis, Samuel Mayer, D.C. McGarvin, John R. Matthews, James J. Mellis, L. E. Mosher, Walter S. Newhall, J. W. A. Off, Colonel H. Z. Osborne, Colonel H. G. Otis, Madison T. Owens, W. C. Patterson, Niles Peace, A. Petch, John E. Plater, R. W. Pridham, Judge E. M. Ross, F. K. Rule, Frank Sabici, J. T. Sheward, Colonel W. G. Schreiber, John Schumacher, Professor P. W. Search, Edward D. Silent, Alfredo Solano, George H. Stewart, Frank J. Thomas, D. K. Trask, Ben C. Truman, I. N. Van Wise, K. H. Wade, Stephen M. White, Frank Wiggins, C. D. Willard, Dr. W. Lemoyne Wills, W. B. Wilshire, H. J. Wollicott, and W. D. Woolwine. This second fiesta brought into the local field two men then unknown, but each destined to play an important part in the affairs of Los Angeles. J. O. Kepfley, president of the Merchants Association, and M. H. Newmark, chairman of the Finance Committee, selected by Felix J. Z. Handelar, a reporter for the Los Angeles Herald during the short ownership of John Bradbury, as financial and publicity agent, with the result that more than $30,000 was collected and valuable advertising was secured. At that time, the Finance Committee also discovered the undeveloped talent of Lyndon Ellsworth Baymer, since so well known as the impresario who, in managing with wonderful success the sale of tickets for the various events, laid the foundation for his subsequent career. Commencing with Adelina Patti, there have been few celebrities in the musical world that Baymer's enterprise has not succeeded in bringing to Los Angeles, his greatest accomplishment in recent seasons being the booking of the Chicago Grand Opera Company in February 1913 under a guarantee of $88,000. Second in chronological order among the larger societies of women, and doubtless equal to any in the importance of its varied activities, the Ebell Club was organized in 1894, due time providing itself with a serviceable and ornate home, within which for years broad courses of departmental study have been prosecuted with vigor. After worshiping for more than 15 years in the old synagogue on Fort Street, and 5 years more after that name was changed to Broadway, during which period from 1881 until I started in 1887 on my second European trip, it was my privilege to serve as president of the congregation, the Reformed Jews of Los Angeles built in 1894 the Temple B'nai B'rith on the corner of Hope and 9th Streets. In the meantime, following the resignation of Dr. A. W. Edelman in 1886, Dr. Emanuel Schreiber for 2 years occupied the pulpit, and then Reverend A. Bloom came from Galveston to succeed him. From the early part of 1895, Rabbi M. G. Solomon held the office until 1899. It was during his administration, it may be interesting to observe, and while Herman W. Hellman was president, that the present temple was consecrated. In 1894, Homer Laughlin of Ohio, during a visit, purchased from Mrs. Mary A. Briggs the property on Broadway between 3rd and 4th Streets where she had lived. 3 years later he moved to Los Angeles and began the erection of the Homer Laughlin Fireproof Building, adding to the same, in 1905, a reinforced concrete annex. At midnight on April 17th, Don Antonio Franco Coronel died at his home in Los Angeles, aged 77 years. In less than 4 months, his lifelong friend Don Pio Pico died here on September 11th, aged 93 years. The Belgian hair aberration was a spasmodic craze of the 90s, and when I remember what the little rabbit did to our judgment then, it brings to mind the black tulip bubble of Holland, though, in point of genuine foolishness, I should award the prize to the former. A widely copied newspaper article claiming for the flesh of the timid Belgian rodent extraordinary qualities and merit, led first hundreds, then thousands, to rig up hair coops for the breeding of the animal, expecting to supply the world with its much lauded meat. Before long, people abandoned profitable work in order to venture into the new field, and many were those who invested thousands of dollars in Belgian hair companies. During the wild excitement, attention was also given to the raising of hairs for exhibition, and fancy prices were paid for the choicest specimens. At last the bubble burst, the supply far exceeded the now diminishing demand, and the whole enterprise collapsed. A lively election in 1895 was that which decided the immediate future of a suburb of Los Angeles, where, on April 27th of the same year, Don Juan Warner, who had lived there with his daughter Mrs. Rubio, went to his rest. This was the University Place, in 1880 a mere hamlet, though 3 years later it had a post office of its own. In 1895 an effort was made to annex it to the community, with Vernon, Rosedale, and Pico Heights, but the measure was defeated, and only on June 12, 1899, was the college district annexed to Los Angeles. For some years the boundary line of the town at that point followed such a course through house lots that residents there, still at home, often ate in the county and slept within the city. The early 90s were full of the spirit of accomplishment, and notwithstanding the failure of the Electric Homestead Tract Association and its streetcar line, already described, a successful electric railway system for Los Angeles was at length installed. In 1892, a route was laid out to Westlake Park, the company having been encouraged by a subsidy of $50,000 pledged by owners of property most likely to be affected by the service, and by 1895 the electric traction system was so general that even the bobtailed cars on Main Street gave way to the new order of things. At this early stage in the application of electricity to streetcars, some of the equipment was rather primitive. Wooden poles, for example, were a part of the trolley, and as they were easily broken, conductors were fined $1 for any accident to the rod with which they might have to do. Electricity, when it was forthcoming at all, was only harnessed to impel the vehicle, but there were no devices for using the current to warm the car, and instead of an electric light, an oil lamp hung onto the dashboard faintly illuminated the soft road bed of the irregular tracks. The most active promoters of the improvements of 1895 were the two brothers William Spencer and Thomas J. Hook, who operated mainly in the southwestern part of the city, developing that rather sparsely settled district and introducing what was the best and most handsome rolling stock seen here up to that time. B.F. Coulter, who from 1881 to 1884 had preached here as a clergyman of the Christian Church, in 1895 built a place of worship at his own expense, on Broadway near Temple Street, costing $20,000, no inconsiderable sum for that time. Sometime in March appeared the first issue of the Los Angeles Record, a 1-cent evening paper started by E.W. Scripps as the Poor Man's Advocate. It was really another one of the many enterprising Scripps newspapers scattered throughout the country and championing more or less socialistic principles, in accordance with which Scripps from the outset distributed some of the stock among his working associates. At the present time, W. H. Porterfield is the editor-in-chief and W. T. Murdoch the editor. Thomas J. Scully, a pioneer school teacher who came to Los Angeles the same year that I did, died here in 1895. For some time Scully was the only teacher in the county outside of the city, but owing to the condition of the public treasury, he actually divided his time between 3 or 4 schools, giving lessons in each a part of the year. After a while the schoolmaster gazed longingly upon a lovely vineyard and its no less lovely owner, and at last, by marrying the proprietress, he appropriated both. This sudden capture of wife and independence, however, was too much for our unsophisticated pedagogue. Scully entered upon a campaign of intemperance and dissipation. His spouse soon expelled him from his comfortable surroundings, and he was again forced to earn his own living with birch and book. Inoffensive in the extreme, yet with an aberration of mind more and more evident during 20 years, Frederick Merrill Shaw, a well-informed Vermonter born in 1827, shipped for California as cook on the brig Sea Eagle, and arrived in San Francisco in September, 1849, where he helped to build, as he always claimed, the first 3-story structure put up there. Well proportioned and standing over 6 feet in height, Shaw presented a dignified appearance, that is, if one closed an eye to his dress. Long ago he established his own pension bureau, conferring upon me the honor of a weekly contributor, and, when he calls, he keeps me well posted on what he's been doing. His weary brain is ever filled with the phantoms of great inventions and billion-dollar corporations, as his pocketful of maps and diagrams shows, one day launching an aerial navigation company to explore the moon, and the next day covering California with railroad lines as thick as our automobiles in the streets of Los Angeles. On September 21st, my brother, J.P. Newmark, to whom I am so indebted, and who was the cause of my coming to California, died at his home in the 69th year of his age, his demise being rather sudden. During the extended period of his illness he was tenderly nursed by his wife Augusta, and I cannot pay my sister-in-law too high a tribute for her devoted companionship and aid, and her real self-sacrifice. Mrs. Newmark long survived her husband, dying on January 3, 1908, at the age of 74. The reader will permit me, I am certain, the privilege of a fraternal eulogy. In his acceptance and fulfillment of the responsibilities of this life, in the depth and sincerity of his feeling toward family and friend, my brother was the peer of any. in his patient, silent endurance of long years of intense physical suffering, and in his cheerfulness, which a manly courage and philosophical spirit inspired him to diffuse, he was the superior of most; and it was the possession of these qualities which has preserved his personality, to those who knew him well, far beyond the span of natural existence. In May, 1896, the Merchants' Association consolidated with the Manufacturers' Association, of which R.W. Pridham was then president, and after the change of name to the Merchants' and Manufacturers' Association, inaugurated the first local exhibit of home products, using the Main Street store of Mayberg Brothers for the display. On August 1st, 1897, Felix J. Z. Handelaar, later also consul of the Netherlands, became the stalwart, enthusiastic, and now indispensable secretary, succeeding, I believe, William H. Knight. This same year Major Ben C. Truman, formerly editor of the Star, together with George D. Rice and Sons, established the Graphic, which is still being published under the popular editorship of Samuel T. Clover. In 1900, Truman was one of the California commissioners to the Paris Exposition. After his foreign sojourn he returned to Los Angeles, and with Harry Patton started a weekly society paper called The Capital. Rather recently, by the advantageous sale of certain property early acquired, Ben and his good wife have come to enjoy a comfortable and well-merited degree of prosperity. Clover came to Los Angeles in 1901, was editor and publisher of the Express for 4 years, and in 1905 started the Evening News, continuing the same 3 years, despite the panic of 1907. A year previously he purchased the Graphic, more than one feature of which, and especially his "Browsings in an Old Bookshop," have found such favor. W. A. Spaulding, whose editorial work on Los Angeles newspapers, dating from his association with the Herald in 1874, and including service with both the Express and the Times, in 1896 assumed the business management of his first love, the Herald. After again toiling with the quill for 4 years, he was succeeded by Lieutenant Randolph H. Minor. The magnificent interurban electric system of Los Angeles is indebted not a little to the brothers-in-law, General M. H. Sherman and E. P. Clark, the former a Yankee from Vermont, and the latter a Middle Westerner from Iowa, both of whom had settled in Arizona in the early 70s. While in the territory, Sherman taught school, and, under appointment by Governor Fremont as superintendent of instruction, laid the foundation of the public school system there. Both came to Los Angeles in 1889, soon after which Sherman organized the Consolidated Electric Railway Company. In 1896, the old steam railroad, which about the late 80s had run for a year or so between Los Angeles and the North Beach, by way of Coal Grove and South Hollywood, was equipped with electrical motor power and again operated through the enterprise of Eli P. Clark, president of the Los Angeles Pacific Railroad Company. Together, Sherman and Clark built an electrical road to Pasadena, thus connecting the mountains with the sea. In 1896 I dissolved partnership with Caspar Cohn, taking over the hide business, and having fitted up a modest office under the St. Elmo Hotel, revived with a degree of satisfaction the name of H. Newmark and Company. A notable career in Los Angeles is that of Arthur Letts, who in 1896 arrived here with barely $500 in his pocket, and, as it would appear, in answer to a benign providence. J. A. Williams and Company, after a brief experience, have found the corner of Broadway and 4th Street too far south, and their means too limited to weather the storm, so that their badly situated little department store was soon in the hands of creditors. This was Letts' opportunity. Obtaining some financial assistance, he purchased the bankrupt stock. His instantaneous success was reflected in the improvement of the neighborhood, and thereafter both locality and business made rapid progress together. Meredith P. Snyder, who became a resident in 1880 and started business by clerking in a furniture store in 1896, was elected to the office of mayor on a municipal waterworks platform. During the presidential campaign of 1896, when the West went wild over 16-1, and it looked as if W. J. Bryan would sweep aside all opposition here, an organization known as the Sound Money League undertook it to turn the tide. George H. Stewart was elected president, and other members of the executive committee being John F. Francis, Frank A. Gibson, R. W. Burnham, and M. H. Newmark. So strenuous was the campaign, and so effective was the support by the public, that when the sun set on that memorable Tuesday in November, Los Angeles was found to be still strong for sound principles. Perhaps the most remarkable outpouring in the political history of the city took place during this period, when businessmen, regardless of previous party affiliations, turned out to hear Tom Reed, the Czar of the House of Representatives. It was in the Christmas season of 1896 that Colonel Griffith J. Griffith so generously filled the stocking of Los Angeles with his immensely important gift of Griffith Park, said to be, with its 3,000 and more diversified acres, magnificent heights, and picturesque roadways, some of which, with their dense willow growth, reminded me of the shaded lanes described in earlier chapters, the second largest pleasure ground in the world. On July 1st, 1897, the Atlantic and Pacific Railroad was absorbed by the Santa Fe, Charles W. Smith, the receiver, having brought order out of chaos after the former road in 1895 had met with disaster. Dr. Henry S. Orme, H. W. O. Mulvaney, J. M. Griffith, J. W. Gillette, A. L. Bath, J. M. Gwynn, M. Teed, J. M. Elliott, and W. A. Spaulding on August 2nd met in the office of the Daily Herald in the Bradbury Block on 3rd Street to consider the organization of an Old Settlers Society. At that meeting, a committee consisting of Dr. J. S. Griffin, Henry W. O. Mulvaney, Benjamin S. Eaton, H. G. Barrows, J. M. Gwynn, Dr. H. S. Orme, J. W. Gillette, and myself, was appointed to direct the movement. On August 10th, we selected the Los Angeles County Pioneers of Southern California as the name of the society, and decided that eligibility should be limited to those who had resided in the county 25 years. A public meeting was held at the Chamber of Commerce on September 4th, 1897, and the 25 persons present signed the roll. The first president chosen was Benjamin S. Eaton, and the first secretary J. M. Gwynn. Dr. William F. Edgar, who had resided here continuously for over 30 years, died on August 23rd at the age of 73, a sword given to him by General Phil Kearny resting among the floral tributes. The 10th of the following November witnessed the death of George Hanson, the surveyor, whose body, in accordance with his expressed wish, was cremated. On the same day, J. Ayers died. This year, when the town was full of unemployed, hundreds of men were set at work to improve Elysian Park, a move suggested by Judge Charles Silent. Frank Walker, who had been here for a while in the middle of the 80s and had gone away again, returned to Los Angeles about 1897 and set himself up as a master builder. While contracting for certain unique bungalows, his attention was directed to the possibility of utilizing the power of the sun, with the result that he soon patented a solar heater similar to those now extensively built into Southern California residences, and organized a company for exploiting the invention. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of 60 Years in Southern California, 1853 to 1913, by Harris Newmark. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 41, The Southwest Archaeological Society, 1898 to 1905. A cloud, considerably larger than a man's hand, flecked the skies at dawn of 1898 and troubled many who had been following the course of events in Cuba. So, too, like the thrill sent through the nation at the firing on Fort Sumter, the startling intelligence of the destruction of the United States battleship Maine electrified and united the people. Along the coast, intense excitement scarcely permitted Westerners to keep themselves within bounds, and instant was the display of patriotic fervor, Southern Californians willingly shouldering their share of the unavoidable war burdens. On January 22nd, John G. Nichols, several times mayor of Los Angeles and always a welcome figure on the streets, died here at the age of 85 years. Colonel Harrison Gray Otis, soldier, Union officer, government official in Alaska, and president of the Los Angeles Times Publishing Company, was appointed by President McKinley on May 27th a brigadier general of the United States Volunteers, following which he was assigned to a command in the Philippines, where he saw active service until honorably discharged in 1899, after the fall of Malolos, the insurgent capital. During General Otis's absence, his influential son-in-law, the large-hearted big man of affairs Harry Chandler, vice president of the corporation, was general manager of the Times, while L. E. Mosher was managing editor. In 1897, Harry E. Andrews joined the Times staff, in 1906 becoming managing editor and infusing into the paper much of its characteristic vigor. In 1899, Hugh McDowell, who had entered the employ of the Times 4 years before, began his long editorship of the Times' magazine, a wide-awake feature which has become more and more popular. During many years, Mrs. Elida A. Otis, the general's gifted wife, now deceased, also contributed to both the Times and the Mirror. From the beginning, the paper has been Republican and in every respect has consistently maintained its original policies. Especially in the fight for San Pedro Harbor, it was an important element and did much to bring the energetic campaign to a successful termination. Paul de Longpre, the French artist who made his mark, when but 11 years old, in the Salon of 1876, was a distinguished member of a little group of Frenchmen arriving in the late 90s. In 1901 he bought a home at Hollywood and there surrounded himself with 3 acres of choicest gardens, one of the sights of suburban Los Angeles, which became an inspiration to him in his work as a painter of flowers. De Longpre died in Hollywood on June 29, 1911. On August 23rd, my excellent friend Dr. John Strother Griffin, for nearly 50 years one of the most efficient and honored residents of Los Angeles, died here. A career such as should inspire American youth is that of Henry T. Gage, long in partnership with the well-known bibliophile W.I. Foley, a native of New York, who in 1877, at the age of 24, began the practice of law in Los Angeles, to be elected, 21 years later, Governor of California. A handsome man of splendid physique, acquired perhaps when he started as a sheep dealer, he is also genial in temperament and powerful and persuasive in oratory, qualifications which led to his selection, I dare say, to second the nomination at Chicago in 1888 of Levi P. Morton for the vice presidency. Ex-Governor Gage's wife was Miss Fanny V., daughter of John Raines and granddaughter of Colonel Isaac Williams. April 27, 1899 was printed large and red upon the calendar for both Los Angeles and San Pedro when the engineers, desiring to commence work on the harbor in true spectacular fashion, brought a load of quarried rock from Catalina to dump on the breakwater site. President McKinley sent an electric spark from the White House, intended to throw the first load of ballast splashing into the bay, but the barge only half tilted, interfering with the dramatic effect desired. Nevertheless, the festivities concluded with the usual procession and fireworks. Movements of great importance making for a municipal water system occurred in 1899, the 30 years contract with the assigns of John S. Griffin, P. Beaudry, S. Lazard, and others having expired on July 22, 1898. An arbitration committee consisting of Charles T. Healy for the company and James C. Kays, long a citizen of importance and sheriff from 1887 to 1888, for the city, failed to agree as to the valuation of the Los Angeles Water Company's plant, whereupon Colonel George H. Mendel was added to the board, and on May 12, 1899, Kays and Mendel fixed their estimate at $1,183,591, while Healy held out for a larger sum. In August, the citizens, by a vote of 7-1, endorsed the issuing of $2 million of city bonds to pay the water company and to build additional equipment, and the waterworks having been transferred to the municipality, 5 commissioners were appointed to manage the system. During August 1899, the Reverend Dr. Sigmund Hecht of Milwaukee took into his keeping the spiritual welfare of Los Angeles Reformed Jewry, and it is certainly a source of very great satisfaction to me that during his tenure of office his good fellowship has led him, on more than one occasion, to tender the altar of the Jewish temple for Christian worship. Scholarly in pursuits and eloquent of address, Dr. Hecht for 16 years has well presided over the destinies of his flock, his congregation keeping pace with the growth of the city. Incursions of other jobbing centers into Los Angeles territory induced our leading manufacturers and wholesalers to combine for offensive as well as defensive purposes. And on October 11, 1899, in answer to a call, an enthusiastic meeting was held in room 86, Temple Block, attended by J. Baruch, J. O. Kepfley, J. Seeger, R. L. Craig, L. Kimball, L. C. Scheller, George H. Wigmore, F. W. Braun, C. C. Reynolds, I. A. Lothian, W. S. Hunt, A. H. Bush, M. H. Newmark, and others, who elected Baruch president, Kepfley first vice president, Reynolds second vice president, Scheller treasurer, and Braun secretary. A couple weeks later, A. M. Rawson was named secretary, Braun having resigned to accept the third vice presidency, and on November 3rd the Associated Jobbers of Southern California, as the organization was called, was rechristened the Associated Jobbers of Los Angeles. Meanwhile, at a quiet luncheon, Kepfley and Newmark had entered into negotiations with Charles D. Willard, with the result that, when Rawson withdrew on February 28, 1900, Willard assumed the duties of secretary, holding the office for years, until compelled by sickness, on January 18, 1911, to relinquish the work. On February 21st, 1900, Baruch having resigned, M.H. Newmark began a service of 12 years as president. The strength of the organization was materially increased when, in March 1908, F.P. Gregson, well up in the traffic councils of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad, assumed the management of the recently established Traffic Bureau. On April 10, 1908, after many years of hardship, financial trouble, and disappointment, during which the Executive Committee and Secretary Willard had frequent conferences with J.C. Stubbs and William Sproul, then Stubbs's assistant, of the Southern Pacific, and W.A. Bissell of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad, it became evident that more equitable rates for shippers into the San Joaquin Valley and elsewhere could not peaceably be obtained. A promised readjustment, lowering Los Angeles rates about 20%, had been published, but at the request of the San Francisco merchants, the new tariff sheet was repudiated by the transportation companies. A rehearing was also denied by them. The associated jobbers then carried the case before the newly created Railroad Commission, and obtained concessions amounting to 50% of the original demands. Guided by their astute traffic manager, F.P. Gregson, the jobbers, not satisfied with the first settlement, in 1910 renewed their activity before the Commission, and on the 15th of the following February, still further reductions were announced. The last rates authorized in 1912 are still in effect. In 1899, James M. Gwynn, after some years of miscellaneous work in the field of local annals, issued his History of Los Angeles County, following the same in 1907 with a History of Southern California and the Southern Coast counties. As I write, he has in preparation a still more compendious work to be entitled Los Angeles and Environs. At 4:30 on the morning of December 25th, a slight shock of earthquake was felt in Los Angeles, but it was not until some hours later that the telegraph reported the much greater damage wrought at San Jacinto, Riverside County. There walls fell in heaps, and a peculiar freak was the complete revolution of a chimney without the disturbance of a single brick. 6 squaws, by the falling of their adobes at the reservation some miles away, were instantly killed. When day dawned and the badly frightened people began to inspect the neighborhood, they found great mountain crevices, into some of which even large trees had fallen. Toward the end of the 90s, Henry E. Huntington sold much or all of his large holdings in the San Francisco railways, and began both to buy up Los Angeles railway stocks and to give his personal attention to the city's traffic problems. At the same time, he bent his energies to the crowning work of his life, the development of the various interurban electric systems focusing in Los Angeles. In 1902, the road to Long Beach was completed, and in the following year electric cars began to run to Monrovia and Whittier. In 1903, the 7-story Huntington or Pacific Electric building at the corner of Main and 6th Streets was finished. The effect of these extensive improvements on local commerce and on the value of real estate, as well as their influence on the growth of population through the coming of tourists seeking the conveniences and pleasures of social life, cannot perhaps be fully estimated, a fact which the people of this city should always remember with gratitude. During the winter of 1899 to 1900, business care so weighed upon me that I decided temporarily to cast off all worry and indulge myself with another visit to the Old World. This decision was reached rather suddenly, and, as my friends insist, in a perfectly characteristic manner. One morning I hastened to the steamship office and bought the necessary tickets, and then I went home leisurely and suggested to my wife that she prepare for a trip to Europe. About the 1st of January, therefore, we left Los Angeles, reached Naples on February 1st, and traveled for 9 months through Great Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. I returned to my birthplace, Le Beau, which in my youth had appeared of such importance, but although somewhat larger than it used to be, it now nevertheless seemed small and insignificant. While making this tour of Europe, I revisited Sweden, and renewed my acquaintance with the families that had been so kind to me as a boy. Time had lamentably thinned the ranks of the older generation, but many of the younger, especially those of my own age, were still there. Those only who have had a similar experience will appreciate my pleasure in once again greeting these steadfast friends. I also reviewed numerous scenes formerly so familiar. It is impossible to describe my emotions on thus again seeing this beautiful country, or to convey to the reader the depth of my respect and affection for her intelligent, thrifty, and whole-souled people, especially when I remembered their liberal encouragement of my father about 40 years before. Thanks to the indefatigable labors of Mrs. A. S. C. Forbes of Los Angeles, the beautiful ceremony of strewing flowers upon the restless ocean waters in honor of the naval dead was first observed at Santa Monica on Memorial Day in 1900, and bids fair to become an appropriate national custom. Senora Antonio F. Coronel entrusted to the Chamber of Commerce, on June 6th, the invaluable historical souvenirs known as the Coronel Collection, and now installed of late in the County Museum. For years, these exhibits, housed in the Chamber of Commerce building, have been one of the sights of the city, a pleasure and a stimulation alike to tourist and resident. A good anecdote as to the transfer of this collection is related on the authority of Miss Anna B. Pitcher, president of the Boundary League, and the lady who made the first move to secure the interesting League mementos now preserved and displayed at the County Museum. When the matter of making the Coronel heirlooms more accessible to the public was brought to Senora Coronel's attention, she not only showed a lively interest, but at once agreed to make the donation. She imposed, however, the condition that Miss Pitcher should bring her to M.J. Newmark and John F. Francis, then directors, in whose integrity and acumen she had great confidence. This was done, and these gentlemen having pledged their personal attention and sponsorship, the Senora committed the historic objects to the Chamber of Commerce for the benefit forever of all the people. The Los Angeles Herald on July 7th passed into the hands of a group of stockholders especially interested in petroleum, Wallace R. Hardison being president and general manager, and R. H. Hay Chapman managing editor. At the same time, the newspaper's policy became Republican. The Harvard School was opened on September 25th by Grenville C. Emory and was the first notable military academy for youth in Los Angeles. After many terms of successful work under congregational auspices, the school has passed to the control of the Right Reverend J. H. Johnson as trustee for the Episcopal Church, which has acquired other valuable school properties in the Southland, Professor Emory remitting $50,000 of the purchase price in consideration of a promise to perpetuate his name. A tunnel was put through Bunker Hill, by the way one of the highest of downtown elevations, from Hill Street to Hope on 3rd, in 1901, bringing the Western Hill district into closer touch with the business center of the town and greatly enhancing the value of neighboring property. The delay in cutting through First and Second Streets, which would afford so much relief to the municipality, is a reproach against the good sense of the city. The Los Angeles Express, which enjoys the honor of being the oldest daily newspaper still published in Los Angeles, and which for 15 years has been so well managed by H. W. Brundage, was sold in January to Edwin T. Earle, who moved the plant to a building erected for it on Fifth Street between Broadway and Hill. Earle came to Los Angeles in 1885, having previously for years packed and shipped fruit on a large scale. In 1890, as a result of the obstacles handicapping the sending of fresh fruit to the East, Earle invented a new refrigerator car with ventilating devices, and unable to get the railroads to take over its construction, he organized a company for the building of the conveyors. On selling out to the Armours, Earle made large investments in Los Angeles real estate. A few years ago, the Express was moved to Hill Street near 7th. Possibly owing to the renewed interest in local historical study, the Express, in 1905, commenced the republication of news items of 25 years ago today, a feature of peculiar pleasure to the pioneer. William F. Grosser, who died on April 15th, was long active in Los Angeles Turnverein circles, having popularized science before institutions and lecture courses existed here for that purpose. A native of Potsdam, Prussia, Grosser came to Southern California via Panama, and on settling in Los Angeles laid out the Grosser Tract. Having been an advanced student of astronomical science and microscopy, and possessing a good-sized portable telescope, he was soon in demand by societies and schools, for which he lectured without financial remuneration. One of Grosser's sister, Mrs. A. Jelinek, whose husband, a Boston cabinet maker, had an interesting part in the carving of the chair made from the spreading chestnut tree, and presented to the poet Longfellow by the school children of Cambridge, has been for years an honored resident of Ocean Park, where she was one of the early investors. A granddaughter is Fraulein Elsa Grosser, the violinist. On April 24th, Samuel Calvert Foy died, aged 71, survived by his wife and 6 children. A little town in Ventura County, bearing the name of the famous student and author, recalls the death near here in July of Charles Nordhoff, whose pioneer book, California, for Health, Pleasure, and Residence, published in the early 70s, did more, I dare say, than any similar work to spread the fame of the Southland throughout the East. Charles Brodie, who died in August, first saw Los Angeles in 1868, when he came here to nurse Edward J., my wife's brother, in his last illness. He then opened a grocery store at South Spring Street near Second, and was active in Turnverein and Oddfellow circles. The mention of Brodie recalls the name of one who has attained distinction here. Even as a messenger boy at the California Club in the 80s, Oscar Lawler gave promise of an important future. He had come from Iowa as a child, and his personality, ability, and ambition soon brought him prominently before the bar and the people. He served as United States Attorney for this district from 1906 until 1909, when he became Assistant to the Attorney General of the United States. He is high in Masonic circles, being past Grand Master of the Masonic Grand Lodge of California. In 1901 he married Miss Hilda, daughter of Charles Brodie. Catalina Island in the summer of 1902 established wireless connection with the mainland at White's Point, and on August 2nd the first messages were exchanged. On March 25th of the following year began the publication of the Catalina newspaper known as the Wireless. After graduating from the University of California in 1902, my son Marco attended for a while the University of Berlin, after which he returned to Los Angeles and entered the house of M.A. Newmark and Company. The women of California in the late 80s, wishing to pay Mrs. John C. Fremont an appropriate tribute, presented her with a residence at the northwest corner of Hoover and 28th Streets, Los Angeles, where, on December 27, 1902, at the age of 78 years, she died. Mrs. Fremont was a woman of charming personality and decidedly intellectual gifts, and in addition to having written several meritorious works, she was engaged at the time of her death on her autobiography. Her ashes were sent east to the banks of the Hudson, to be interred beside those of her distinguished husband, but her daughter, Miss Elizabeth Benton Fremont, has continued to reside here in the family homestead. On the site of one of my early homes, the cornerstone of the new Chamber of Commerce was laid on March 28th with impressive Masonic ceremonies. The principal address was made by Jonathan S. Slauson. Ferdinand K. Rule was then president of the chamber, and the building committee consisted of M.J. Newmark, chairman, A.B. Cass, Homer Laughlin, F.K. Rule, H.S. McKee, and James A. Fauché, the latter for 16 years, beginning with the middle 90s, having demonstrated his efficiency as superintendent of city schools. Early in 1903, G.A. Dobinson, a Shakespearean student and teacher of elocution, induced me to build a hall on Hope Street near 11th, connected with a small theater, and there in spring of 1904 he opened the well-known Dobinson School, which he conducted until 1906. Then the Gamut Club, an organization of 1904, whose first president was Professor Adolph Wilhartitz, died on January 12, 1915, aged 78 years, the artistic German pianist moved in. The pioneer experiments with the navel orange have already been referred to. A late episode associates the luscious fruit with a president of the United States. On May 6th, amid great festivity participated in by all Riverside, Theodore Roosevelt replanted, in front of Frank Miller's Mission Inn, one of the original historic trees. William K. Cowan came to Los Angeles as a jeweler in 1887, later embarked in the bicycle trade, and was one of the first men in Los Angeles to sell automobiles, at length building in 1903 at 830 South Broadway the first large garage here. Some months later, if I recollect aright, witnessed the advent on our streets of a number of horseless carriages, and I was seized with a desire to possess not one but two. My acquisitions were both electric, and soon I was extending right and left invitations to my friends to ride with me. On the first of these excursions, however, one of the machines balked and the second also broke down, and to make a long story short, no mechanic in town being sufficiently expert to straighten out the difficulty, I soon disposed of them in disgust for about $700. In 1903 a notable change was made, and one decidedly for the better interests of the public schools, when 100 citizens, pursuant to a change in the city's charter, selected a non-partisan Board of Education, consisting of John D. Bicknell, Joseph Scott, J. M. Gwynn, Jonathan S. Slauson, Charles Cassatt Davis, Emmett H. Wilson, and W. J. Washburn. On October 23rd, the Southwest Society was founded here by Charles F. Loomis, with Jonathan S. Slauson as its first president, Charles F. Loomis secretary, and W. C. Patterson treasurer. Associated with these officers were J.O. Kepfley, M.A. Hamburger, General H.G. Otis, Henry W. O'Melveny, Major E.W. Jones, J.A. Fauché, the Right Reverend Thomas J. Conatee, J.D. Bicknell, and others. In the beginning it was a branch of the Archaeological Institute of America, but so rapid was the society's growth that in 3 years it had 50% more members than belonged to the 30-year-old parent organization in Boston, with which it remained affiliated until 1913, when it withdrew in order that all its funds might go toward the maintenance of the Southwest Museum, a corporation founded in 1907 as the result of the Southwest Society's labors. The first plant of the Los Angeles Examiner, a newspaper owned by William Randolph Hearst, was installed in 1903 by Dent H. Robert, then and now publisher of the San Francisco Examiner. The paper, illustrated from the start, made its first appearance on December 12th and sprang into immediate favor. R.A. Farrelly was the first managing editor. The office of the paper was on the west side of Broadway near Fifth Street, where it remained for 10 years, during which it rendered valuable service to the community, notably in conducting a successful campaign for the sale of $720,000 worth of school bonds, which had hitherto proven unmarketable. In the meantime Robert had been succeeded, first by a Mr. Strauss, then by Henry Lowenthal and William P. Leach, while Farrelly was followed by Foster Coates, Arthur Clark, and W. P. Anderson. In 1908 the enterprising Maximilian F. Imson assumed the responsibilities of publisher, and at the same time Frederick W. Eldridge became the efficient managing editor. Under the able direction of these experienced men, this morning daily has attained its highest prosperity, marked by the removal in fall of 1913 to the Examiner Building at Broadway and 11th Streets. Abbot Kinney, foreseeing a future for the tide flats and lagoons south of Ocean Park, in 1904 purchased enough acreage whereon to build the well-known Venice, which, as its name implies, was to be adorned with canals, bridges, and arcades. Through Kinney's remarkable spirit of enterprise, a wonderful transformation was effected in a single year. Such, in fact, was the optimism of this founder of towns, that in order to amply supply the necessary funds, he closed out important city holdings, including the Flatiron Square, lying between 8th and 9th and Main and Spring Streets, the Abbotsford Inn property, and the large southeast corner of Spring and 6th Streets, at present occupied by the Crow's Building. Kinney's foresight, courage, and persistence have been rewarded, the dreams of his prime becoming realities of his more advanced age. The task of building here a King's Highway, El Camino Real, intended to connect all the missions and presidios between San Diego and Sonoma, was undertaken in the troublous days of Don Gaspar de Portola and Father Junipero Serra, but in time a measure obliterated this landmark. Since 1904, however, such kindred spirits as Miss Anna B. Pitcher, for nearly 20 years a zealous toiler for the preservation of our historic monuments, and whose zeal in behalf of the Royal Road was paramount, Mr. and Mrs. A.S.C. Forbes, Dr. Milbank Johnson, R.F. Del Valle, Mrs. C.R. Olney of Oakland, and Frank I., Mayor of Santa Ana, have so caused the work to prosper that at the present time much of the original highway is about to be incorporated with the good state roads of California. The first bell for one of the Mission Bell guideposts, designed, by the way, by Mrs. Forbes, was dedicated at the Plaza Church on August 15, 1906, and since then some 400 of these indicators have been placed along the Camino Real. An interesting attempt to transplant a small eastern town to California was made in 1904, when Alfred Dolge, the founder of Dolgeville, New York, and the author of the elaborate work Pianos and Their Makers, published in 1911 at Little Covina, established Dolgeville in Los Angeles County, opening there with 300 or more operatives a felt works for piano fixtures. The experiment had been undertaken because of expected advantages in the supply of wool, but changes in the tariff ruined the industry, and after some years of varying prosperity, Dolgeville was annexed to Alhambra. A syndicate styled the Los Angeles Herald Company, whose president was Frank G. Finlayson, in 1904 bought the Herald, at that time under the editorial management of Robert M. Yost. Future generations will doubtless be as keen to learn something about the preserving of albacore, commonly spoken of as tuna, as I should like to know how and by whom sardines were first successfully put into cans. The father of this industry is Albert P. Halfhill, a Minnesotan drawn here in 1892 through the opportunities for packing mackerel on this southern coast. In 1894, we find him organizing the California Fish Company, soon to be known as the Southern California Fish Company. In 1904, Halfhill, while experimenting with various Western seafoods, accidentally discovered the extraordinary quality of the albacore, a briny deep, heavy weight so interesting to the angler and so mysterious to the scientist. As a mere bit of gossip, Halfhill's assurance that M.A. Newmark and Company purchased the first canned tuna is entitled to mention. The Turnverein Germania took a notable step forward this year by buying a lot 100 by 300 feet on South Figueroa between Pico and 15th Streets, and on September 3, 1905, the new club building and gymnasium were formally opened. William H. Workman in 1904 was elected treasurer of the city of Los Angeles for the third time, his first term of office having begun in 1901. This compliment was more the emphatic because Workman was a Democrat and received 4,500 votes more than his opponent, and that too only a month after Roosevelt had carried Los Angeles by a majority of 13,000. In a previous chapter I have described the vendor of tamales and ice cream, so familiar through his peculiar voice as well as his characteristic costume. About 1905, another celebrity plying a trade in the same line, and known as Francisco, appeared here and daily made his rounds through the more fashionable Westlake district. He had a tenor voice of rare quality and power, and used it, while exquisitely rendering choice arias, to advertise his wares. Such was his merit that lovers of music, as soon as his presence was known, paused to listen, with the natural result that business with Francisco was never dull. Whenever a grand opera company came to town, the Italian was there, in a front seat of the gallery, and so great was his enthusiastic interest in the performance of those whose voices were often inferior to his own, that he could be seen, with gaze fixed on the proscenium, passionately beating time as if to direct the orchestra. 7 or 8 years ago, the long favorite Francisco was foully murdered, and under strange circumstances, leading many to believe that, having perhaps degraded himself from his former estate and fleeing, an alien to an unknown land, he had fallen at last to the victim of a vendetta. In 1905, I took part in a movement headed by Joseph Mesmer to raise by subscription the funds necessary to buy the old Downey block, fronting on Temple and North Main Streets and extending through to New High, for the purpose of presenting it to the national government for a federal building site. Unusual success attended our efforts, and the transfer to Uncle Sam was duly made. In the meantime, an appropriation of $800,000 had been secured for the building, and it was with no little surprise and disappointment when the bids for construction were opened, in May 1906, that the lowest was found to be nearly $1 million. This delayed matters until the following fall. In October, the site at the corner of Main and Winston Streets was sold for $314,000, and the deficiency having thus been supplied, it was not long before the new building was in course of construction. Desiring to celebrate the 50 years which had elapsed since, perched upon an ox cart, he rode into Los Angeles for the first time, William H. Workman, on January 21st, gave a banquet to 500 pioneers in Turnverein Hall, the menu being peculiarly Mexicano. The reminiscences, speeches, and quips were of the friendliest and best, and the whole affair was one that recalled to both host and guest the dulce far niente days of dear old Los Angeles. On February 21st, the San Pedro, Los Angeles, and Salt Lake Railroad was completed, the fourth transcontinental line with its connections to enter Los Angeles. In the spring, A.C. and A.M. Parson bought a tract of land on Alamitos Bay, and there at the mouth of the San Gabriel River founded Naples, with features somewhat similar to those at Venice, but unlike the latter town, the new Naples has never developed into a crowded resort. Arriving in California in 1869 at the age of 7, Frank Putnam Flint, a native of Massachusetts concerning whom much of importance might be related, was elected in 1905 United States Senator from California. His brother Motley H. Flint, high in Masonic circles, has also enjoyed an important career, having long been associated with many local public movements. An optimist of optimists, still young, though having passed more than one milestone on the road to success, Willis H. Booth came to Los Angeles a mere lad and is a product of the Los Angeles High School and the State University. Before, while, and since filling the office of President of the Chamber of Commerce, Booth has been identified with nearly everything worthwhile here and gives promise of an important and interesting future. He is now one of the vice presidents of the Security Trust and Savings Bank. In August, Juan B. Bandini, second son of the famous Don Juan, died at Santa Monica. 2 of Bandini's daughters were noted Los Angeles belles. Arcadia, who became the wife of John T. Gaffey of San Pedro, and Dolores, who married into the well-known literary family, the Wards of London. Strenuous efforts were made in 1905 to house the Historical Society of Southern California, which, incorporated on February 12, 1891, boasts of being the oldest organization of its kind on the coast and the only one doing state work. And the legislature appropriated $125,000 for a building. Governor Pardee, however, vetoed the bill, an act which later contributed to the endowment by the state of the Cumberland County Museum, in which the Historical Society now has its home. In the spring of 1905, the then 8-year-old town of Redondo, with her large hotel and busy wharf, and famed for her fields of carnations, became the scene of one of those infrequent but typically American real estate frenzies which come suddenly, last a few days, and as suddenly depart. This particular attack, not to say epidemic, was brought on by one or two newspaper headlines announcing to the breakfasting reader that Henry E. Huntington had decided to spend millions of dollars in making immense railroad and other improvements in the seaside town, and that this would at once raise Redondo from the humble status of a village to almost metropolitan dignity. In about as little time as is required to relate it, the astonished beach dwellers found themselves overwhelmed by a surging mass of humanity struggling for the privilege of buying lots. The real estate offices were soon surrounded by hundreds of people, fighting, pushing, and shoving, all possessed of but the one idea, to buy. And they bought. They bought corners, and they bought in the middle of the blocks. They bought heaps of sand and holes in the ground. They bought in one breath and sold in the next. They bought blindly and sold blindly. Redondo had become a huge, unregulated stock exchange, lots instead of stocks for 5 days becoming the will-o'-the-wisps of the fated bidders, until the boom collapsed, leaving hundreds with lots they had never seen, and which, for the time being, they could not sell at any price. Huntington did not spend his millions, at least then and there. Redondo did not suddenly become a big center. Yet in passing through the experience of many a town, Redondo has gradually grown in population and importance, even developing something of a suburb, Clifton by the sea. Such was the famous boom of 1905, and such will probably be the story of similar California booms to come. End of chapter 41.